Section 41 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1 by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. General Sherman's Reconnoissance toward Corinth. Occupation of Huntsville, Alabama. And capture of Fort Pulaski, Georgia. General Sherman's Reconnoissance toward Corinth, April 8, 1862. The fatigue and suffering experienced by the victorious army at Pittsburgh were too severe for an immediate pursuit of Beauregard's forces on their retreat from the battlefield on the 7th of April. On the morning of the 8th, however, General W.T. Sherman was ordered by General Grant to follow up the enemy with a small force. With 2 brigades of infantry and Colonel Dickey's Illinois cavalry, he advanced on the Corinth road to the Forks, several miles beyond the battlefield. The abandoned camps of the enemy lined the road, in all of which were found more or less of their wounded with hospital flags thrown out for their protection. At that point, reconnoitering parties were sent out on both roads, which reported the enemy's cavalry in force in either direction. A Federal brigade under General Wood, which had been stationed in that vicinity, was ordered to advance on the left-hand road, while General Sherman led the 3rd Brigade of his division up the right. About half a mile from the Forks was a clear field, through which the highway passed, and immediately beyond it a space of 200 yards of fallen timber. Beyond that, an extensive camp of the enemy's cavalry could be seen. After a reconnaissance, the 2 advanced companies of the Ohio 77th, Colonel Hildebrand, were ordered to deploy as skirmishers, and the regiment itself to move forward into line with intervals of 100 yards. In this order, they advanced cautiously until the skirmishers were engaged. Taking it for granted that this disposition would clear the camp, General Sherman held Colonel Dickey's 4th Illinois Cavalry ready to charge. The enemy's cavalry came down boldly, breaking through the line of skirmishers, when the regiment of infantry wavered, threw away its guns, and fled. The ground was admirably adapted to a defense of infantry against cavalry, it being miry and covered with fallen timber. As the regiment of infantry broke, Colonel Dickey's cavalry began to charge with their carbines and fell into disorder. General Sherman instantly sent orders to the rear for the brigade to form in line of battle, which was promptly executed. The broken infantry and cavalry rallied on this line, and as the enemy's cavalry came up to it, the Union cavalry in turn charged and drove them from the field. General Sherman then advanced the entire brigade upon the same ground, and sent Colonel Dickey's cavalry a mile farther on the road. On the ground, which had been occupied by the 77th Ohio, were 15 dead and about 25 wounded. 280 Confederate wounded and 50 of the Federals were found in the camp from which the enemy were driven. General Halleck attributed the victory at Pittsburgh greatly to the bravery and skill of General Sherman, and recommended that he should be promoted to a major generalship, which rank was conferred upon him by the President. Occupation of Huntsville, Alabama, April 10, 1862. On the same day that General Buell left Nashville for Pittsburgh, he dispatched General Mitchell's division on a hazardous expedition through Tennessee to Huntsville, Alabama. Leaving Murfreesboro, Tennessee, on the 5th of April, they marched to Shelbyville, 26 miles in 12 hours, amid a cold, drizzling rain. They experienced a warm welcome from the inhabitants of that beautiful city. Here they were obliged to remain 2 days, awaiting the arrival of their supply train, and on the 8th, after a march of 27 miles, they reached Fayetteville, Lincoln County, a town where the secession sentiment was almost universal. 15 miles beyond, they crossed the state line and entered Alabama, continuing their course due south. A northern journal says, "It stirs the blood with enthusiasm to read the exploits of General Mitchell in Alabama. So full are they of dash, enterprise, and daring. When the general was on his way to Bridgeport, he met a native, whom he asked to show him a point where a certain stream could be forded. The Alabamian declined to furnish the information. 'Bind him and march him to the head of the column,' said the general. Then every man of 3,000 in the ranks was ordered to take a rail from the adjacent fences, and these were thrown into the river, extemporizing a bridge on which the troops crossed. At another place they came upon a stream 300 feet wide and 20 feet deep. 'Never mind,' said the general, 'I have a pontoon bridge,' and he ordered his men to roll down the bales from a load of abandoned cotton nearby. Some of the officers laughed at the idea of making a bridge of such materials, but he told them he had calculated the buoyancy of cotton and found it to be 486 pounds to a bale. The bridge was made and the calculation proved correct. On reaching a bridge near sunrise, it was found to be on fire, with a piece of rebel artillery stationed to command it. General Mitchell entered the bridge and asked who would volunteer to save it. A sergeant of the 33rd Ohio sprang after him. "You are my man," said the general. In a moment, the bridge was thronged with volunteers, and they saved it. At another place, the general himself was found in the mud with his coat off, working at a bridge on which his command crossed a swamp. As the army advanced, an eager curiosity became manifest to know the point of destination. On the way, the general met a man traveling on foot. He asked him how far it was to Huntsville. 11 miles. Do they know we are coming? No, they have not the least idea of it. Huntsville, then, was the desired haven. 10 miles from the place, the general called a halt to wait for the artillery and infantry to come up. No tents were pitched, but for miles away the impatient invaders could be seen around their campfires. The general flung himself down by an old log, overrun with moss, and on this novel bed snatched 2 hours' rest. Just as the moon was going down, the bugle call was sounded. The soldiers sprang to their feet, and in a few minutes they were ready to move. The Simonson battery led the way, supported by Kennett's and Colonel Turchin's brigade. The army passed a magnificent plantation, with many Negroes, owned by the rebel ex-secretary Walker. 4 miles from Huntsville, the shrill whistle of a locomotive was heard. In a few moments, the train hove in sight, and was stopped by the outbreak of Simonson's brass guns. The train was captured, together with 150 prisoners. On to the town was the cry. Daylight was dawning, and the citizens quietly sleeping as the foe entered the silent streets. The clattering noise of the cavalry aroused them from their slumbers, and they flocked to the doors and windows, exclaiming, with blanched cheeks and sinking hearts, "They have come! The Yankees have come!" Never in the history of any military movement was a surprise so complete. Men rushed into the street half-dressed, women fainted, children screamed, the Negroes laughed, and for a short time a scene of perfect terror reigned. This state of affairs soon subsided when these startled people realized that the Union soldiers were disposed to treat them kindly. Colonel Gasley of the 37th Indiana was appointed provost marshal, and his regiment occupied the city as provost guard. At the extensive depot was found 17 first-class locomotives and a great number of passenger and freight cars. At the foundry, 2 or 3 cannon with several small arms. The general soon made good use of the engines. Ere the close of the night, 100 miles of the Memphis and Charleston Railroad was in his possession, stretching in one direction as far as Stevenson, and the other as far as Decatur, capturing at the latter place the entire camp equipage of a regiment, which left very hastily on the approach of the Union troops. Making Huntsville his headquarters, where he remained for 6 weeks, General Mitchell rendered essential service in intercepting the enemy's communications, and capturing or destroying his supplies. He evinced marked ability, and met with uniform success in fitting out many smaller expeditions through that region of country. He extemporized a gunboat on the Tennessee, which aided him materially when visiting the eastern side of the river. Capture of Fort Pulaski, Georgia, April 11, 1862. Fort Pulaski, the key to the city of Savannah, stands on Cockspur Island at the mouth of the Savannah River, about 14 miles below the city. It was built by the United States government at a cost of nearly $1 million. It is of a pentagonal form and covers several acres of ground. The walls are 40 feet high, presenting 2 faces towards the sea, the ranges of fire radiating at opposite angles. It was a position of immense strength, being constructed for a full armament on the lower tier of 65 32-pounders, and the upper tier for 53 24-pounders, 4 18-pound flanking howitzers, 1 13-inch mortar, 12 8-inch columbiads, and 7 10-inch mortars, altogether 150 guns. The interior of the fort was well supplied with large furnaces for heating shot, quarters, barracks, ammunition, etc. Tybee Island and the lighthouse had been previously evacuated by the rebels. The investment of Fort Pulaski was a work of great magnitude, and long and careful preparations for its reduction were necessary. Batteries were erected at several points, after severe labor on the part of the federal forces, and at the end of the month of March, the final arrangements were drawing to completion. Cockspur Island, on which Fort Pulaski stands, is low and marshy, and the nearest solid land is Tybee Island, lying to the seaward and within 3/4 of a mile distant. Tybee Island stretches out from a point known as Goat Point, 2 or 3 miles to the sea, the nearest point to the fort being that just named. General Q.A. Gilmore took command at Tybee Island on February 20th, which had been previously evacuated by the rebels, and here were built the heaviest breaching batteries, but others were erected at intervals along the shore for a distance of nearly 2 miles. Reader note: there is an instructive table describing the strength and armament of Fort Pulaski at this time. I would recommend consulting the text in order to read that in more detail. These works were erected wholly at night, as they were all within range of Fort Pulaski. Their faces were bomb-proof, while in the rear of those most exposed lay a long, wide swamp, into which it was supposed that a great portion of the shot and shells from Fort Pulaski would fall. Their supposition proved correct. The magazines were bomb-proof, and trenches connected the batteries on Goat's Point. Besides this, splinter-proofs were provided for the reliefs, so that every protection possible was secured to the men. The result proved with how great success these preparations were made. During the bombardment of 30 hours, the gunners lost but one man killed or wounded. The work occupied 6 weeks and was chiefly performed by the 7th Connecticut, Colonel Terry, the 45th New York, Colonel Ross, and a detachment of volunteer engineers under Lieutenant Colonel Hall. When the guns were nearly all in position, a battalion of the 3rd Rhode Island Volunteer Artillery was sent to Tybee to assist in manning the guns, and later the 8th Maine Regiment, Colonel Rust. The mounting of ordnance was executed under the direction of Lieutenant Porter of the U.S. Army. He also assumed the entire charge of all duties connected with the Ordnance Department on the island, supervised the landing of ammunition and implements, and directed the transportation of all the guns. This was a task of infinite labor. The transportation of heavy guns, always difficult, was here rendered peculiarly so. They had to be landed through a bad surf on an open beach, and thence dragged by the soldiers for nearly 2 miles through a yielding sand. The works were placed so as to be hidden from the enemy until they opened fire. Battery Totten was nearly 1,700 yards from the fort, Battery Sigel and McClellan 1,620, Battery Scott nearly 1,677, Battery Halleck 2,400, Battery Burnside and others were all more than 3,000, Battery Grant 3,500 yards away. Breaching casemated forts at this distance had never been supposed practicable in modern warfare. Indeed, 800 yards is the greatest distance at which it was ever attempted. On the 9th of April, the batteries were completed, the guns placed, and the magazines filled. General Veal had constructed a cooperating battery on the southern extremity of Long Island, in Savannah, and not more than 2 miles, if so far, from the fort. The purpose of this was to obtain a reverse fire during the bombardment, which otherwise would proceed entirely from Tybee Island. This battery was not completed in time to engage in the first day's action, but opened fire on the second. A day or two before the bombardment actually commenced, General Hunter, who had superseded General Sherman in command of the land forces at Hilton Head, and his aides, and General Benham with his staff, came down on steamers from Hilton Head to be present during the engagement, though the command was left with General Gillmore. On the 9th of April, General Gillmore issued orders when the bombardment should be opened, and the part which each of the batteries should take in the work. General Hunter sent a letter to Colonel Charles H. Olmsted, 1st Regiment Georgia Volunteers, demanding an unconditional surrender of the fort to the United States, and representing the loss of life which would occur if resistance were made to the numerous batteries with which he was surrounded. Colonel Olmsted replied briefly, saying in language worthy of a more sacred cause, "I am here to defend the fort, not to surrender it." When Lieutenant J. H. Wilson returned with this reply, orders were given to open fire from the batteries, and at 7:30 a.m. the first shot was fired from Battery Halleck. The other batteries followed, and Fort Pulaski promptly responded. The guns, for some time not obtaining the proper range, were ineffective. The Federal gunners, after a little time, learned to distinguish the various shot fired by the enemy and the range they had. When a gun was fired and the shot was seen approaching, the cry of "casemate" or "barbette" was given, and they sheltered themselves accordingly. Still later in the engagement, they distinguished the shot by the cry "barbette" and "rifle," and when the latter was fired, they protected themselves under cover as far as possible. The same skill was attained by the rebels in the fort. The bombardment had continued several hours, when the 2 mortar batteries along the shore outside of the fort, on Goat's Point, opened, and to them the enemy directed his hottest fire. About 1 o'clock, the halyards attached to the flagstaff were shot away, and the flag came down, but was immediately raised in a less conspicuous place. During the afternoon, an embrasure in the pancoop, on the southeast angle of the fort, was struck repeatedly, and pieces of the brickwork gave way. This angle was the nearest point to the batteries, and in a direct line with the magazine of Fort Pulaski, a fact well known to the Federals from plans of the work in their possession. Afterwards, all efforts to effect a breach were directed to this spot. Several of the most important guns, however, were out of order. The mortar shells were observed to fall mostly wide of the mark, and no great result could be noticed even when one fell within the fort. Numerous marks, however, all along both faces of the work were exposed, told of the accuracy of the firing. By nightfall, the breach was so far effected that it was evident it could eventually be converted into a practicable one. The bombardment was discontinued at dark, 3 mortar batteries firing 1 shell each at intervals of 5 minutes all night long, worrying the enemy, and preventing any attempt to stop the breach, but without any idea of doing material harm. Several of his guns had evidently been dismounted and others silenced during the day. The breach had been commenced, but on the whole the result did not seem especially encouraging. The men and officers were very thoroughly tired with the severe work they had undergone and the still more fatiguing excitement. Few had found time to eat or drink. Many, however, had night duties to perform. Strong infantry pickets were placed, and still stronger supports, in expectation an attempt would be made to relieve the garrison. Shortly after daybreak, all the batteries were opened again. The reply was more vigorous than on the day before. On the Federal side, every gun was in readiness and did good service. The great Columbiads under Captain Palouse were especially effective. They certainly shook the walls of old Pulaski and damaged them to a considerable extent. All along the line, the firing was more rapid and more accurate, 5 shots striking the walls within as many seconds. Rebel officers said that on average, 1 out of 3 shots that were fired took effect, and that during all of the second day, 1 shot or shell every minute was the average they received. Early in the morning, Captain Seldenkirk of Battery Seagull was relieved, and Captain C.P.R. Rogers of the frigate Wabash, with a portion of her crew, worked several of the guns of this battery during the remainder of the fight. At the same time, Captain Turner, Chief of Commissary on General Hunter's staff, and Lieutenant Wilson undertook to drill a detachment of the 8th Maine Volunteers, Colonel Rust. These men went to work, were drilled under fire, and in 10 minutes were able to serve their guns with more than tolerable accuracy, and did some of the most effective service rendered that day. This same regiment lay not more than half a mile in the rear of Battery Halleck, for more than half of the entire engagement, covered only by some brushwood, but perfectly content with their exposed position. Early on the second day, especial attention was directed to the breach. Every gun that could be brought to bear upon the pancoop was trained that way, and directly the aperture began to show the effects. In an hour it became large enough for 2 men to enter abreast, and the nearest embrasure on its left was also considerably enlarged. Meanwhile, all the other effects of the day before were enhanced. Shots struck all over the 2 exposed faces of the fort. The mortar batteries on the shore of Cockspur Island were silenced, and several of the casemate guns were struck through the embrasures. The battery put up by General Veal on Long Island opened fire that morning and received repeated replies, rendering good service by the destruction it occasioned. The gunboat Norwich, laying on the right of the fort, also became engaged. The distance, however, was too great for her to render any special assistance. Still, she got an occasional answer from the garrison. On this day, clouds of red dust were seen to rise more frequently from the fort, indicating that the brickwork of which it was constructed was breaking up, and after a while the great breach became so large that the propriety of a storming party was discussed. The lower part of the aperture was partly filled by the debris that fell from above. The arch of the casemate was laid bare, while evidently shaken, a gun and barbette immediately over the breach was tottering and ready to tumble below. The breach by its side was also momentarily becoming wider, and just as General Benham was questioning whether a messenger should not be sent to demand a surrender before risking so great a loss of human life as must be occurred in an assault, the rebel flag on Pulaski was lowered halfway, and a final shot fired from a casemate in the fort. As the flag was not completely hauled down, the Unionists were for a moment uncertain of its import, but all firing was ordered to cease. In a minute more the white flag was raised, and with cheer after cheer all along the batteries on Tybee came down the Stars and Bars. It was on the 11th of April, a year to the day from the time when the Stars and Stripes were first dishonored by Americans at Fort Sumter. General Hunter was aboard the McClellan with his aides, watching the engagement. Generals Gilmore and Benham were active and rode rapidly out to Goat's Point. On arriving at this place, General Gilmore, with his aide Mr. Badeau and Colonel Rust, entered a boat and put off for the fort. The passage was rough, the channel unknown, and the skiff got aground and was nearly upset. But at last, soaked and dripping, the party landed on Cockspur Island. They were met near the landing place by Captain Sims of the Georgia Volunteers, who conducted them to the fort. Colonel Olmsted, the commandant, stood at the entrance, and received them courteously. He invited General Gilmore into his own quarters for a private interview. The terms of capitulation were arranged, and General Gilmore was then conducted over the fort by the colonel, and took his leave, accompanied by Colonel Rust. General Hunter, in the meantime, had sent messengers to the fort. Colonel Olmsted showed them around the works, and conducted them to the interior when the swords were delivered. This took place in the colonel's headquarters, all standing. Major Halpine represented General Hunter. As soon as the ceremony was over, the American flag was raised, and the stars and stripes floated again on the walls of Fort Pulaski. In giving up his sword, Colonel Olmsted said, "I yield my sword, but I trust I have not disgraced it." The arms of the privates had been previously stacked on the parade, and the men marched to quarters. Both officers and men were allowed to remain all night in their usual quarters. The interior of the fort presented a sorry picture. Blindages had been put up extending on all the rampart, and a part rendered bomb-proof, but shot and shell had burst through many of the sides, knocked in walls, broken down stairways, entered casemates, upset guns, and piled up masses of rubbish and debris all around. 7 guns on the parapet were dismounted. Nearly every traverse had been struck and partly torn to pieces. All the passageways were obstructed by piles of stones and fallen timber. The magazine had been struck and part of its outer casing of brick torn away, while at the breach, the havoc was, of course, greatest of all. The breach was entirely practicable. The ditch, 60 feet across, was more than half filled up by the fragments that had fallen, and half a dozen men abreast could have entered the aperture. The colonel declared, however, that he should have held out until nightfall had the magazine not been struck. This, of course, settled his fate, and rendered any prolonged resistance a useless risk of human life. 40,000 pounds of powder, 7,000 shot and shell, and 47 guns were captured. The prisoners were 360 in number and belonged to the Georgia Volunteers, the Oglethorpe Light Infantry, and to a German regiment. The colonel excited the sympathies of his captors by bearing at once soldierly and subdued. The officers invited the Unionists to their quarters, where several took supper, and some even slept with the rebels whom they had been fighting a few hours before. There was no apparent bitterness on either side, no desire to introduce personal animosities. This long and severely contested siege resulted in the loss of only 2 lives, while the number of wounded was very small. This fact is remarkable in view of the immense amount of shot and shell exchanged during the bombardment. On Sunday the 13th, the men were divided into 2 parties, the officers and about 2/3 of the men forming the first, who were placed on the Bend to Ford, the remainder on the Honduras and taken to Bay Point. Here they were transferred to the McClellan and Star of the South, to be sent to Fort Columbus in the harbor of New York. End of section 41. Section 42 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of South Mills, Camden, North Carolina. Capture of Fort Macon, North Carolina. And Siege of Yorktown, Virginia. Battle of South Mills, Camden, North Carolina, April 20th, 1862. A short but severely contested engagement took place on the 20th of April between the command of General J.L. Reno and a body of rebels posted in a strong position to intercept the supposed advance of the Federal troops on Norfolk. General Burnside directed General Reno to make a demonstration on that city, and the latter, taking with him from New Bern the 21st Massachusetts and 51st Pennsylvania, proceeded to Roanoke, where he was joined by detachments of the 89th New York and 6th New Hampshire. With these forces he started for Elizabeth City and commenced disembarking at midnight on the 19th, at a point about 3 miles below the city on the east side. By 3 a.m., Colonel Hawkins' brigade, consisting of the 9th and 89th New York and 6th New Hampshire, were landed and ready to move. Colonel Hawkins proceeded with his brigade toward South Mills. General Reno remained to bring up the other 2 regiments, which had been delayed by the grounding of their vessels at the mouth of the river. They came up at daylight and were landed by 7 a.m. General Reno marched directly toward South Mills, and about 12 miles out met Colonel Hawkins, with his brigade, who, either by the treachery or incompetency of his guide, had been led some miles out of his way. As his men were very much jaded by the long march, they were ordered to follow the 2nd Brigade about 4 miles further, to within 1.5 miles of South Mills. The rebels were posted here, and opened a fire of artillery before the advanced guard discovered them. General Reno reconnoitered their position, and found that they were posted strongly in a line perpendicular to the road, their infantry in ditches, their artillery commanding all the direct approaches, and their rear protected by a dense forest. He ordered the 51st Pennsylvania immediately to file to the right, and pass over to the edge of the woods to turn to their left, the 21st Massachusetts pursuing the same course, and when Colonel Hawkins came up with his brigade, he was sent with the 9th and 89th New York to their support. The 6th New Hampshire was formed in line to the left of the road, and its commander ordered to support the 4 pieces of artillery. Owing to the excessive fatigue of the men, they met with some delay in reaching their position. Meanwhile, the enemy kept up a brisk artillery fire, which was gallantly responded to by the small pieces under charge of Colonel Howard of the Coast Guard. As soon as the 51st Pennsylvania and 21st Massachusetts had succeeded in turning their left, they opened a brisk musketry fire, and about the same time, the 9th New York, also coming in range, eager to engage, unfortunately charged upon the enemy's artillery. It was a most gallant charge, but they were exposed to a deadly fire of grape and musketry and forced to retire, but rallied immediately upon the 89th New York. General Reno then ordered both regiments to form a junction with the 21st Massachusetts. In the meantime, the 51st Pennsylvania and 21st Massachusetts kept up an incessant fire upon the rebels, who had withdrawn their artillery and commenced to retreat in good order. The 6th New Hampshire had steadily advanced in line to the left of the road, and when within about 200 yards poured in a deadly volley, which completely demoralized the enemy and ended the battle. The men rested under arms in line of battle until about 10 o'clock p.m., when they were ordered to return to the boats, having accomplished the principal object of the expedition, that of conveying the idea that the entire Burnside expedition was marching upon Norfolk. Owing to a want of transportation, 16 of the most severely wounded were left behind. Assistant Surgeon Warren was left with them. Only about 10 or 15 prisoners were taken. Most of them belonged to the 3rd Georgia Regiment. The 9th New York suffered most severely, owing to their premature charge. The total loss of the Federal troops in killed and wounded was about 90, some 60 of the number belonging to that regiment. Just as the decisive volley of the 6th New Hampshire had compelled the rebels to abandon their position, a terrific thunderstorm broke upon the scene of conflict, and a heavy rain rendered the hope of pursuit futile. After burying the dead and taking a brief rest, General Reno and his command took up their march for headquarters at Newbern. On the advance, the sun beat fiercely upon his exhausted men. The weather was intensely hot, and they were almost prostrated with the fatigue of the battle and the labor of the march, before they reached a place of rest. Capture of Fort Macon, North Carolina. April 26, 1862. The occupation of the town of Beaufort and Morehead City by the Federal troops on the 24th of March was followed by active preparations for the reduction of Fort Macon, which commanded the entrance to the harbor. It was anticipated that on the retreat of the rebel troops from Beaufort, the overwhelming numbers and equipment of the national forces would demonstrate to the commander of the fort the hopelessness of any attempt to resist the armament that would be brought against him in the event of his refusal to surrender. This hope was not realized. Colonel M.J. White, the commander, resolved to meet the Union forces with every possible resistance, and if the fort was captured by the Federal arms, the rebel determined that it should be purchased at no slight cost. Fort Macon is situated on a bluff on Bogue's Bank, nearly 2 miles from the town of Beaufort. It commands the entrance to the harbor, and no vessel can enter the main channel without coming within range of its guns. Opposite the fort, at the entrance of the harbor, is Shackleford Banks, distant about 1.5 miles. Fort Macon is of a hexagonal form and has 2 tiers of guns, one encasemated bomb-proof and the other on barbettes. Its armament consisted of 20 32-pounders, 30 24-pounders, 2 18-pounders, 3 field pieces for flank defense, 12 flank howitzers, 8 8-inch howitzers heavy, 8 8-inch howitzers light, 1 13-inch mortar, 3 10-inch mortars, and 2 Coehorn mortars. Total 89 guns. The war garrison of the fort was 300 men. There are large furnaces in the fort for heating shot, and before the investment there was a considerable quantity of powder in the magazine. The construction of Fort Macon was commenced in 1826 by Captain Eliason of the United States Engineer Corps, and was finished in 1860 by Captain, afterwards Brigadier General, John G. Foster. This fort, like most others in the southern states at the opening of the rebellion, was in an almost defenseless condition. Ordnance Sergeant Alexander was the sole guardian of this important position in April 1861. In March, the vote on the question of calling a state convention was taken in North Carolina, and a majority was given against the convention. Governor Ellis assured the officer in command that the fort would not be taken from under the control of the government, but on the 11th of April, a citizen of Beaufort, in the interest of the secessionists, collected a body of 50 men, with whom he crossed over to the fort and demanded its surrender. Sergeant Alexander delivered up the keys, and the rebel flag was hoisted on its walls. Subsequently, stores and supplies for a garrison of 500 men were collected and placed within it, and an efficient body of troops took possession under Colonel White. On March 25, 1862, Morehead City, on the mainland, opposite Bogue Island, was occupied by a portion of General Parke's division of Burnside's army. A few days subsequently, a landing had been effected on Bogue Island, and a camp established for the force selected to operate against Fort Macon. On the 11th of April, the enemy's pickets were driven in by the 5th Rhode Island Regiment and one company of the 4th Rhode Island, and eligible localities for the batteries were selected by Captain Williamson, topographical engineer on General Burnside's staff. On the next day, a working party commenced the erection of the main battery, and from that time the labor proceeded night and day. The troops employed in this service were the 4th and 5th Rhode Island and the 8th Connecticut Regiments. The labor was most severe. The men were often on duty 24 hours at a time and labored zealously to accomplish their task in the shortest possible period. What rest they got when on duty was obtained by sleeping on the sands, as no tents or barracks could be erected, since these would have informed the rebels of the location of the troops and indicated the position of the batteries. The picket duty performed by the men was also very severe. All their work had to be done under a continuous and often severe fire from the fort. From this, however, they were protected by the peculiar formation of the ground, which consisted of a succession of sand hills up to within about half a mile of the fort. Previous to the bombardment, the garrison were allowed to send letters to their friends at Beaufort. 3 batteries were erected for the reduction of the fort. The first was mounted with 4 10-inch mortars, and was built under the cover of a large sand hill, near the edge of the marshes which line the northern shore of the island, at a distance of about 1,400 yards from the fort. This battery was allotted to Lieutenant Flagler, and manned by a portion of Battery 1, New York 3rd Artillery. The second was in advance 100 yards, built and worked by Captain Lewis O. Morris and Lieutenants Gowan and Pollock. 3 long 30-pound siege Parrott guns, rifled, composed its armament. The last battery consisted of 4 8-inch mortars. It stood 100 yards in advance of the second battery and was placed in charge of Lieutenant Prouty, and manned by a detachment of Battery 1, 3rd New York Artillery. Rifle pits and trenches were also excavated. On the 24th of April, the preparations having been completed, General Burnside arrived from New Bern on the steamer Alice Price, having in tow 2 barges, the Shrapnel and Grenade, fitted up as floating batteries, each armed with 2 30-pound Parrott guns. The Shrapnel had in addition a 12-pounder rifled Ward gun. They anchored about 3 miles below the fort. During the afternoon, a flag of truce was sent to the fort, in charge of Captain Biggs of General Burnside's staff, with a demand for its surrender. Colonel White refused to yield to the demand, and announced his purpose to defend the fort to the last extremity. An understanding was obtained, however, that the commanders should have a personal interview with General Burnside on the following morning. Accordingly, at an early hour on the 25th, the steamer Alice Price, under flag of truce, proceeded down the bay to a point previously indicated, where General Burnside was soon joined by Colonel White. The meeting was courteous. Colonel White said that he had been placed in command of the fort for the purpose of holding it, and should defend it to the best of his ability. On the following morning, the 26th, the Federal forces took their respective posts at an early hour. The morning mists had not yet disappeared, when orders were given for the opening of the siege, and before 6 o'clock the loud thunder of the guns and the deep boom of the heavy mortars broke on the ears of the sleeping citizens of Beaufort, and roused the slumbering garrison of the belligerent fort. Booming loudly over the waters, and rolling away in the distance, the explosions followed in rapid succession for half an hour before the garrison was ready to respond. When prepared, the rebels bravely assumed their allotted positions, manned their guns, and Fort Macon opened upon the national flag. During the forenoon, the 8-inch mortar battery of Lieutenant Prouty sent its shells with regularity and precision into the fort, and at each explosion the red dirt and sand of the glacier slopes, ramparts, parapets, and terraplanes were dashed in a cloud many feet into the air. The flagstaff, with its defiant colors floating at the top, was at times completely obscured in the smoke and dust which rose with the bursting of the missiles. The 10-inch mortar battery was not so successful in the morning. The shells from it burst beyond or high in the air over the fort, scattering the fragments of iron far and wide into the water, but in the afternoon the battery played with an effect that was evidenced in the deceased fire from the fort. The battery of Parrott guns, under command of Captain Morris, in the meantime, kept up an incessant fire upon the ramparts. The difficulty of obtaining accurate range was for some time experienced, and the shots either went over the fort, ricocheting across the water towards Shackleford Banks, or fell short and buried themselves in the sand and glacis on its westerly side. But the range grew more accurate with every shot, and from 12 o'clock until the close of the fight, Captain Morris seldom failed to plant his terrible conical balls among the guns, on the edges of the ramparts, and against the walls. The latter were pierced in 2 places, the balls passing through into the casemates, from which their unceremonious visit hastily expelled the occupants. Wherever these shots struck, they tore through all obstacles with a force that hurled fragments of iron and brick, stones, grass sods, and sandbags about in every direction. Many of the rebels were knocked down senseless by the flying sods. When it is considered that the walls of the fort were protected by the slopes of the glacis, the accuracy of the firing from the Parrott battery will be perceived. That part of the walls just proceeding above the ramparts of the glacis was the only target presented whereat to aim for the purpose of penetrating the casemates. About 2 o'clock p.m., Major Allen went out with a flag of truce to carry letters written to the garrison from their friends in Beaufort. Many of these entreated the officers to prevail upon Colonel White to surrender the fort. Some ladies in Beaufort set on foot a petition to that effect. The precision attained by the practice of the forenoon, and the facility of loading and firing, which even the experience of a few hours had given, were now evidenced in the successful results of each shot from the Union batteries. The scene assumed its grandest aspect after 2 o'clock. A flash and a puff of smoke betokened a discharge. An interval elapsed, which terminated with the report of the piece. Then came the sonorous hum of the shell as it flew through the air. Another puff of smoke soon followed by a second report, and the deadly missile had exploded. With glasses, every maneuver in the fort could be distinctly seen. The lookout was ensconced behind a pile of sandbags upon the ramparts, and spectators fancied they could hear him ejaculate the word "down" as he marked the approach of every shot. Its effect was like magic. As he himself disappeared, down out of sight went the crowd of men around the guns, to reappear again when the shot had accomplished its errand. Little remains to tell of the bombardment. The garrison had at first responded with some 7 or 8 guns, exclusive of cannonades, which were made to serve the purpose of mortars. The squads of gunners could be observed passing about, alternating with the pieces as they became hot under the discharges. Gradually the fire slackened to 4, then to 3, and then to 2 guns. The Federal shot and shell were doing their duty, and subsequent examination showed that 15 guns were dismounted or disabled on the fort. To those who worked the mortars of the Federal batteries, the matter was entirely new, and to Captain Ammon's men of the 3rd New York Artillery, the greatest praise is deserved for their cool and unflinching conduct in this, their first experience under fire. The exposed nature of Captain Morris's battery of siege guns drew upon it almost the concentrated fire of the fort, and shot and shell rained around it. The only injury sustained by the battery was the temporary dismounting of one of the guns by a 32-pound solid shot, which came through the embrasure and carried off a wheel. Another carriage was in readiness, and the gun was soon remounted. One of the guns was slightly dented by a solid shot, which struck the reinforce or band around the breech, and then glanced off. The sandbags in all the batteries were disturbed more or less by the concussions, and the embrasures of the 3-gun battery were begrimed and black with powder. 1,100 shots in all were fired on the Federal side, and of these, 560 struck the fort. The firing from the fort gradually slackened as the guns, one after another, became disabled, until at last the iron thunderers ceased to respond to the continuous peals of the Federal batteries. About 4:30 o'clock, a white flag was run up over one of the guns, dimly seen through the smoke that had just before issued from it in a heavy cloud. Not long after 2 officers left the fort, bearing a flag of truce. They advanced towards the batteries, and Captain Pell, of General Burnside's staff, and Lieutenant Hill, of General Parke's staff, went out to meet them. They were Captains Poole and Guion, with a message from Colonel White, asking the terms of surrender. General Parke replied that the only terms were unconditional surrender, but that he would communicate with General Burnside, who might make different arrangements. The inquiry was telegraphed to Beaufort, and a messenger was sent off to General Burnside, who was on board the Alice Price, some distance up the river. In the morning, General Burnside returned to the harbor, and had an interview with Colonel White on board the Alice Price, when the terms of capitulation were agreed upon. The fort, armament, and garrison were to be surrendered to the United States, the officers and men being released on parole until properly exchanged, returning to their homes with their private effects such as clothing, bedding, books, etc. Immediately after the return of Colonel White to his quarters, preparations for the surrender commenced. After a little interval, the gates were thrown open and a train of soldiers marched out, and forming a square on the green, just outside, stood a few moments in impressive stillness. Then they formed into line where they stacked their arms and returned to their quarters. General Burnside, General Parke, and Captains Biggs and King, directly after this ceremony, returned from the fort, and the 5th Rhode Island being ordered into line came up. General Burnside unfolded the new colors presented by the state of Rhode Island, inscribed with the words Roanoke and New Bern, which had been just received, and returned them to the color-bearer, who took his place at the head of the column. The regiment then moved forward in order to take formal possession of the fort. The time had at last come for the great event. The wharves and houses of Beaufort were crowded with spectators. The surrounding waters were covered with small craft hovering near the scene. The squadron of gunboats, with steam up and colors flying, lay off and on outside the bar. At 10:30, a squad of men from the garrison, detailed by Colonel White for the purpose, cut loose the halyards and hauled down the rebel flag. 10 minutes later, 4 of the Rhode Island boys hoisted the American ensign, the glorious stars and stripes, and a loud cheer broke from the men, which was caught up and echoed by the sailors on shipboard, and even by the citizens over the harbor in Beaufort, whose shout came cheerily on the breeze. The Federal fleet, consisting of the steamers State of Georgia, Chippewa, Daylight, and Bart Gemsbach, under command of Flag Officer S. Lockwood, took an active part in the bombardment in the forenoon. The destruction effected by the bombardment was like that at Fort Pulaski. The works outside, as well as inside, gave incontestable proof of the execution of the heavy projectiles hurled at the fort. They also showed as clearly the bravery of the men who defended it, and proved that though they were engaged in rebellion, they had the courage and energy of heroic soldiers. The garrison consisted of about 450 men, exclusive of the officers. There were found in that fort nearly 20,000 pounds of powder, shot and shell in proportion, and a large quantity of provisions. The rebel loss was 7 killed, 18 wounded. Federal, 1 killed, and 3 wounded. Siege of Yorktown, Virginia. On Sunday, the 9th of March, the rebel camps at Centerville, Manassas, and vicinity were evacuated, and on the 10th, the army of General McClellan commenced a forward movement from the vicinity of Washington toward the abandoned works of the enemy. On the same day, a portion of General Kearny's forces reached Centerville, and Federal scouts had explored the deserted works at Manassas Junction. The enemy continued their retreat on the line of the Orange Railroad, burning the bridges and destroying the railroad property on their route. On the 14th, General McClellan issued an address to the army from his headquarters at Fairfax Courthouse, complimenting the men on their discipline, equipment, and patience during the long delay incident to the work of preparation. They were now to be brought face to face with the enemy, and he besought the army to place perfect trust in him, though his plans of action might seem at times unaccountable. The cheering news of the capture of New Madrid, the evacuation of Columbus, and the victory at Pea Ridge now filled all loyal hearts with enthusiasm, and it was fully believed that the Army of the Potomac was on the direct route to Richmond, destined to give the death blow to the rebellion before the month of April should open. Will the rebels make a stand? Asked many a confident Unionist, hopeful that the prestige of McClellan's splendid army would compel the enemy to retire from point to point without risking a battle. The month of March passed, and while the public mind was animated with the most cheering details of the Western victories, the capture of New Bern and the defeat of the enemy at Winchester, the great Army of the Potomac appeared for the time to have passed from recollection. The government censorship restrained the publication of any reports of McClellan's movements, and the people, left entirely to hope and conjecture, were sanguine in anticipation of the speedy possession of the Confederate capital. Late in the month, rumors reached the northern cities of the arrival of forces at Old Point on the James River, 20 miles from Norfolk, which were supposed by the Richmond papers to be reinforcements for Burnside. Again, curiosity was awakened by the immense number of transports called for and chartered by the government, daily arriving at the mouth of the Chesapeake. On the 26th, Great Bethel was taken possession of by the Federal troops, and on the 29th, a reconnaissance in force was made toward Yorktown. It was now generally known that the large army under General McClellan had been conveyed by transports to Old Point, and was marching to attack the rebel entrenchments at Yorktown, the key of the peninsula. On the 5th of April, General McClellan's dispatch to the Secretary of War announced that his army had that day arrived in front of the enemy's works, having met with but slight opposition on its route. During this period, the weather was unfavorable for military operations. Heavy storm clouds frowned inauspiciously on the approaching army, rain fell almost daily in torrents, and this at a time when there could be no adequate provision for shelter. The Federal Army was now destined to undergo an experience of toil and privations, calculated to try its endurance to the utmost. Solid roads were absolutely necessary for transportation from the landings to the various encampments, as it was impossible to draw the immense siege and supply trains over or through the soft alluvial mire formed by the unremitting rains, while the creeks and watercourses were swollen in torrents. Skirmishing was of daily occurrence, for the enemy neglected no opportunity to annoy their formidable opponents, while the Federal Army found it necessary to push its advances within commanding reach of the rebel entrenchments, which stretched from the York to the James Rivers, a distance of 6 miles. The rebel earthworks were ponderously built, some of them of a height and thickness hitherto unparalleled in any war. The Union soldiery toiled incessantly in the trenches, while covering parties, with efficient batteries, stood guard in their defense, and daily sacrificed some of their brave numbers while protecting their toiling comrades. The labors of the Federal Army soon became apparent. Formidable earthworks began to show their heads, and artillery of the largest caliber was put in position. The rebel generals were struck with astonishment and dismay when the evidences of engineering skill, hitherto unsuspected, stood revealed before them. On the other hand, every day more fully revealed the extensive and intricate line of the rebel defenses. Their strength in forts, lunettes, and rifle pits, their consistently increasing numbers and untiring activity, with their accurate knowledge of the topography of the country, increased the magnitude of the work before the Federal Army. The natural obstacles to its progress were by no means few or trifling. The sinuous windings of the line of attack they were obliged to assume, the innumerable swamps and pools of water confronting them on every side, the almost impenetrable forests and tangled undergrowth added to their labors and their sufferings. Cold and shivering under garments saturated anew by the rains of today, ere those of yesterday had been vaporized, the soldiers endured the pangs of hunger and fatigue unappalled. In view of the terrific struggle before them, human suffering counted for nothing with these brave men. No signs of discontent were manifest. Even in their hardest trials, the utmost cheerfulness prevailed, and in more remote positions, where a less rigid discipline was enforced, the patriotic strains of the Star-Spangled Banner and the red, white, and blue were heard ringing up through the storm. Not unfrequently, with faces turned toward the patriot homes from whence they came, would they sing, "Do they miss me at home?" or "Let me kiss him for his mother," while they breathed the silent prayer that, through the uncertainties of war, they might be permitted again to mingle with their friends in the enjoyment of a bravely won peace. Daily would some adventurous band of Federal soldiers explore the intricacies of the rebel defenses, coming constantly in collision with the enemy. In these adventures, the new and efficient regiments of sharpshooters, just introduced into the United States Army, rendered valuable service. A month before the Union Army invested Yorktown, the iron battery Merrimac had made her advent in Hampton Roads, and after destroying the noble old frigates Cumberland and Congress, the pride of a past era, she met the Monitor, her conqueror and the nation's champion. The combat that ensued has stamped a glorious page on the world's history for all time. Like Lucifer in his fall, the rebel monster shrank with despairing, cursing rage behind the batteries at Yorktown, while the terrors of her exploits and rejoicings at her defeat quickened the nation's heart pulses from Maine to Maryland. The noble Minnesota, resting in calm and majestic repose on the waters of the Chesapeake, hitherto would have acknowledged no superior in naval combat. An exposure for 2 hours to the heavy guns of the Merrimac, which pierced her wooden walls with shot and shell, while her own missiles were ineffective as pebbles on the scale of the Leviathan, destroyed her prestige and her pride of strength. An efficient fleet of gunboats had been ordered to act in conjunction with McClellan's forces in the reduction of Yorktown, but the presence of the Merrimac no doubt frustrated their plans. On the 15th of April, several of the gunboats commenced shelling the woods below Gloucester. One boat approaching within 2 miles of Yorktown brought her guns to bear on that place, until driven off by the rebel batteries. About the same time, a portion of the Potomac flotilla ascended the Rappahannock, meeting with but slight opposition, visiting the towns of Urbana and Tappahannock, and destroying the enemy's batteries and huts at Lowry's Point. End of section 42. Section 43 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Battle of Lee's Mills, Virginia, and Capture of New Orleans. Battle of Lee's Mills, Virginia, April 16, 1862. The defense of Yorktown prompted the rebel chiefs to project a line of batteries and earthworks across the peninsula, which has been rendered so prominent in historic interest by the series of important events that have occurred between Richmond and Fortress Monroe. In the course of completing this line, a battery was commenced at a point on the Warwick Road, on the estate of Mrs. Garrow, between Lee's Mills and Wynn's Mills. There is here an extensive field, with woods to the right and left, and in the rear of the road. At front, at the foot of a gradually descending slope, is a branch of the Warwick River. The stream had been dammed up between these mills, the water covering a breadth of from 30 to 40 rods, and in the deepest parts about 4.5 feet deep. On the bank was a rifle pit, and above it, on the hill, breastworks, with their embrasures for guns, frowned upon the water. The arrest of this work and the expulsion of the rebels became necessary in order to prevent the completion of what might have become a formidable obstacle. Accordingly, on the morning of the 16th, a party of skirmishers from the 4th Vermont was thrown out, and took a position near the enemy's one-gun battery, at the point named, a New York battery also being advanced at the same time. Opposite the enemy's works at that place, there was a considerable space clear of large wood, overgrown with low shrubs and young pine, and surrounded in every direction except towards the enemy by a dense forest. Warwick Creek, from 4 to 5 feet deep and about 20 rods wide, separated this field from the rebel battery. Through the low shrubs and young pine, the Vermonters made their way up to the edge of the stream, and poured upon the enemy a storm of rifle shot that he soon found it impossible to withstand. After a few moments of this fire, not a man was to be seen within the enemy's lines. 2 pieces of the battery, 10-pound Parrotts under Lieutenant Flynn, then took up a position in the edge of the wood, at 1,000 yards from the enemy's line, and opened fire. Then the enemy came bravely up to the business, and responded with the large gun in his one-gun battery, and with 2 others in a battery behind it. Lieutenant Stewart, with the second section of the same battery, 2 12-pound Napoleon guns, was ordered up with the left section under Lieutenant O'Donnell. With this reinforcement, the fire became heavy between the artillery on both sides, the Union skirmishers and numbers of the enemy's skirmishers also pouring in their fire whenever they saw an opportunity. At about 10 a.m., after nearly 2 hours' sharp firing, the enemy ceased to respond. Not, it was thought, because his guns had been disabled, but because the Union rifleman held his position so entirely under fire that it was almost certain death for his men to be seen. It was now deemed necessary to ascertain the enemy's force at this point and his disposition to fight. Upon consultation between General McClellan and 2 division commanders, it was determined to make a more decided demonstration of attack, and accordingly, between 3 and 4 p.m., 3 batteries were ordered forward into the exposed field, and opened fire at about 500 yards. This woke the enemy up. He responded warmly for 20 minutes, and once more relapsed into silence. In no way deceived by this, the 3 batteries continued to play upon his position for some minutes longer, when word was brought to the general of the Vermont Brigade that the creek was easily fordable at some distance to the right, and Colonel Hyde, in command of 4 companies of the Vermont 3rd, who had skirmished in advance, was ordered to send 2 of his companies across the creek at the point where it was said to be only knee-deep, advance them to the enemy's left, and charge the work in rear. He accordingly sent across Companies D and F and supported them very closely with Companies E and K. Meanwhile, the Federal batteries became silent. No sooner were the Vermonters in the stream than the water was found to be much deeper than stated. The men went up to their armpits, and every charge of their ammunition was, of course, thoroughly soaked. This attempt was made below the dam, and the enemy, when he saw their intention to cross, let in more water upon them by a floodgate. While the men were in the stream, a large body of the enemy, estimated at 3 regiments, opened upon them from a rifle pit on the bank, and this terrible fire cut down nearly half their number. Never was a fire received with greater steadiness or more glorious intrepidity. Except the poor fellows who had been killed or wounded, not a man of the magnificent Vermonters wavered, but all pushed on, and with one shout leaped to the bank, rushed upon the enemy with their bayonets, and fairly drove them in utter rout and confusion. But the contest was too unequal. No supports were within proper distance, and though the enemy was driven away from the first line of pits, and the 2 other companies of the 3rd were in the water to cross, Those on the other side were ordered to retreat. After the remnant of these companies returned, the Union batteries, which had in the meantime ceased firing, opened in full force again. Then the 6th Vermont Regiment was ordered to storm the work by the left flank. Led by their gallant Colonel Lord, they rushed into the water. 7 companies had entered, and some had reached within 3 yards of the breastwork, when they were met by the fire of a long line of rebel rifles, which appeared above the parapets. A running fire from 1,000 small arms was poured upon the Union men, who stood 3 feet deep in water. It was returned as gallantly as the circumstances would warrant. The breastwork was lighted up with a continuous sheet of flame. The artillery belched away at the enemy. Shells were bursting over their breastworks. The smoke of the battle was ascending, and for a few moments the scene was one of appalling grandeur. Not a man flinched, and the fire of the enemy was returned with deadly effect. Wherever a head appeared above the parapet, it became the mark for 100 guns. Finding that rebel reinforcements were still advancing, and despairing of a successful assault with the bayonet, Colonel Lord retired with his men, who brought most of their wounded comrades away with them. The loss of the Federals in this engagement was between 30 and 40 killed, and 132 wounded and missing. The object of the demonstration was fully accomplished, the rebels being compelled to relinquish their work and abandon it as a defensive position. Their loss was not ascertained, but it must have been very considerable, their number being large and the firing of the Federal gunners fatally precise. Captain Wheeler reported that he fired 313 shots, 126 of which were case shot, the remainder shell. Ayers and Kennedy's batteries threw about 450, and Captain Mott reported 954, making more than 1,700 shot and shell hurled upon the rebels. The behavior of the Federal troops was excellent, and the event of the day successful, although the object was dearly purchased. Capture of New Orleans. Bombardment of Forts Jackson and St. Philip, April 18 through 26, 1862. The work of opening the Mississippi River, which had been so magnificently commenced and prosecuted by that portion of the army and fleet above Memphis, was destined to find an equally imposing, if not more brilliant, counterpart in the naval operations near the city of New Orleans, once more to open that important commercial point to the world and restore its citizens to the protection of the national flag. As an important auxiliary to this grand enterprise, a fleet of mortar boats was fitted out in Brooklyn, New York, and other places, which formed a rendezvous at Ship Island awaiting orders. Commodore David D. Porter was assigned to the command of the mortar fleet. The entire fleet, under the command of Commodore D. J. Farragut, was composed as follows. 1st Division of Ships, Flag Officer D. G. Farragut, commanding. Hartford, R. Wainwright. Brooklyn, Craven. Richmond, Alden. 2nd Division of Ships, Pensacola, Morris. Portsmouth, Swartwout. Mississippi, Smith. 1st Division of Gunboats, Captain T. Bailey. Oneida, Lee. Varuna, Boggs. Catadine, Preble. Kineo, Ransom. Wissahickon, Smith. Cayuga, Harrison. 2nd Division of Gunboats, H. H. Bell. Iroquois, DeCamp. Scioto, Donaldson. Kennebec, Russell. Pinola, Crosby. Itasca, Caldwell. Winona, Nichols. Total 18. The mortar flotilla consisted of 21 brigs and schooners and was divided into 3 squadrons of 7 each. Besides these, 5 steamers, the Harriet Lane, flagship, Miami, Owasco, Westfield, and Clifton, were connected with the mortar flotilla, and these were afterwards joined by the Octorora, a new boat commanded by Captain George Brown of Indiana, which afterwards became Porter's flagship. The entire fleet, thus constituted, numbered 46 vessels carrying 286 guns. On the morning of April 16th, it made a rendezvous in the river at a distance of about 4 miles below Forts Jackson and St. Philip, the 2 formidable fortifications on the river, which it was necessary to pass before reaching the city of New Orleans. On the morning of the 16th, Commodore Porter brought up several schooners and stationed them about 2.5 miles from the forts, in order to ascertain the range of the mortars before opening the bombardment. After several hours of practice, in which the range was admirably obtained and the execution on the works was plainly visible, Commodore Porter expressed himself fully satisfied and suspended operations for the night. Fort Jackson, which is by far the stronger work, is a regular pentagonal bastion fortification, having 2 fronts bearing on the river and 3 on the land side. The land fronts have such a glacis and covered way, and the channel is commanded by a battery of 25 guns. A wet ditch from 40 to 70 feet wide and 6 feet deep surrounds the main work on the river, and a similar ditch, 150 feet wide, the land fronts. There is also a wet ditch 6 feet deep and 30 feet wide around the channel-bearing battery. The two channel-bearing fronts have each 8 case-mated guns, which are the only case-mated ones in the work. The ditches are defended by 24-pounder howitzers at either flank. The parapet is carried across the gorge of the bastion, so that there is no flank parapet defense. The bastions are only arranged for musketry fire from the walls. The main work of the lower battery mounts in the aggregate 125 guns, of which 100 bear on the channel. There was a 1-story brick citadel within the fort, having 2 tiers of loopholes for musketry defense, the walls of which are 5 feet thick. The entrance to the work is by a wooden bridge on the west side, connected with a drawbridge 10 feet wide. Fort St. Philip consists of a main work and 2 attached batteries, which bear respectively up and down the river. The principal work is irregular in form, having 17 faces. It is surrounded by a wet ditch 6 feet deep and from 20 to 30 feet wide. At the foot of the glacis is a ditch from 70 to 140 feet wide. There is a glacis and covered way entirely around the fort. Outside of the principal ditch is another, which was dug to furnish earth for the levee, and this is 20 feet wide and 4 feet deep. Fort St. Philip mounts 100 guns, of which 75 bear on the channel. All the guns were mounted on barbette. The scarp works were strengthened by relief arches, which were pierced with loopholes for musketry. Both forts are built of brick. The guns of Fort Jackson are 25 feet above the level of the river, and those of St. Philip 19 feet. The guns of the outer batteries of both forts are 14 feet above the river. When the rebels took possession of these forts, there were only 36 guns mounted, none of which were of larger caliber than 32-pounders. All carriages were poor. The plans for completing these forts were taken from the Custom House at New Orleans just after the rebellion broke out, and the works were finished in accordance with the original intention. From center to center of the forts, the distance is 3/4 of a mile, and the river between them 1/2 a mile in width. On the 17th, the rebels commenced their defense against the Federal fleet by sending down the stream a fire raft. This incendiary messenger was a common flatboat about 150 feet long, 50 broad and 8 deep, filled with pine knots and other combustible matter which burned fiercely, and sent a dense column of black smoke rolling heavily upwards as it was borne along by a fresh breeze that blew up the river. As soon as the raft floated near enough, it was fired into and destroyed, without damage to the fleet, and then ran ashore. It was a timely warning to the squadron, for during the day the vessels were fitted up with grapnel ropes, fire buckets, axes, and other appliances, with which to attack other of those fiery islands that might be set adrift by the enemy. The arrangements were scarcely completed, and the review made, when, about 10 o'clock at night, a brilliant fire appeared on the river, flaming out from a heavy, dense column of smoke, which rolled up and displayed another of the fiery pioneers of the rebel flotilla lying near the forts. It burned magnificently and made a splendid pyrotechnic display for the sailors, who were waiting impatiently to reach the grand magazine whence it issued. Signals were made, and in a few moments a vast crowd of boats were launched upon the waters and moved rapidly toward the island of fire. The Westfield came plowing her way up and plunged her prow into the blazing mass, at the same moment opening her steam pipes and pouring a heavy force of water into the hottest of the conflagration. Amid the steam and smoke and seething struggle of the flames, the men leaped upon the raft with their buckets and completely extinguished the fire. Then the blackened and smoking mass of logs was sent contemptuously adrift to follow its companion. The sailors of the mortar fleet enjoyed this amusement with the greatest zest, and pursued their work among the logs with laughter and enthusiastic cheering. When the floating monster had been sent blackened and smoking down the river, they retired to their various boats and slept soundly in preparation for the contest of the following day. On the mortar fleet, a portion of the day was given to the very singular duty of disguising the vessels. Large quantities of branches were cut from the forest trees on the banks of the river, which were bound with all their fresh leaves to the masts, rigging, and around the hulls. This was so adroitly done that from the distance it was impossible to distinguish the fleet from the groups of trees on the banks, thus concealing the position of the vessels entirely from the enemy. On the following morning, Good Friday, April 18th, at early dawn, the towing vessels of Commodore Porter's fleet took each 5 mortar boats, and proceeded up the river to their fighting station. The fleet thus in motion presented a splendid spectacle, the noble steamers leading a group of vessels, each embowered in green, as though some oasis of lofty trees had migrated from their forest home and were on an excursion to a distant shore. The larger numbers were anchored on the right bank of the river, while 5 were put in position on the left bank. At 9 o'clock precisely, and before all the mortar boats had taken their position, the rebels opened fire. It was instantly returned by the mortars, and the grandest naval engagement of the war, and one of the most memorable bombardments in the history of the world, commenced. For some time the fire of the forts fell short of the range, but after about an hour their shot passed over the vessels and fell harmless beyond the fleet. The mortar practiced for the first half-hour exhibited a similar defect, but the range was then obtained, and the bombs fell thick and fast over and around the entrenched foe. At 10 o'clock, the Iroquois, Cayuga, Scioto, and Wissahickon opened upon the forts with their 11-inch shells and 15-second fuses. The scene now became one of thrilling grandeur. The loud roar of the mortars as they hurled their immense projectiles into the air, the quick succession of guns from the warships, and the rapid discharges from the forts in reply, the flashes of fire, the clouds of smoke, as they rolled blackly together, filling the air, and the shells flying up to a great altitude, then penciling their arching line against the blue sky as they sped to their mark, passing and repassing in almost momentary rapidity, presented a spectacle awfully sublime. At times, 8 or 10 of the destructive missiles were to be seen rushing away on their errands of death and destruction at the same moment, sometimes exploding and scattering the fragments in wide circles over the water, throwing it up in a vast silver column, or on the shore plowing up the earth and sending soil and foliage in thick masses high into the air. The rebels diversified their operations during the day by again sending 2 immense fire rafts down the river, which would have occasioned much confusion among the fleet but for the precautions already taken, and the previous experience of the sailors in the reception of these pyrotechnic visitors. The sailors not employed at the guns were allowed to witness the contest from the yards and rigging of the vessels. As soon as the rafts appeared, they were called down from their places, manned the boats, and soon piloted these burning islands to the shore, where they were left to smolder away for the entertainment of the fleet. These rafts were now regarded as a side play. At 6 o'clock, Fort Jackson was reported to be on fire, and at 6:30 the Harriet Lane signaled the mortar boats to cease firing. 2 of these boats were struck during the day. The cabin of one was destroyed by a shot, and a ball plunged through the magazine of another, which sent her out of the action for an hour in order to make repairs. The men on board had been exhausted by their heavy labors, and when the night came, they were heartily glad to rest. A morning of serene beauty dawned upon the fleet, with a light southeast wind that gradually increased in volume till about 10 o'clock. Notwithstanding the breeze, the sun was warm, and heat sometimes oppressive. At 6:30 the mortar boats opened the bombardment. The fire at first was slow, and the vessels which were on the left bank of the river the day before, and placed in position on the other bank near the anchorage. At 7 o'clock, the gunboats Oneida, Panola, and Scioto were sent up to support and cover the mortar vessels, while the Wissahickon and Cayuga were relieved, having been on duty 24 hours. As soon as these vessels had opened fire, Fort Jackson replied from her casemate guns and kept up a very heavy fire. At 11:30 o'clock, a rifle shot went through the schooner Maria J. Carleton, and she sunk in about 20 minutes. Everything was saved from her except the mortar, and only 2 or 3 men were injured slightly by splinters. Just after the sinking of the M.J. Carleton, the gunboats Itasca and Kineo were ordered into close action, the Owasco being sent up by Captain Porter to assist. The firing now was frequent and terrific. Each moment it seemed as if some one of the boats must be sunk. The Oneida attracted much attention by her coolness and her heavy fire. At 2 o'clock she was struck twice, one 10-inch solid shot from a Columbiad striking a 32-pounder gun carriage and knocking off one of the trucks, and passing out of the ship on the port side. Shortly afterwards, another shot of the same description hit the forward part of the starboard after port, striking the carriage of an 11-inch pivot gun and then lodging on deck. This shot wounded 9 men, but none mortally. One poor fellow lost his left hand. The pivot gun of the Oneida was not injured, but the pivot rail was slightly damaged, and to repair it she hauled out of action. At about 3:30 o'clock, the firing from the forts began to slacken. At 4 o'clock, Fort Jackson was silent, and only the water battery and Fort St. Philip were at work. The mortar shells were falling all around the fort. One appeared to fall into the water battery soon afterward and silenced it. The gunboats were throwing shells with fine effect, the Kineo in particular. At 5 o'clock, General Butler and his staff went on board the Hartford to confer with Commodore Farragut, and at 6:30 the signal was given to discontinue the firing. A number of men were wounded during the day and were placed on board of the Canadienne to be conveyed to the hospital at Pilot Town down the river. Night closed around the fleet as it lay at its moorings. The mortar boats kept up the firing during the night at stated intervals, by divisions, and so continued until the morning of Sunday the 20th, when the contest was renewed on both sides, with the same zeal and industry as had marked the bombardment of the first 2 days. During the forenoon, a deserter from Fort Jackson came to the shore and hailed one of the mortar vessels. A boat was immediately dispatched to him, and he was taken on board the Harriet Lane, where he had an interview with Commodore Porter. He was a citizen of Pennsylvania, and reported that great execution had been done by the well-directed fire of the fleet. Commodore Farragut began to fear, from the protracted resistance of the forts, that they would hold out so long that the supply of shells and material of the fleet would become exhausted, and the enterprise result in a simple blockade. He therefore issued orders for running the forts at an early opportunity, and arranged the vessels in several divisions for this important undertaking, when the signal should be given to move. While passing the forts, Commodore Porter's mortar fleet were to engage the batteries, in order to distract and divide the fire of the forts. During the afternoon, Fort Jackson suspended its fire, but Fort St. Philip sent its iron messengers about the fleet in a perfect hail, without, however, doing much injury. After continuing this work for a short time, the fire was slackened and gradually fell off, a shot only being sent at long intervals. During the afternoon, preparations were made for removing the obstructions which the rebels had placed in the river. The principal of these was a strong and heavy iron chain thrown across the stream, supported by 6 or 8 vessels, which formed a line across from shore to shore. Beyond this battery and above the forts lay a fleet of 18 gunboats, and a monster ram called the Manassas, a massive and heavily mailed vessel, built expressly for running down and destroying any vessel that it might attack. About 2 o'clock, the expedition to accomplish this work started on its errand. The night was as dark as could be desired, and, closely watched by the fleet, the Itasca and Panola left their moorings to cut the chain, and if possible, destroy some of the vessels supporting it. At a given signal, the mortar vessels, which had been keeping up a slow fire, opened a tremendous volley of shell, presenting a spectacle which has seldom been witnessed in naval warfare. The sky was like a vast arch and conflagration from the explosions of the shells, which vaulted upwards and fell in a meteoric shower upon the forts. From 3 to 8 or 10 were in the air almost all the time, and the beauty and grandeur of this vast pyrotechnic display was heightened by the use of the Keystone signal lights. Dimly in the distance could be seen the Iroquois, Winona, and Kennebec, who were in the advance of the mortar fleet. A signal light was sent up from Fort Jackson, and both forts opened fire with all their heavy guns. An hour was spent in this manner, when the Panola sent a boat down to report that the chain was cut, and that the Itasca was ashore. The forts had slackened their fire, and there was good cause to fear that if she were not rescued before the moon rose, she would be captured by the rebels. Orders were immediately sent to the picket boats, which repaired to her aid, and although the project of blowing up some of the supporting schooners was not accomplished, the vessels all returned in safety, having cleared the river of its barrier. The mortar fleet then subsided into the accustomed routine of a bombshell at regular intervals, to prove to the rebels at the forts that their visitors were at the post of duty. At 2 o'clock on Monday morning, the 21st, the moon rose clear and beautiful, lighting up the entire scene. It was the 4th day of the bombardment, and with accustomed promptitude the entertainment of the day commenced with a fire raft, sent down the river from Fort Jackson, larger and more formidable than any that had preceded it. The current was running swiftly, the wind was fresh, and the blazing mass sped fiercely over its watery pathway. It burned with terrific fury, a high wind sweeping its flames back in fiery banners, while the pine knots, crackling and roaring, sent their forked flames leaping like tongues of fire through the dense column of smoke which rolled its huge black pall against the azure of the sky, as it floated past the fleet, scattering a storm of harmless fire on the water. The mortar boats took it in charge, and the men fell to work extinguishing the flames. When this was done, it was towed ashore to keep company with its forerunners, a harmless, charred mass of timbers. During the day the bombardment was continued. The forts, for a time, responded with more determination even than they had previously exhibited. Attempts were made by the rebels to repair the massive fragments of the chain, and to destroy one of the Federal vessels by a submarine torpedo, but without success. The 5th day proved like the others, but it became apparent that the crisis of the contest was approaching. The mortar boats continued their usual practice during the night, and on the return of day, Wednesday, the 23rd, renewed the severer labors of the bombardment. There was an ominous silence on the part of the forts. The lookouts at the mastheads reported that the shells were doing their work at Fort St. Philip, and that there were 12 steamers in sight. The forts maintained profound silence during the day, and this circumstance occasioned much discussion on the Federal vessels. On consideration, it was determined that the time had come to hazard an attempt to run the forts, destroy the rebel fleet, and ascend to New Orleans. The Itasca was selected as the picket boat, to advance and ascertain whether the chain had been repaired, and the fleet of ships and gunboats was alive with enthusiasm and excitement at the prospect of running the gauntlet of fire which would be opened on either side when their desperate attempt became known. Not only were the two forts to be passed, but the rebel fleet, with its monster of destruction, the Manassas, and the fire rafts which would be let loose upon them, to spread conflagration and death in their most fearful forms, while a foe desperate with energy and hate was working the formidable engines of destruction. At 11 p.m., the Itasca signaled that the chain was clear. Everything was quiet around the fleet, save the hissing of the steam as it escaped from the boilers. The night was moderately dark, and a gentle southerly wind made the weather rather hazy. The mortar vessels kept up an incessant roar, and bright globes ascended high aloft to curve downward in fury at the forts. The 2nd Division, under Captain Bailey, of the Colorado, formed on the left bank of the river, while the 3rd Division was in the center of the lines, the 1st Division lying on the right bank of the river. The fleet was to sail in the following order. 1st Division, Flag Officer Farragut commanding, Hartford, Brooklyn, Richmond. 2nd Division, Captain Bailey commanding, Cayuga, Pensacola, Mississippi, Oneida, Varuna, Catadine, Kineo, Wissahickon, Portsmouth, towed by J.P. Jackson. 3rd Division, Captain Bell commanding, Scioto, Iroquois, Panola, Itasca, Winona, Kennebec. At 1 o'clock, all hands were called, hammocks stowed, and everything put in readiness to weigh. At 2 o'clock on the morning of the 24th, red lights at the peak of the Hartford announced the time to get under way. At 3 o'clock, the moon rose, and a silvery path was marked out on the swift waters of the river, so soon to be the scene of one of the grandest naval fights known to history. The moon had lifted itself above the horizon just 30 minutes when the fleet sailed in order for the battleground. In the dim distance could be seen the signal fires of the enemy, built to light up the river and reveal the position of the fleet. At precisely 20 minutes of 4 o'clock, the enemy opened fire from Fort St. Philip. At that moment, the Star-Spangled Banner was hoisted at the peak of the Hartford. Full speed was given to the ship. The engineers performed their duty nobly, and on she went, as it were, into the jaws of death. At the time the enemy opened fire, the mortar vessels went to work, and the rapidity with which they threw shells at the enemy was terrific. At 5 minutes to 4 o'clock, the bow gun of the Hartford belched forth fire and smoke, and a messenger, in the shape of a 9-inch shell, was sent to Fort Jackson. In a few minutes more, the broadside firing was commenced. Both forts were replying as fast as they could. Broadside after broadside was delivered to them in rapid succession, while the mortar vessels lent their aid to make the scene one of wonderful grandeur. A scene like this has probably never been witnessed. Steadily, the vessels steamed on, the forts firing rifle shot and shell, 10-inch columbiads, 42, 32, and 24-pounder balls, while the 13 steamers of the enemy and the floating battery Louisiana were pouring into and around the fleet, a storm of iron perfectly indescribable. Not satisfied with this, one fire raft after another was kindled and set adrift to do their fiery work. The ram was busy trying to force them under the bows of the Federal vessels. One of them approached the Hartford, when Captain Broome opened on her with 2 9-inch guns. An explosion, a loud burst of terrific cries and wails, a careen, and the rebel steamer, with its wretched multitude of victims, plunged beneath the waters and disappeared from view. The rebel vessels were crowded with troops who fired volleys of rifle balls, most of which did no harm. Their steamers were bold and fearless, but no sooner did they come in sight of our gunners than they were sunk. The Varuna sunk 6 of them, one after another. In the midst of this awful scene, a tremendous fire raft came down the river, and the ram shoved her underneath the port quarter of the Hartford. The flames caught her rigging inside, and for a moment it seemed as though the flagship must fall a prey to the flames. A fire was also burning on the berth deck. The fire hose was on hand, and the crew soon subdued the flames and gave the ram a return of rifle shell. She, however, returned to the onset, and when some other vessel assaulted her, she hauled off. During this stage of affairs, the Hartford grounded, and her fate seemed to be sealed, But the men worked splendidly, and the engineers soon got the ship astern and afloat. The scene of the engagement at this time almost defies the power of description. The river and the banks were one sheet of flame, and the messengers of death were moving with lightning swiftness in all directions. Steadily the Federal fleet poured upon the enemy their shell and grape, interspersed with shrapnel. The rebel boats were fast being riddled by well-directed broadsides, and their commanders were also able to make for the shore to run them on the bank and save their lives. Some were on fire, and others were sinking. The crews of the Union fleet broke out in frequent cheers as they saw the havoc that was made, and the retreat of the rebel vessels. The flagship had been on fire 3 times and was riddled from stern to stern. The cabin was completely shattered, the starboard steerage torn up, and the armory severely damaged. After being under a terrific fire for 1 hour and 20 minutes, the Federal vessels passed the forts. The flagship was badly cut up with a shot through the mainmast, 2 in the stern and several through her. Language cannot give an adequate idea of the engagement. Wrapped up in smoke, shot, and shell were whistling around, above, before, and in the rear. Flames from fire rafts encircling the ships, splinters flying in all directions, shells bursting overhead, while the roar and booming of the guns rolled almost incessantly, and made the contest as destructive as it was terrible. So effective had been the work of the fleet that at 5:30 no less than 11 rebel steamers were in flames along each side of the river. The Federal vessels steamed up to the Quarantine to anchor when the Manassas made her appearance and saucily fired at the Richmond. The Mississippi, being near at hand, put about for the ram with the intention of running her down. The Manassas endeavored to elude the attack, but finding the Mississippi gaining on her, ran into the bank of the river, and immediately about 30 men came up out of the hatch and went on shore. The Mississippi fired 2 or 3 broadsides into her and boarded her, but finding that she was of no importance, again fired into her, and she drifted down the river, sinking very fast. Besides the ram, the rebels had a heavy floating battery called the Louisiana, which carried 8 large guns, and which occasioned a good deal of annoyance, although, to use the language of the Charleston Mercury, it was a complete failure. In addition to this, they had an immense steam ram called the Mississippi, which had just been launched, but which was then unfinished. She was a propeller with 3 screws and 6 engines, and to be mounted with 20 guns of the largest caliber. She was twice as large and powerful as the Merrimac, and without a gun would have been almost sufficient to have run down the Federal fleet. There was, however, about 40 days' work required to complete her, and to prevent her falling into the hands of the victors, she was scuttled, set on fire, and sunk. At 6 a.m., the Varuna, Commander Boggs, was attacked by the Morgan, ironclad about the bow, commanded by Beverly Kenyon, an ex-naval officer. This vessel raked her along the port gangway, killing 4 and wounding 9 of the crew, butting the Varuna on the quarter and again on the starboard side. 3 3-inch shells were fired into her abaft her armor, also several shot from the after rifled gun, when she dropped out of action, partially disabled. While still engaged with her, another rebel steamer, ironclad, with a prow under water, struck the Varuna in the port gangway, doing considerable damage. The Varuna's shot glanced from her bow. She backed off for another blow and struck again in the same place, crushing in the side. But by going ahead fast, the concussion drew her bow around, and the Varuna was able, with the port guns to give her, while close alongside, 5 8-inch shells abaft her armor. This settled her and drove her ashore in flames. Finding the Varuna sinking, she was run into the bank when they let go her anchor and tied her up to the trees. During all this time, the guns were actively at work, crippling the Morgan, which was making feeble efforts to get up steam. The fire was kept up until the water was over the gun trucks, when attention was turned to getting the wounded and the crew out of the vessel. The Oneida, Captain Lee, seeing the condition of the Varuna, had rushed to her assistance, but was not needed, and the Morgan surrendered to her, having over 50 of her crew killed and wounded. She was set on fire by her commander. In 15 minutes from the time the Varuna was struck, she was on the bottom, with only her topgallant forecastle out of water. The officers and crew lost everything they possessed, no one thinking of leaving his station until driven thence by water. The Federal vessels made their rendezvous at the Quarantine, some miles above the forts, and took possession of the camp of the Chalmette regiment of rebel sharpshooters, some of whom escaped, while the others surrendered and were paroled. The officers were taken to the flagship and paroled. The wounded men of the various ships were now carefully attended to. The heroic dead who had fallen in defense of their flag were taken ashore and laid in their last resting place, in a manner worthy of the cause in which they had shed their blood, and the national flag was left floating over their graves. The Federal loss was 30 killed and 120 wounded. The loss of the rebels was very severe, some of the estimates making it as high as 800 or 1,000 in killed and wounded. The surrender of the forts. When the fleet started in its attempt to pass the forts, the mortar vessels opened a tremendous fire, which was continued until 5 o'clock, when they were signaled to cease. During the forenoon, Commodore Porter dispatched Captain Grant in the Owasco with a flag of truce to demand the surrender of the forts. The vessel approached Fort St. Philip to within about a mile, when the batteries were opened upon her and 5 shots were fired, upon which she withdrew. The flag of truce was hauled down, but soon afterwards a boat flying a flag of truce at her bows and the secession flag at her stern approached, and Captain Grant went out and held a conference with the rebel officer. He offered an apology on behalf of his superior officer for the unintentional firing upon the flag of truce, declaring that its color had not been seen and could not be distinguished in the distance. He then returned to the fort, and the bombs again commenced their thunders, which lasted until Commodore Porter ordered the fleet down the river. On the 25th, Commodore Porter sent 6 of the mortar vessels to guard the bayous in the rear of Fort Jackson, when 3 of them, the Henry James, Kittatinny, and George W. Merriam, on the 26th, drifted off to Fort Livingston, a stronghold of the rebels, guarding one of the passages. There was a flag of truce flying on the fort, and on boats being sent ashore. They found the place deserted by all except several men, women, and children who resided on the island. The Federals found 11 32-pounders, 3 12-pound howitzers, 2 24-pounders, 1 8-inch Columbiad, 1 80-pound rifled cannon, 1,000 32-pound shot, and other articles of minor importance. The fort was in good condition with all its property. It was left in charge of Acting Master Tamson of the U.S. Navy. On the 28th, Lieutenant Colonel Higgins, commanding the forts, sent a communication to the Commodore offering to surrender. The Harriet Lane flagship accordingly steamed up to the forts and received the commander on board when the articles of capitulation were drawn up and signed. Not to prolong the contest by very exacting terms, Commodore Porter received the forts and property, and allowed Brigadier General Duncan, commander of coast defenses, and Lieutenant Colonel Higgins, commanding the forts, to retain their sidearms under parole. The other officers and privates were to retire on parole, giving up all arms and accoutrements, the United States to transport the men from the forts. 3 steamers of the rebel fleet remained and were under the direction of Commander J.K. Mitchell. Lieutenant Colonel Higgins said he had no command over them and was not responsible for their conduct. While the flag of truce was up and the capitulation was under conference, they towed the iron floating battery, Louisiana, to a place above the forts, set it on fire, and turned it adrift upon the Federal fleet. The guns, soon becoming heated, began to discharge, throwing their shot around the river, and in a little while the battery itself exploded with terrific report, scattering the fragments all over the river and wounding one of their own men in Fort St. Philip. As soon as the terms of capitulation concluded and signed, Commodore Porter started for the rebel fleet. 1 vessel had been sunk by the Federal guns during the consultation, and another was taken by the Commodore. He immediately put the officers in close confinement for the attempt to blow up the Federal vessels while under the flag of truce. While the reduction and surrender of the forts was effected apparently by the fleet, it was evident that they could have held out in defiance of the bombardment for an indefinite period. The successful passage of the gunboat fleet threw an immense force above the forts, while a competent force remained below. In addition to this, General Butler had succeeded in finding a passage for a portion of his land forces through the channels in the rear of Fort St. Philip, and thus threatened the forts in a direction where they were easily vulnerable. Under these circumstances, a considerable part of the garrison revolted on the night of the 27th and refused to serve and demanded a surrender, because defense was no longer of the least service to their main purpose, that of defending the approach to the city. The discontented part of the troops, about 200 in number, were permitted to leave the fort, and they proceeded to the quarantine and gave themselves up to General Butler. This timely cooperation of General Butler led to the decision of the commander, and on the following morning the capitulation was completed, and the national flag was restored to the walls of Forts Jackson and St. Philip. The forts were placed in command of General Phelps. Fort Jackson suffered most from the bombardment, the chief object being to compel its surrender, Commodore Porter knowing that the other would inevitably follow. Nearly 8,000 shells and round shot were thrown from the Federal fleet, of which more than 2,000 fell into or exploded over the forts. More than 1,100 were counted on the ground near the forts, lying around after the capture. The occupation of New Orleans. At 11 o'clock a.m. on the 24th, the flagship raised her anchor and led the way up the river toward New Orleans. Commander Farragut had been apprised of the obstacles which he would meet, and was therefore prepared to encounter them. There was no occurrences of moment on the way up the river, except the demonstrations of joy or of opposition made by the people, according to their loyal or disloyal sympathies. Boats loaded with cotton were burnt or burning along the river as they passed, and fragments of the Mississippi battery floated down the stream. At about the same hour of the next day, the fleet reached two forts, one on either side of the river about 2 miles below the city, known as the Chalmette batteries, which had no flags flying. At 11 o'clock, they opened on the Cayuga, which was then in the advance. After a short time spent in firing the bow guns, the Hartford poured a terrific broadside, which appeared to be very destructive. Other discharges followed from other vessels, and the garrison abandoned the works without hoisting a flag. The guns being silenced and the forts evacuated, the fleet passed on and came to anchor opposite the city about 1 o'clock. The river was filled with vessels on fire, and along the levee, cotton, stores, and other property were wantonly burned, filling the atmosphere with suffocating smoke and adding to the heat of the day. Vast amounts of property were thus destroyed. On shore and on the wharves, the people hastened to and fro, some cheering for Jefferson Davis and the Confederacy, Beauregard and others, while some of the more exulting loyalists cheered for the Union and the old flag. At 2 o'clock, Commodore Farragut sent Captain Bailey on shore to communicate with the authorities and demand the surrender of the city. He started with a flag of truce, and on reaching the levee was greeted with curses by the mob. With some difficulty he reached the city hall, with the officer who accompanied him, and there found the mayor, city council, and General Lovell, the commander of the rebel forces in the city. New Orleans being under martial law, the civil authorities could do nothing, and General Lovell declared he would never surrender it. He was informed that the city was then in the power of the federal fleet, and the responsibility of any suffering or destruction that might follow his obstinate determination must rest with him. If no resistance were made, nothing would be injured. General Lovell then agreed to evacuate the city and restore it to the control of the civil authorities. Captain Bailey and Lieutenant Perkins entered a carriage and returned to their boats. Just before they reached the levee, the new ram Mississippi, already mentioned, floated down the river wrapped in flames. The rebels had attempted to tow her up the river, but finding some of the federal vessels on the alert in pursuit, they set her on fire. 2 or 3 other similar vessels, partly built, were in the shipyards of the city and Algiers, on the other side of the river, which were also destroyed. When the news of the passage of the forts by the federal fleet had been telegraphed to the city, the popular excitement was unbounded. Under apprehension that the city would be pillaged and given up to the violence of a body of northern desperadoes, the mob, led on by some of the most bitter secessionists, were anxious to fire the public buildings and reduce the city to ruin in advance. But other counsels prevailed, and they were fortunately restrained from the commission of these atrocities. On the following morning, the 26th, at 6:30 o'clock, the mayor sent his secretary-in-chief of police to seek the Commodore, informing him that he would call a meeting of the council at 10 o'clock. Commodore Farragut replied to the message of the mayor, and sent him a formal demand for the unqualified surrender of the city. The council met, and on hearing a message from the mayor, John T. Monroe, that body adopted resolutions in accordance with the message, and the mayor made a reply to the Commodore, stating that the city was subject to his power. Both the message of the mayor and his reply to Commodore Farragut breathed a spirit of bold defiance to the federal authority, declaring that they submitted only to stern necessity and that they still maintained their allegiance to the Confederate States. At 10 o'clock, 2 officers were sent on shore with a body of Marines to raise the flag on the Custom House, but the protest of the mayor was so urgent, under the apprehension that the mob would resist this attempt to plant the old flag in its rightful place, that the Commodore deemed it advisable to recall the order. About the same time, the Pensacola sent a boat to raise the flag on the Mint. A general order for a Thanksgiving service at 11 o'clock on shipboard had been issued for the success of the expedition, and while thus engaged, the Stars and Stripes were torn down by a mob. The Pensacola fired a howitzer, killing 1 man, which occasioned intense excitement. On the surrender of the forts, General Butler hastened with his forces to the city, where he arrived with his transports on the afternoon of the 28th. On the morning of the 29th, Pierre Soulet, one of the most prominent men of New Orleans, visited the Commodore for the purpose of a private interview. Soon after he left the ship, the Marines of the fleet went ashore in small boats to raise the flag on the customs house and post office. 2 howitzers were in the company to assist, if necessary, in maintaining order. The duty of hauling down the state flag of Louisiana and replacing it with the national emblem was assigned to Commander H. H. Bell. When the boats reached the levee, the men formed a line of march and proceeded to the custom house, where the stars and stripes were once more flung to the southern breeze. After leaving the custom house, they proceeded to City Hall, where Captain Bell generously yielded the distinction of raising the flag to George Russell, a boatswain's mate of the Hartford, who had won general approbation by his heroic conduct. General Butler established his headquarters in the city, proclaimed martial law, and commenced his administration without opposition. With this peaceful and successful result was crowned one of the most brilliant achievements in naval history. End of section 43. Section 44 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. The Evacuation of Yorktown, Battle of Williamsburg, and Battle of West Point, Virginia. The Evacuation of Yorktown, May 4th, 1862. As the month of April was passing away, dispatches from the peninsula gave assurances that the 2 great armies now confronting each other before Yorktown would, in a few days, be compelled to test their relative strength in a general engagement, should neither, meantime, voluntarily abandon the position. The daily bulletin of casualties gave evidence of closer and more sanguinary contests among the working or reconnoitering parties, or from the batteries erected on new parallels of rugged embankments springing up daily in closer proximity. A most arduous portion of the soldiers' labor during the siege is thus graphically described. Working in the trenches. A working party is detailed for night duty. With muskets slung on their backs and shovels and picks on their shoulders, they proceed to the selected ground. The white tape marks the line of excavation. The dark lanterns are faced to the rear. The muskets are carefully laid aside. The shovels are in hand, and each man silently commences to dig. Not a word is spoken. Not one spade clicks against another. Each man first digs a hole large enough to cover himself. He then turns and digs to his right-hand neighbor. Then the ditch deepens and widens, and the parapet rises. Yet all is silent. The relief comes, and the weary ones retire. The words and jests of the enemy are often heard, while no noise from the men disturbs the stillness, save the dull rattle of the earth as each spadeful is thrown to the top. At daylight, a long line of earthworks, affording complete protection, greets the astonished eyes of the enemy, while the sharpshooter's bullets whisper terror to his ears. On the 2nd of May, the rebels opened fire from an immense gun mounted on a pivot at a corner of the main fort on the heights of Yorktown, which inflicted serious injury on the Federals, who replied with much spirit from their No. 1 battery, mounting 1 and 2 100-pounder Parrott guns. On the 23rd discharge of the enemy's gun, it burst into 1,000 pieces, tearing up the parapet and making fearful havoc among the immense crowd surrounding it. The Federal guns on No. 1 battery were then brought to bear on the rebel works at Yorktown and Gloucester, and on their shipping, with marked effect, to which they were unable to reply. From the 1st to the 4th of May, the Confederate army evacuated Yorktown, without awaking the suspicions of the besiegers, making a safe retreat with all their field artillery and most of their stores. 80 heavy guns at Yorktown and Gloucester, with large quantities of ordnance stores, fell into possession of the Federals, who occupied the rebel ramparts on the morning of the 4th. On the same day, the iron battery Merrimac made her appearance off Sewell's Point, and the Federal gunboats availed themselves of the opportunity to go up the York River, convoying a portion of the army transports, with the design of intercepting the retreating enemy, while most of the cavalry and horse artillery, followed by the infantry, started in immediate pursuit by land. When within 2.5 miles of Williamsburg at 2 o'clock on May 4th, General Stoneman's advance came up with the enemy, who threw out a body of cavalry to check the pursuit. Captain Gibbon's battery was brought to bear on the horsemen, who, on their approach, were met by a charge of the 1st and 6th Regular Cavalry, who drove them back, capturing 25 of their number. 2 of the Federals were killed and about 20 wounded, and 20 of Captain Gibbon's horses were killed. The Battle of Williamsburg, May 5th, 1862. The evacuation of Yorktown, which occupied several days, was completed on the morning of Sunday the 4th of May, the main body of the retreating rebels taking the principal road through Williamsburg, and smaller portions of the army passing along the road near the banks of the York River. A line of entrenchments had been run about 2.5 miles from Williamsburg and became the scene of a fiercely contested engagement on May 5th. The rebel forces had succeeded in passing through the city and left a force of about 5,000 men to engage and retard the advance of the Union Army. The approach to Williamsburg from the lower part of the peninsula is by 2 roads, one on the James River side from Warwick Courthouse, and the other from Yorktown on the York River side. Both these roads lead through a dense forest, broken only by occasional openings, and over alternate soils of sand, reddish clay, and swamp. The heavy rains had saturated the soil, and the retreat of the rebels, with their ponderous trains, had cut the roads up to an extent that made them almost impassable. In very many places where they led over swampy ground, horses and wagons would sink together, and other teams were necessary to draw them out and place them upon soil that was firm only by comparison. This was the general character of both these roads. They gradually approach each other through the forest and meet at a sharp angle about 40 rods beyond the edge of the forest, in a large open plain, which stretches away on either side and lies directly in front of the village of Williamsburg at a distance of about 2 miles. Beyond this intersection of the 2 roads, and directly ahead, was a long earthwork some 100 rods in advance, called Fort Page, also called Fort Magruder, commanding with its guns and infantry who were concealed behind its walls, both these converging roads. Looking to the right, the eye ranges over a broad open field, stretching a mile or more away, with a rolling surface, backed by a swamp, and dotted with 5 separate earthworks, placed to command the plain in advance and concentrate their crossfire upon the troops approaching by the roads. Looking to the left, there are 3 other works of a similar character, commanding the approaches on that side. Here the woods came closer up to the road, and for a space of some 20 or 30 acres lying along the James River Road, the trees had been cut down, and the ground in part had been filled in with rifle pits. As soon as the evacuation of Yorktown was ascertained, on Sunday morning General Stoneman, with several regiments of cavalry, followed by light field batteries, including horse artillery, started in pursuit of the enemy. About noon, General Hooker's division left the camp in front of Yorktown, followed by General Kearney's division, both belonging to General Heintzelman's corps, and marched toward Williamsburg to support General Stoneman and assist him in cutting off the enemy's retreat. The cavalry followed close upon the rear guard of the enemy, and during the day there was occasional skirmishing between them. After having advanced about 6 miles, the cavalry halted to await the arrival of the infantry. The divisions of Generals Smith and Hooker met at a crossing of the roads, and continued on their routes, and met again at the junction below Fort Page. It was now late in the day, and General Sumner, who desired to engage the enemy, was compelled to defer an attack until the morning. The troops bivouacked at night in the best positions they could secure. General Hooker's division was in front of the center of the enemy's works. General Smith's infantry and General Stoneman's artillery and cavalry were on the right. Generals Kearney and Couch had also come up and halted in the rear, while other divisions took position where they could be disposed to the best advantage. Rain had fallen almost constantly during the day, and now a stormy night drew its dark mantle over them, while the wearied army lay upon the wet earth and sought repose. Early on the following morning, the 5th, the troops commenced their march, and soon came up to the point where the road passes out of the woods into the open plains before the fort. The first who came up formed a part of General Hooker's division. As they advanced from the James River Road to the opening, they were greeted with a storm of balls and grape from the bastion, and as the men were deployed in the woods and attempted to pass over the fallen timber, they were met by a heavy fire from the rebel infantry close in front, concealed in their rifle pits or behind the trees. General Hooker ordered up Bromhall's battery, but just as it left the woods and was coming out into the open ground, the wheels stuck fast in the deep clay mire, in which the horses vainly floundered in the effort to draw them out. The rebels had pushed their infantry into the woods on their right, and were pouring deadly volleys into the ranks of the Federal troops, which compelled them to retire. One gun was abandoned. General Hooker's men struggled nobly against the terrible disadvantages under which they were fighting, for the rebels, seeing the progress they were making, sent back for reinforcements, and they increased during the day until not less than 25,000 of their troops turned back from their retreat. As the enemy gradually augmented in number, the fight became more severe and was hotly contested on both sides. General Hooker had resolved to maintain his position. General Grover's brigade, the 1st, 11th, and 16th Massachusetts, and 2nd New Hampshire, was on the left. General Sickles' brigade, the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th Excelsior of New York, and General Pattinson's New Jersey brigade, the 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th, occupied positions nearer the right of the column. Near these were Company H, United States 1st Artillery, Captain Bramhall, and Company O, New York Volunteer Artillery, Captain Smith. These regiments took their positions along the edge of the woods, and the artillery opened on the forts, when the struggle became general along nearly the whole line. At an early period of the battle, it was perceived that the enemy was endeavoring to turn the left of the Federal line, when a part of the 1st and 11th Massachusetts were ordered forward to anticipate and prevent the movement. While the 11th was engaged at a point about 50 yards from the enemy, a rebel officer displayed a white flag and shouted, "Don't fire on your friends." Colonel Blaisdell immediately ordered his men to cease firing, and Michael Doherty, a private of Company A, stepped forward to meet the flag, upon which the officer called out to his men, "Now, give it to them." The command was immediately obeyed, and a heavy fire was poured into the regiment, by which a number of men were cut down. Doherty fell among the rest, but he fired his piece at the dastardly officer, who fell dead upon the spot. The 1st Massachusetts remained at its post, doing severe execution among the enemy until all its ammunition had been expended, when it was relieved by the 72nd New York, Lieutenant Colonel Moses, which was in turn relieved by the 70th New York, Colonel Dwight, who was also aided by a portion of the 2nd New Hampshire. The reinforcements of the enemy were pouring in, and added continually to the severity of the struggle. Colonel Moses was ordered to the front for the purpose of silencing a battery on the left. He was soon confronted with a most murderous fire, when he was relieved by the 70th New York. The rebel regiments in front were reinforced by another, and soon successfully engaged. Colonel Dwight was slightly wounded in the leg, and Colonel Farnham, being severely wounded, was carried to the rear. The regiment fought with determined bravery against superior numbers, when Colonel Dwight ordered a charge through the fallen timber. The soldiers, with invigorating cheers, advanced upon the rebels, and with irresistible ardor put them to flight. The regiment had its position till its ammunition was exhausted, and then supplied themselves from the cartridge boxes of their dead and wounded comrades. On came the rebel reinforcements. Massive and determined columns pressed forward, and at last the helpless regiment, which had expended all its ammunition, was pressed vigorously by the enemy, and Colonel Dwight and many of his men were taken prisoners. They were carried to Williamsburg, where they were rescued the next day, when the Federal army reached that city. The heroism of this regiment may be seen from the fact that out of 33 commissioned officers who went into the action, no less than 22 were killed or wounded. The engagement had now become one of grand proportions. 2 regiments of the New Jersey Brigade were conducted by General Patterson to the front to assist in repelling another attempt of the enemy to turn the Federal left. They occupied the heavy timber which interrupted the view of the enemy's works. When they advanced, they were also met by fresh regiments of the enemy, and for a time the advantage alternated between the contending forces, and the tide of battle was seen to ebb and flow on either side, uncertain as to the issue. The forces of the enemy suffered severely, as well as the Federals, who delivered their fire while lying upon the ground. Just then Colonel Johnson came up with the 8th New Jersey in time to check the flanking movement of the enemy, which was rapidly reaching round to the left. Again, the orders of the rebel officers, to the front and rear, were heard, and again the surging columns of the foe were met and driven back. In this position, for nearly 5 hours, the New Jersey Brigade stood upon the fire of superior numbers, and with all the coolness and determination of veterans, resisted the advance of the enemy. At a late hour in the day, the arrival of fresh troops relieved them from the ground they had disputed with such undaunted courage. Generals Heintzelman and Sumner united their commands toward the right, on the line of the Yorktown road. General Hooker, finding himself so severely pressed, sent to General Heintzelman for reinforcements, but he was away, and the message was read and returned to General Hooker by General Sumner, who endorsed it, quote, "opened and read by the senior officer on the field," end quote. After some time spent in painful suspense by General Hooker, he was cheered by the arrival of General Peck with his brigade, forming the advance of General Couch's division, which arrived on the ground at 1 o'clock. Having marched up from Lee's Mills, 10 or 12 miles that morning, in the midst of a pouring rain, and through mud ankle-deep. General Hooker being sorely pressed, the men were marched at once into the field, taking a position on his right, in the center of the army, where they were at once exposed to the full force of the enemy's fire. For 2 hours they held their position against terrible odds. Twice they were driven back, and twice they rallied again and recovered their ground. When the brigade first reached the field, the 102nd Pennsylvania advanced to the front, delivered its fire, and fell back, giving place to the 98th Pennsylvania, which held the ground until the 102nd rallied, and the two maintained the position. The 55th New York, de Trobriand's waves, came up on the left and then retired, while the 62nd New York held the rebels in check, and the 102nd and 98th Pennsylvania delivered a crossfire. The 55th then formed a new line of battle and advanced to the support of the 62nd, and the 93rd Pennsylvania came up and opened fire on a battery commanding the road, until the rebels were driven back at all points. The Federal reinforcements were at last coming up to the scene of action. Urgent requests for aid had been sent to the rear, and Governor Sprague rode back from the field to Yorktown to report the facts to General McClellan and urge forward the requisite assistance. In the meantime, General Kearney, with his division, a part of General Heintzelman's corps, had received orders from him to press on with the utmost haste, which was done. He arrived, closely followed by General Barry, with his brigade, when they took a position on the extreme left in order to prevent flanking by the enemy. The 3rd Michigan was ordered to the left as a support, while General Barry moved forward with the remaining regiments, arriving on the ground at about 2:30 p.m. The 5th Michigan, Colonel Terry, proceeded to the left of the road, in front of some fallen timber and the rifle pits, while the 37th New York, Colonel Hayman, went still further to the left. The 2nd Michigan occupied a position on the right of the road. As soon as these arrangements were completed, an order was given for the troops under General Barry to advance and charge, which they did in a splendid manner, driving the enemy entirely out of the timber. At this charge, the enemy lost 63 men killed. The rebels, being posted in the rifle pits, caused the Federal troops much annoyance. The 5th Michigan, however, soon compelled them to retreat, although it lost a great many of its men in the effort. The enemy had the advantage of protection, while the Union men were obliged to expose themselves in bold relief. The Federal bullets could not penetrate the earthworks around the rifle pits, and the only way to drive the enemy out was to make a bayonet charge. This charge was made in splendid style by the 5th Michigan in front and the 37th New York at the left, the men pushing up on the pits near enough to bayonet the riflemen behind them. By this charge, considerable loss was occasioned on both sides. When General Kearney's troops were coming into action, they met the lengthened files of General Hooker's wounded being carried to the rear. The shrieks of the lacerated and bleeding soldiers, who had been fighting so long and so well, pierced the air, and this, joined to the mud and rain and the exhaustion of those who had come several miles on a forced march, was not calculated to produce a favorable impression on them as they were going into action. General Heintzelman, however, ordered several of the bands to strike up national and martial airs, and when the strains of these familiar tunes reached the ears of the wounded, their cheers mingled with those of the soldiers who were just rushing into battle. The effect was wonderful on the other side, for some of the prisoners state that when they heard the band strike up the Star-Spangled Banner, followed by that enthusiastic cheer, they knew that victory would be ours. The 3rd and 4th Maine regiments, having been detached from General Birney's brigade and temporarily assigned to General Emory, General Birney came forward with the 2 remaining regiments, the 38th New York, Colonel J.H. Ward, and the 40th New York, Colonel Riley. These were deployed to the right of the Hampton Road, and, like those under General Barry on the left, relieved fragments of regiments which had borne the brunt of the battle since its commencement. All this time the rebel artillery was sending a rapid fire into the Federal ranks. The 38th New York Regiment was ordered to charge down the road and take the enemy's rifle pits in front by the flank. Colonel Ward led 7 companies of his regiment in this most brilliant and successful charge. The other 3 companies, under Lieutenant Colonel Strong, were doing efficient service in an adjacent portion of the field. The battle had now been raging uninterruptedly from an early hour in the morning, and seemed at last to be checked by the heroic conduct and successful charge of General Kearney's troops. The extreme left was still heavily pressed, however, by the obstinate force of the rebels in that part of the line. To General Hancock was entrusted the most dangerous, boldest maneuver of the day. He passed with his brigade, the 5th Wisconsin, Colonel Cobb, the 6th Maine, Colonel Burnham, the 49th Pennsylvania, Colonel Lowry, the 7th Maine, Colonel Mason, and the 33rd New York, Colonel R.F. Taylor, supported by Lieutenant Cowan's and Captain Wheeler's batteries, to the right, for a mile parallel to the front, but completely hidden by the forest. Thence across a 50-acre heath edged with timber, north to the extreme left of the enemy's line of works. At this point, the rebels had dammed a creek which empties into the York River, and straight across the narrow causeway frowned an earthwork, which looked imposing as a castle from its commanding position on the opposite hill. General Hancock found this singular defense deserted, but it was with caution his skirmishers ventured across the dam and planted the Federal flag on the parapet, 50 feet above the watermark. Then the whole force went over it double quick, turned to the left, and followed a narrow, dangerous road, a gorge cut in the hillside by the pond, till it emerged in turn from the east on the open battlefield. A splendid picture met the eye. 2 miles distant, Hooker was fighting the rebels on the other side of Fort Page. From the latter point, the rebel artillery was playing upon his lines. Between Hancock and the fort were 2 lesser works at intervals of half a mile. Their garrisons quickly retreated on seeing him, and retired on the main force, the movement before practiced on the left, and one which plainly indicated that the rebel force was too small to hold the line. But it was also evident from the determined stand made in and near Fort Page that the rear guard was under orders to make a desperate maintenance of its position. Although Hancock had a regiment with him besides his own, yet his force was scarcely 5,000 all told and totally separated from the main body. If overpowered in front, retreat would be utterly impossible through the narrow gorge behind them. General Keyes appeared on the field at this moment, and told General Hancock that he did not visit him to assume the command as ranking officer, but to see him, Hancock, carry the left. General Keyes at once sent back for a support of cavalry and artillery. This was about 1 o'clock in the afternoon. For some reason, General Sumner omitted ordering the reinforcements forward. A regiment was soon in the enemy's deserted works, No. 3 from York River. The old flag was raised with wild cheers from its parapet, and 8 cannon were quickly unlimbered in the field beyond. A smaller intermediate outwork was still held between this and Fort Magruder. In front of it, a line of rebel skirmishers deployed, but were quickly dispersed and forced to retire. In 5 minutes, the Union guns were playing, some on the great fort at 600 yards distance, the rest on the woods to the north, through which the rebels were retreating on their main body. Just then the clouds broke away in the west, and a flood of light came in upon the whole panorama. Nothing could be more beautiful and inspiring. The deserted rebel forts surmounted with Federal colors, Hancock's infantry awaiting orders in the battle line, a signal officer waving to the center his flag signals from the parapet of work No. 3, the long fire-belching, smoke-canopied curve of Fort Page in the distance, still further beyond, white flashes and huge clouds of smoke appearing from Hooker's battleground on the left, of whose desperate contest the stunning roll of musketry and the roar of cannon gave true token. All these combined formed a broad battle picture worthy of Varney. Wheeler's artillery fired with precision and rapidity for an hour, the fort answering gun for gun. But the rebel infantry seemed to have their hands full in managing Hooker, and as it was not yet practicable to storm the fort, the Union forces found little to do, and stood under the fire of the artillery with small loss, awaiting a share in the business. It was not long in coming, and came in the shape which more than one observer had feared from the outset. It was preceded at 4 o'clock by one of those dead, ominous, half-hour pauses, which so often make the decisive turn of an engagement. Many thought the enemy were retreating. Others, who have had occasion to dread these still and awful lapses from the bloody work of a field day, prognosticated an unknown danger impending close at hand. Suddenly, there burst from the woods on the right flank a battalion of rebel cavalry. Then, to the right and left of the horse, 3 regiments of infantry supporting it. But General Hancock was equal to the crisis. Forming his infantry against this sudden attack, he held them in magnificent order, while the rebel foot and horse came on, cheering, firing, and charging in gallant and imposing style. Wheeler's battery turned and poured hot volleys into them as they came, and over 5,000 muskets riddled them through and through. But they kept on, nearer, nearer, closing up, cheering, and sure of their power to sweep the Federals before them. Thus they came, swifter than it can be told, until their line, now broken and irregular, was within 200 yards of the unwavering columns. Then Hancock showed himself the coolest and bravest of the brave. Taking off his hat and using the courtly prefix of the olden time, he said, "Ready now. Gentlemen, charge!" The whole line swept forward as the reaper's sickle rushes through the grain. Its keen edge had not yet touched the enemy when his ranks broke simultaneously, fled in confusion to the rear, and the field of Williamsburg was won. About 5 o'clock p.m. some excitement was caused in the rear, and soon an officer, with his staff, rode to the opening in the woods where he could get a view of the field. It was General McClellan. The moment he was seen, loud and deafening cheers rose up along the lines of the center and rolled away to the right and left, imparting a new enthusiasm to the forces. The chief officers were quickly consulted, and reinforcements were sent to the aid of Hancock and Hooker. Hancock's brilliant and successful charge had already won the day on the right, and the effect of it in the panic and rout of the rebels was becoming sensibly felt in front of Hooker's division, when the long-looked-for assistance came to his side. The rebels promptly retired, and the desperate struggle of the day closed on a splendidly contested field. The men were compelled to bivouac on the ground, with the rain still falling, in proud anticipation of a renewal of the conflict in the morning. The rebels had been reinforced as late as 5 o'clock, and it was expected that General Johnston would command them in the morning in person, but the opportune appearance of the Federal reinforcements, together with the successful movements of General Hancock, created a panic among them, and they fell back on Williamsburg and commenced their hasty retreat from that place. At 2 o'clock on Tuesday morning, the Federal forces began to move. As they approached Williamsburg, they found the way clear, and on coming up to the city, the rear guard of the foe were flying on the road toward Richmond, leaving the town to be occupied by Federal troops. General McClellan appointed General Jameson military governor of the place, and the troops marched through the main street of the city to the homely but glorious and soul-stirring strains of Yankee Doodle. The houses, churches, barns, and stables were found filled with the wounded of the rebel army, as well as the Federals whom they had taken prisoners. It was a sad, heart-rending scene, those brave soldiers mangled, dying, and dead. The Federal troops immediately commenced the work of burial, while the surgeons found incessant occupation in the discharge of their duties. The battlefield presented a frightful scene of carnage, and several days passed before all the dead and wounded stragglers were found in the woods, and among the underbrush where they had fallen. The loss of the Federals was about 500 killed, 1,600 wounded, and 623 prisoners. That of the rebels was somewhat greater in killed and wounded. 500 prisoners fell into Federal hands. Some 100 of the rebel dead were buried on the day following the battle. Lieutenant Colonel Irwin of the 8th Alabama, formerly United States Senator, was found dead on the field. 35 regiments of the rebels were engaged in the action, that number being represented by the wounded men left after the battle. Battle of West Point, Virginia, May 7, 1862. West Point is the name given to the landing place at the head of the York River, which is formed by the junction of the Pamunkey and Mattapony rivers, and is 30 miles above Yorktown. After the evacuation of that place and the entrance of the Federal troops, the Union Army proceeded in its advance toward Richmond by different routes, as already detailed. One column marched by land route under Heintzelman, Sumner, Hooker, Kearny, and Keyes, while General Franklin led his corps by transports up the York River to West Point, leaving Yorktown at 9 o'clock on Tuesday morning, May 6th. The banks of the river presented a fine appearance, and white flags were displayed from many of the houses. The house of Mr. Bigler, a firm loyalist, was almost covered with an immense flag, bearing the stars and stripes, while one of the ladies of the house waved the beautiful emblem of peace among its folds from one of the windows. The rebels had set fire to a valuable mill belonging to Mr. Bigler, and its ruins were still sending up great clouds of smoke into the air, a lurid witness of the destruction which had marked their progress. The army arrived at West Point about 2 o'clock p.m. and commenced its disembarkation. In consequence of the shallowness of the approach by water, it became necessary to use pontoon boats and scows to facilitate the landing. Operations were therefore slow, but the troops were landed by midnight. The rebels did not dispute the landing. Pickets were immediately thrown out into the woods in front, and the roads leading to the landing place examined. Trees were thrown across the roads. The pickets were occasionally engaged during the fight, but only 2 or 3 of the Federals were lost in these irregular skirmishes. The night was spent in active labors and in jealously watching the movements of the foe. At 3:30 o'clock the next morning, the whole division was under arms. At 6 o'clock, information that the enemy was approaching was received, and the troops prepared at once to meet him. The Gosling's Waves, Pennsylvania, the New York 16th, 18th, 31st, and 32nd, and Maine 5th were ordered to take the advance, the New Jersey Brigade following them up as a reserve. The 4th New Jersey, having in its front a marsh, and immediately on its far side a piece of woods from which the enemy could fire upon it with advantage, Colonel Simpson ordered his fine body of pioneers to throw a bridge over the creek. This was the work of a few moments, and his regiment, by direction of Colonel Taylor, took possession of the woods, and were strongly posted behind a ravine, ready to deliver a telling fire upon the rebels, in the contingency of the 5th Maine, being immediately in front, being driven back. This contingency, however, did not occur. The 32nd New York, Colonel Madison, of Newton's brigade, was directed to clear the wood of rebels, who had made their presence known to the pickets. The 32nd New York, Colonel Madison, of Newton's brigade, was directed to clear the wood of rebels, who had made their presence known to the pickets. The 16th New York was ordered to the same work in other portions of the wood. The 32nd proceeded to execute their duty. Entering the wood, they came upon a ravine, at the bottom of which they were fired upon by the rebel skirmishers. They charged at once, delivering a galling fire upon the enemy's position. The enemy retired, and the troops following until a second ravine appeared in view. In attempting to cross this, the rebels from the other side again poured a volley into them with considerable effort. They had not, however, the power to drive back the Federal troops, who gallantly pursued the rebels, delivering their fire upon them, or rather upon their position, for they kept themselves adroitly concealed by the woods. At a third and last ravine, the rebels had erected a breastwork on the opposite side, from which they opened on the Federals with small arms, and grape and canister from mountain howitzers. The 32nd charged gallantly up to within a few feet of the work, but were forced to fall back from the superior force of the enemy. They retired in admirable order. There were only 7 companies of the 32nd Regiment engaged against Alabama, Texas, South Carolina, and Tennessee troops. At 2:00 p.m., the gunboats, 3 in number, opened fire upon the enemy from their large guns, the shells apparently taking effect in the right quarter, for the enemy soon afterwards retired, their battery being silenced on the first shot from the boats. The enemy's retreat could be traced by the line of smoke in his rear. The retreating rebels were evidently attempting to destroy everything on their route. The 16th and 31st Regiments, New York Volunteers, were also engaged with the enemy in the woods. The loss of the 32nd Regiment, New York Volunteers, was nearly 100 in killed and wounded. 3 officers, Captain Young of Company D, Captain Brown of Company C, and Lieutenant Wallace of Company G, were killed, and Lieutenant Stone of Company B and Lieutenant Twaddle of Company F wounded severely, and 13 privates were killed. The total loss in the different regiments of Newton's brigade was about 200 in killed, wounded, and missing. The loss of the rebels was heavy, as was presumed from the fact that they were seen from the transports carrying off their dead and wounded in great numbers. Most of the Federal regiments that took part in this engagement suffered severely, and many prisoners were taken by the rebels. The timely service rendered by the gunboats was mainly instrumental in defeating the enemy. Captain Montgomery, of General Newton's staff, had a most extraordinary escape from the Hampton Legion, into whose picket lines he became entrapped. Captain Montgomery knew that only the utmost self-possession could extricate him from his difficulty, and he coolly saluted them. They supposed he was a rebel officer, and asked him how far General Hampton was from them. Montgomery told them he had left him about 10 rods distant, and said, "Now, boys, the general expects you to do your duty today," and turned his horse slowly around to retire. But the rebels saw the U.S. on his cap and immediately sprang to their feet, while the captain was dashing with all the speed of his horse down the road. But too late. A volley of Minet rifle balls whistled round him, and the horse fell dead, pierced by 7 balls. He fell upon Captain Montgomery's leg, giving him several severe bruises. The captain fell back with his head in a ditch, where he lay some 10 minutes, pretending to be dead. The rebels came up to him, talking, swearing, and making their comments on the Yankee while they rifled his pockets. The brave fellow lay perfectly still, holding his breath, while these rude men were searching his person, but a sense of his ludicrous position came upon him too strongly, and he burst into a hearty fit of laughter, much to the astonishment of those who believed themselves to be pillaging a dead body. Of course, there was no avoiding his fate now, and he surrendered himself a prisoner of war, with the merry laughter still bright upon his face. His captors were greatly annoyed by his coolness and his shamming, and were leading him off to headquarters when a couple of shells came whizzing through their air, and exploding in their midst, dispersed them. Captain Montgomery seized the opportunity, and plunging into the woods found his way to the Federal lines, where, after a little rest, he mounted another horse, and joined the fight again. End of section 44. Section 45 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Chronology. November 1860 to September 1861. 1860. November 8th. The election of Abraham Lincoln and Hannibal Hamlin as President and Vice President of the United States was announced at Washington. 9th through 11th. James Chestnut, Jr. and James H. Hammond, U.S. Senators from South Carolina, resigned their seats in the Senate. December 3rd. The second session of the 36th Congress opened at Washington. 10th. U.S. House of Representatives appointed a committee of 33 on the State of the Union. 10th. Howell Cobb of Georgia, Secretary of the U.S. Treasury, resigned his office. John A. Dix of New York was appointed his successor. 14th. Lewis Cass of Michigan, Secretary of State, resigned. 17th. Meeting of the South Carolina State Convention at Columbus and adjournment to Charleston. 20th. The South Carolina Ordinance of Secession passed. 23rd. Discovery of a large embezzlement of the Indian Trust Funds in charge of Jacob Thompson, Secretary of the Department of the Interior. 24th. Resignation of the South Carolina representatives in Congress. 25th. Intervention of citizens of Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania to prevent the removal to the south of ordnance in Allegheny Arsenal. 26th. Major Anderson removed his command from Fort Moultrie to Fort Sumter. Messrs. Barnwell, Orr, and Adams, commissioners appointed by South Carolina to treat with the federal government, arrived at Washington. 27th. Captain N.L. Cost, USR Service, in command of the cutter William Aiken, betrayed his vessel into the hands of the state authorities of South Carolina. 28th. The Palmetto flag was raised over the Custom House and Post Office in Charleston, South Carolina, and Castle Pinckney and Fort Moultrie were occupied by the South Carolina military. Enthusiastic Union meeting at Memphis, Tennessee. 21 guns were fired at Wilmington, Delaware, in honor of Major Anderson and his men. 29th. John B. Floyd resigned his position as Secretary of War. 30th. South Carolina troops took possession of the U.S. arsenal at Charleston, containing many thousand stand of arms and valuable military stores. 1861. January 2nd. Governor Ellis of North Carolina dispatched troops to seize Fort Macon, the forts at Wilmington, and the U.S. arsenal at Fayetteville. 3rd. Fort Pulaski at Savannah, Georgia, taken possession of by Georgia troops by order of the governor. South Carolina commissioners left Washington for Charleston, the president declining to receive any official communication from them. 4th. United States arsenal at Mobile seized by secessionists. No defense. Fast day by proclamation of President Buchanan. Fort Morgan, at the entrance of Mobile Bay, taken and garrisoned by 200 Alabama troops. 5th. Steamship Star of the West sailed from New York with troops and provisions for Fort Sumter. 7th. Meeting of Alabama State Convention. Meeting of Mississippi State Convention. Meeting of Virginia Legislature. Meeting of Tennessee Legislature. 8th. Jacob Thompson resigned his place in the cabinet as Secretary of the Interior. United States Sub-Treasury at Charleston seized. 9th. Mississippi Ordinance of Secession passed. Steamship Star of the West, with supplies for Fort Sumter, fired into from Morris's Island from Fort Moultrie and driven from Charleston Harbor. 11th. Louisiana state troops under Captain Bradford took possession of the U.S. Marine Hospital, 2 miles below New Orleans, and ordered the removal of the patients, 216 in number. Florida Convention adopted an ordinance of secession by a vote of 62 to 7. Alabama Convention adopted an ordinance of secession by a vote of 61 to 39. Abolition meeting at Rochester, New York, broken up by a mob. 12th. Senator Seward's Great Union speech in the U.S. Senate. Fort Barrancas and the Navy Yard at Pensacola, Florida, seized by rebel troops. 15th. Colonel Hayne, commissioner from South Carolina to Washington, demanded the withdrawal of the garrison of Fort Sumter. U.S. Coast Survey schooner Dana seized by Florida state authorities. 18th. Massachusetts legislature unanimously tendered to the President of the U.S. such aid in men and money as he might request to maintain the authority of the general government. 19th. Convention of Georgia adopted a secession ordinance by a vote of 208 to 89. 21st. Jefferson Davis of Mississippi withdrew from U.S. Senate. 24th. U.S. arsenal at Augusta, Georgia surrendered to the state authorities. 26th. Louisiana Convention passed an ordinance of secession by a vote of 113 to 17. The popular vote afterwards taken was 20,448 for, 17,296 against. 29th. U.S. Revenue cutter Robert McClelland, Captain Brushwood, surrendered to state of Louisiana. Secretary Dix's dispatch to Hemphill Jones at New Orleans: if anyone attempts to haul down the American flag, shoot him on the spot. 31st. South Carolina authorities offered to buy Fort Sumter. U.S. Branch Mint and Custom House at New Orleans seized by state authorities. February 1st. Texas Convention at Galveston passed an ordinance of secession to be voted on by the people on the 23rd of February and to take effect March 2nd. U.S. revenue cutter Lewis Cass, Captain Morrison, surrendered to the state of Louisiana. 4th, a convention of delegates from the seceded states organized at Montgomery, Alabama. Howell Cobb, President, J.F. Cooper, Secretary. 5th, Peace Convention at Washington organized. John Tyler of Virginia, Chairman, J.C. Wright of Ohio, Secretary. 8th, Congress at Montgomery adopted a constitution for a provisional government to go into immediate operation. Jefferson Davis, President, Alex H. Stevens, Vice President. U.S. Arsenal at Little Rock, Arkansas, with 9,000 stand of arms and 40 cannon, etc., surrendered to state authorities. 13th, the election of Lincoln and Hamlin as President and Vice President of the United States, formally declared in the Senate by John C. Breckinridge, Vice President. 18th, Jefferson Davis inaugurated as President of Southern Confederacy. 22nd, John Ross, Principal Cherokee Chief, rejected a proposition of Governor H.M. Rector of Arkansas to entice his nation to take part in the rebellion. 23rd, Honorable Abraham Lincoln, President-elect, arrived in Washington. U.S. property to a great amount, together with the various army posts in Texas, surrendered to the rebels by General Twiggs, property valued at $1.5 million besides buildings. 27th, Peace Convention at Washington submitted to the Senate a plan of adjustment of the national difficulties, involving 7 amendments to the Constitution. March 1st, General Twiggs expelled from the Army of the United States. 2nd, revenue cutter Dodge seized in Galveston Bay by Texas authorities. 4th, Abraham Lincoln inaugurated 16th President of the U.S. at Washington. A state convention declared Texas out of the Union. 5th, General P.T. Beauregard took command of the forces investing Fort Sumter, South Carolina. 6th, Fort Brown, Texas surrendered to state troops. 18th, supplies cut off from Fort Pickens and the federal fleet in the Gulf of Mexico by rebel authorities at Pensacola. 20th, sloop Isabel at Pensacola, with provision for the federal fleet, was seized by the rebels. 21st, great speech of A.H. Stevens, Vice President of the Southern Confederacy, at Savannah, Georgia. 30th, Mississippi State Convention ratified the Constitution of the Confederate States by a vote of 78-7. April 3rd, South Carolina Convention ratified the Constitution of the Confederate States by a vote of 114-16. 10th, militia organized in District of Columbia for defense of the capital. 11th, steamship Coatzacoalcos arrived in New York, bringing federal troops from Texas. Confederate States commissioners left Washington. 12th, attack on Fort Sumter, reinforcement of Fort Pickens. 14th, evacuation of Fort Sumter. 15th, 17 vessels from southern ports without U.S. clearances were seized at New York and fined $100 each. President's proclamation calling for 75,000 volunteers to suppress insurrection, and also calling an extra session of United States Congress on July 4th. 16th, the government of the Southern Confederacy called for 32,000 men. The New York legislature appropriated $3 million for war purposes. At New York, Philadelphia, Trenton, and other places, journals were compelled to display the American flag. 17th, State Convention of Virginia, in secret session, passed an ordinance of secession. 18th, 500 volunteers from Pennsylvania and 300 regulars arrived at Washington. Lieutenant Jones, in charge of Harper's Ferry Arsenal, hearing of the advance of a large Virginia force to seize the establishment, set fire to it and retreated to Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Great Union meeting at Wheeling, Virginia. 19th, seizure of the U.S. transport Star of the West at Indianola by Texas troops under Colonel Van Dorn. 6th Massachusetts Regiment on its way to Washington attacked by a mob in Baltimore, and 3 killed and 7 wounded. In defending themselves, 7 rebels were killed and 8 wounded. The New York 7th Militia, Massachusetts 4th and 8th Militia, and Rhode Island Providence Artillery left New York on their way to Washington. Clearances refused to vessels in northern ports to ports south of Maryland. 20th, 8th Massachusetts Regiment reached Annapolis, Maryland. Great Union mass meeting of citizens in Union Square, New York. 600 kegs of gunpowder destined for New Orleans seized by the U.S. Marshal at New York. 4th Massachusetts Regiment landed at Fortress Monroe. U.S. Arsenal at Liberty, Missouri seized. Steamship Star of the West, having been seized by secessionists, was taken into New Orleans. The ports of South Carolina, Georgia, Alabama, Florida, Mississippi, Louisiana, and Texas ordered to be blockaded by the president, as those states were in a state of insurrection against the government. Bridges on Pennsylvania Northern and Philadelphia Railway near Baltimore burned by a mob from that city. 21st. Gosport Navy Yard opposite Norfolk, Virginia, set on fire, and vessels scuttled and sunk by U.S. officers in charge to prevent their seizure by the rebels. Branch Mint of the U.S. at Charlotte, North Carolina, seized by order of the governor of that state. Philadelphia and Baltimore Railway taken possession of by U.S. government. The New York 6th, 12th, and 71st, and one Rhode Island and one Massachusetts regiment, with a battery, left New York on transports for the Chesapeake. 4th Massachusetts Regiment arrived at Fortress Monroe. Andrew Johnson, U.S. Senator from Tennessee, mobbed at Lynchburg, Virginia. 22nd. U.S. Arsenal at Fayetteville, North Carolina, containing 37,000 stand of arms, 3,000 kegs of powder, and a large quantity of shot and shell seized by state authority. Depot of U.S. stores at Napoleon, Arkansas, seized under orders of Henry M. Rector, governor of that state. 3,200 Pennsylvania troops at Cockeysville, 14 miles from Baltimore. 7th New York Regiment lands at Annapolis, Maryland. Embargo laid by the Mayor and Police Board of Baltimore on provisions and steamboats, thus withholding the government stores in that city. 23rd. New York 8th, 13th, 28th, and 69th Regiments embarked for Washington. 1st South Carolina Regiment left Charleston for the Potomac. 24th. Fort Smith, Arkansas, seized by a rebel force under Colonel Borland. New York 7th and Massachusetts 8th arrived in Washington. 25th. A large amount of arms removed to Alton, Illinois from St. Louis Arsenal by Illinois volunteers to prevent their seizure by rebels. Colonel Van Dorn of Texas State Troops captured 450 U.S. troops at Siluria. Transport Empire City from Texas arrived in New York with 600 men of the 3rd Infantry and 2nd Cavalry, USA, from that state. Governor Letcher of Virginia, by proclamation, transferred that commonwealth to the Southern Confederacy. 26th. Governor Brown of Georgia, by proclamation, prohibited the payment of all debts to Northern creditors till the end of hostilities. Bridges over Gunpowder Creek on Philadelphia and Baltimore Railway, and bridge over Bush River on the same route, destroyed by the rebels. Governor Burton of Delaware issued a proclamation calling for volunteers to defend the Union. 27th. Military Department of Washington assigned to Colonel Mansfield, Department of Annapolis to General Butler, Department of Pennsylvania to Major General Patterson. 5 men arrested at the Navy Yard, Washington, for filling bombshells with sand and sawdust. A number of Southerners employed in the departments at Washington refused the oath of allegiance prescribed by the government and resigned. The ports of Virginia and North Carolina were included in the blockade by the president. 28th. U.S. frigate Constitution arrived at New York from Annapolis. 29th. Secession defeated in Maryland House of Delegates by a vote of 53 to 13. Ellsworth's Fires Waves left New York for Annapolis. Daily communication between Baltimore and Philadelphia re-established. May 1st. Brigadier General Harney addressed a strong Union letter to his friends in Missouri. 2nd. New York 69th Irish Regiment arrived at Washington. Colonel F.P. Blair, Jr. announced that the 4 regiments called for from the state of Missouri by the President were enrolled, armed, and mustered into the service within 1 week from the call. 3rd. Governor Jackson of Missouri, in a message to the legislature, recommended arming the state and a union of sympathy and destiny with the slave-holding states. 4 New Jersey regiments, fully equipped under General Runyon, started for the seat of war. President Lincoln issued a proclamation calling into service 42,000 volunteers for 3 years and directing the increase of the regular Army and Navy of the United States. Privateer Savannah captured by the U.S. Brigadier Perry. 4th. Steamship Star of the West was put into commission as the receiving ship of the Confederate Navy at New Orleans. 5th. Brigadier General Butler, with 6th Massachusetts and 8th New York regiments, took possession of the relay house at the junction of the Baltimore, Washington, and Ohio railways, 9 miles south of Baltimore. 6th. The 6 regiments called for from Indiana were mustered into service in 1 week from date of the call. Virginia admitted into the Southern Confederacy in secret session of the Confederate Congress. Police commissioners of St. Louis, Missouri, demanded of Captain Lyon the removal of U.S. troops from all places and buildings occupied by them in that city outside the arsenal grounds. City Military of Baltimore disbanded by order of Major Trimble, Commander. Confederate States Congress recognized war with United States and authorized issue of letters of marque and reprisal. Legislature of Arkansas passed an unconditional ordinance of secession, 69-1. 7th. Major Anderson, with consent of Secretary of War, accepted command of Kentucky State Military. Serious riot at Knoxville, Tennessee, caused by hoisting a Union flag. League between Tennessee authorities and Confederate states. The late U.S. garrison of Fort Davis, Texas, consisting of 11 officers and 300 men, made prisoners of war by a force of 1,800 rebels near Eastonville. They all refused to enlist in the rebel army. 9th. U.S. troops landed at Locust Point in Baltimore and were conveyed by the Baltimore and Ohio Branch Railroad through the city. The Confederate Congress authorized President Davis to raise such force for the war as he should deem expedient. The U.S. ships Cumberland, Pawnee, Monticello, and Yankee enforcing the blockade off Fortress Monroe. Steamers Philadelphia, Baltimore, Powhatan, and Mount Vernon armed by U.S. government and cruising on the Potomac. Virginians have batteries in Norfolk Harbor at Craney Island, Sandy Point, the hospital, Fort Norfolk, and the Bluffs, 3 miles from the hospital. 10th. Major General R.E. Lee appointed to command the rebel forces in Virginia. Major General McClellan appointed to command the Department of Ohio. The President directed that all officers in the Army should take anew the oath of allegiance to the United States. The secession military, under General Frost at St. Louis, Missouri, surrendered to Captain Lyon, commanding U.S. forces. A mob assailed the U.S. military after the surrender, and were fired upon by them, many killed and wounded. The Winans steam gun captured by General Butler, 3 miles from the Relay House, Maryland. The Maryland legislature passed a resolution imploring the President of the United States to cease the present war. 11th. U.S. steam frigate Niagara off Charleston, South Carolina, and began the blockade of that port. General Harney issued a proclamation exhorting the people of Missouri to maintain peace, and announced his determination to use the authority of the government for that purpose. A company of Home Guards at St. Louis, Missouri, mostly German, were fired on by a mob and returned the fire. 3 of the guards and 4 of the citizens were killed. 13th. The 6th Massachusetts and 8th New York regiments under General Butler occupied Federal Hill near Baltimore. Convention of Union delegates from 35 counties in West Virginia met in Wheeling. A lady from New Haven, Connecticut, teacher of a grammar school in New Orleans, denuded, tarred, and feathered in Lafayette Square amid an immense crowd of people, being accused of expressing abolition sentiments. 14th. Governor Hicks of Maryland issued a proclamation calling for 4 regiments of troops to serve within Maryland, or for the defense of the capital of the United States. General Butler seized a large quantity of arms stored in Baltimore and a schooner loaded with arms. 15th. A proclamation of neutrality with respect to the Civil War in the U.S. was issued by Queen Victoria, in which the subjects of Great Britain were forbidden to take part in the contest, or endeavor to break a blockade lawfully and effectually established. The town of Potosi, Washington County, Missouri, taken possession of by U.S. troops, and rebel prisoners and munitions of war taken to St. Louis. 16th. General Butler appointed Major General of Volunteers. 18th. Arkansas admitted to the Southern Confederacy. Military Department of Virginia organized, embracing East Virginia, North Carolina, and Tennessee. Major General Butler in command. John Ross, principal Cherokee chief, in 2 admirable letters, rejects the efforts of the rebels in Arkansas to draw his nation into rebellion. 19th. Shots exchanged between U.S. steamers Freeborn and Monticello and the rebel battery at Sewell's Point, Virginia. 8,000 rebel troops at Harper's Ferry. 20th. Death of Colonel Vosburgh, New York 71st, at Washington. Seizure by the government of principal telegraph offices throughout the Free States and of the accumulated dispatches for 12 months. Ordinance of secession and ordinance assenting to the Confederate Constitution passed by North Carolina's State Convention. Seizure of 1,600 muskets and 4,000 pikes by federal troops in Baltimore. General Cadwalader, successor to General Butler, occupied Federal Hill, Baltimore. Fort McHenry reinforced. Prize ship General Parkhill of Liverpool arrived at Philadelphia with a crew from the frigate Niagara. 21st. Confederate Congress at Montgomery adjourned to meet at Richmond, July 20th. 22nd. Erection of rebel batteries at Aquia Creek. Major General Butler arrived at Fortress Monroe. Fort at Ship Island, Mississippi destroyed to prevent its falling into rebel hands. Steamer J.C. Swan, 30 miles below St. Louis, seized by order of General Lyon. 5,000 pounds of lead seized at Ironton, Missouri, en route for the South. 23rd. Strong secession speech by A.H. Stevens at Atlanta, Georgia. A battery of Whitworth guns, 12-pounders, arrived in New York City, a present to the government from patriotic Americans abroad. At Clarksburg, Harrison County, Virginia, 2 companies of secession troops surrendered their arms and dispersed at the demand of Union companies under Captains Moore and Vance. 24th. All vessels from the northern states at New Orleans were seized by the Confederate States Marshal. Jefferson Davis appointed the 13th of June to be observed as the day of fasting and prayer. 13,000 Union troops crossed the Potomac and entered Virginia, occupying Alexandria and Arlington Heights. Assassination of Colonel Ellsworth at Alexandria, Virginia. 25th. Destruction of 7 bridges and 5 miles of rails from Alexandria to Leesburg, Virginia, by the 69th New York State Militia. 26th. Confederate privateer Calhoun arrived at New Orleans with 3 whaling vessels and cargoes as prizes. Arrival of 600 U.S. troops at Havana from Texas. 27th. A writ of habeas corpus was issued at Baltimore, Maryland by Chief Justice Taney in the case of John Merryman. General Cadwalader declined surrendering him, and an attachment was issued for the general's arrest, which was not served. U.S. steamer Brooklyn commenced the blockade of the Mississippi River. Brigadier General McDowell took command of the federal forces in Virginia. The blockade of Mobile, Alabama commenced. 28th. Blockade of Savannah initiated by U.S. gunboat Union. The rebels erected barricades at Harper's Ferry and Point of Rocks, Manassas Junction fortified. Strength of the rebels in Virginia reported at 90,000 men. Jefferson Davis arrived at Richmond. Services of Miss D.L. Dix accepted by the War Department for organizing military hospitals and procuring nurses. 29th. Advance of Ohio and Pennsylvania troops through Maryland towards Harper's Ferry. Rebels fall back to Martinsburg. Federal troops occupied Grafton, Virginia. 30th. Concentration of federal troops at Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. 31st. Steamers Freeborn and Anacostia attacked rebel batteries at Acquia Creek, Virginia. General Harney suspended by General Lyon in Missouri. Generals Banks and Fremont commissioned as major generals. Ex-Governor Pratt of Maryland arrested and taken to Washington Navy Yard. June 1st. British government prohibited U.S. and rebel armed vessels from bringing any prizes to British ports. Charge of U.S. cavalry at Fairfax Courthouse, Virginia, Lieutenant Tompkins commanding. 2nd. Federal batteries erected at the Rip Raps near Fortress Monroe. General Twiggs appointed Major General, Confederate Army. 3rd. General Beauregard took command of the rebel forces at Manassas Junction. Surprise of rebel troops at Philippi, Virginia, by U.S. forces under Colonels Dumont, Kelly, and Lander. Colonel Kelly was severely wounded. Honorable Stephen A. Douglas died at Chicago. His dying message to his sons was, "Tell them to obey the laws and support the Constitution of the United States." Border State Convention met at Frankfort, Kentucky. 4th. Chief Justice Taney's protest published against the suspension of habeas corpus by the President. 5th. Gun factory and arms of Merrill and Thomas, Baltimore, seized by U.S. government. 6th. Governor Pickens of South Carolina forbade the remittance of funds to Northern creditors. 35 Virginia cavalry were captured at Alexandria. They took the oath of allegiance and were released. Treasonable dispatches to the rebel government discovered in the telegraph office at Washington from James E. Harvey, appointed minister to Portugal. Secession camp at Ellicott's Mills, Kentucky, 10 miles from Cairo, broken up by troops sent from latter station by General Prentiss. 8th. Bridges at Point of Rocks and Berlin on the Potomac River, burned by order of General Johnston. Sanitary Commission authorized and appointed by the government. 4 bridges on the Alexandria and Hampshire Railway, Virginia, burned by disunion troops. General Patterson's troops marched from Chambersburg towards Harper's Ferry. Seizure of arms at Easton, Maryland by U.S. troops from Annapolis. Vote of Tennessee reported in favor of secession. 10th. General Banks assumed command in Baltimore. Governor Harris of Tennessee authorized the raising of troops for the rebel army. Repulse of federal troops at Great Bethel near Fortress Monroe. 11th. Surprise and rout of armed rebels at Romney, Virginia by Colonel Wallace's Indiana Regiment. 12th. Governor Jackson of Missouri issued a proclamation calling 50,000 state militia into service to protect the lives, liberty, and property of the citizens of the state. Meeting of West Virginia State Convention at Wheeling. They resolved to elect loyal state officers. 13th. Fast day in seceded states by order of President Davis. Skirmish at Seneca Mills on the Potomac, 28 miles above Washington, between U.S. District Volunteers and rebel cavalry. 14th. General J.A. Dix of New York appointed Major General of U.S. Volunteers. Harper's Ferry evacuated by the rebel forces, who destroyed all the available property. Flight of Governor Jackson and General Price from Jefferson City, capital of Missouri. The telegraph lines and bridges destroyed by them on their route to Boonville. The great Union gun arrived at Fortress Monroe. Miss Dix and a number of nurses arrived at Fortress Monroe. Maryland election resulted in the triumph of all the Union candidates but Winter Davis. 15th. Mr. Woodall of Baltimore hung by rebels at Harper's Ferry. Jefferson City, Missouri occupied by U.S. troops under General Lyon. 16th. Skirmish at Seneca Mills, Maryland. Rebel captain and 2 men killed by Major Everett's command. 17th. Skirmish at Edwards Ferry on the Potomac between the 1st Pennsylvania Regiment and a body of rebels. 6 persons killed in St. Louis by soldiers of Colonel Calman's regiment discharging a volley at the Recorder's Court building in retaliation of a shot fired into their ranks. Surprise at Vienna, Virginia. 1st Ohio Regiment fired into by a masked battery, 8 killed, 6 wounded. Western Virginia Convention unanimously declared their independence of the eastern section of the state. Rebel forces at Boonville, Missouri, defeated by General Lyon. 35 rebels killed or wounded and 30 prisoners. Federal loss 2 killed and 8 wounded. A large quantity of arms and camp equipage captured. Governor Hicks of Maryland, in a message, repelled the attempt of the legislature to search his executive records for supposed correspondence with the government. 18th. U.S. troops at Hagerstown and Williamsport, Maryland, crossed the Potomac under command of General Patterson. First balloon ascension for U.S. military purposes by Professor Lowe at Washington. Surprise of 800 Union Home Guards under Captain Cook at Camp Cole, Missouri, by rebels from Warsaw. 25 killed, 52 wounded, 23 prisoners, 45 of the enemy killed or wounded. 35 rebels with arms and ammunition captured at Liberty, Missouri by U.S. regulars from Kansas City. Railway bridge over New Creek, Virginia, burned by rebels from Romney. 20th. Senator Lane of Kansas appointed Brigadier General. General McClellan took command of the Federal Army in Western Virginia. Cornelius Vanderbilt offered all the steamships of the Atlantic and Pacific Steamship Company for the service of the government. 21st. East Tennessee Union Convention held at Greenville. 22nd. The exequatur of Mr. Trapman, Prussian consul at Charleston, revoked by the president for complicity with the rebels. 23rd. Balloon observations by Professor Lowe at Falls Church, Virginia. 48 locomotives and a large quantity of other railway property of the Baltimore and Ohio Railway destroyed by rebels at Martinsburg, Virginia. 24th. Great fire in Richmond, Virginia. Riot in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, occasioned by the banks refusing to receive on deposit certain bills comprising an important part of the currency and their consequent depreciation. Rebel batteries at Matthias Point, Virginia, shelled by U.S. steamers Pawnee and Freeborn. Engagement of U.S. steamer Monticello with rebels at Carter's Creek, Virginia. Secession of Tennessee proclaimed by Governor Harris. Vote 104,913 for to 47,238 against. 25th. Virginia vote announced to be 128,884 for and 32,134 against secession. Western Virginia government recognized by the President. 26th. Address of the Sanitary Commission to the citizens of the United States. Brilliant skirmish of Corporal Hayes and 12 men of Colonel Wallace's Indiana Regiment, scouting on Patterson Creek, Maryland. 27th. John C. Fremont arrived at Boston from Liverpool, bringing a large quantity of arms for the government. Marshal Kane of Baltimore, arrested by order of General Banks, and John R. Kenly, appointed Provost Marshal. Engagement between gunboat Freeborn and rebel batteries at Matthias Point. Captain Ward of the Freeborn killed. Colonels Magruder and Hardee appointed brigadier generals in Confederate Army. East Tennessee Union Convention met at Nashville, Honorable Thomas A. R. Nelson presiding. 28th. Skirmish at Shorter's Hill, Virginia. Union loss, 1 killed and 1 wounded. Rebel loss, 2 killed. 29th. Steamer St. Nicholas and 3 brigs captured by secessionists on the Chesapeake. July 1st. General Banks arrested Messrs. Howard, Getchell, Hinks, and Davis, late members of Police Board, Baltimore. Skirmish at Farmington, Missouri. A large body of rebels routed by 50 Home Guards under Captain Cook. 2nd. Rebels driven from Martinsburg, Virginia by Abercrombie's brigade, General Pattinson's division. Union loss 3 killed and 10 wounded. Rebel loss 30 killed and wounded, 20 prisoners. Organization of Virginia legislature at Wheeling. 3rd. General Lyon with 2,000 federal troops left Boonsville, Missouri for the Southwest. Arkansas Military Board called out 10,000 men to repeal invasion. 4th. U.S. Congress met in special session. Passenger trains on Louisville and Nashville Railway seized by rebels. Skirmish at Harper's Ferry between New York 9th and rebels. Federal loss 2 killed and 3 wounded. Rebel battery erected at Matthias Point, Virginia. Great Union meeting at San Francisco. 5th. Battle at Carthage, Missouri. Union forces under Colonel Sigel, 1,500. Rebels, 4,000. Union loss, 13 killed and 31 wounded. Rebel loss, 250 killed and wounded. Successful retreat of Sigel. 5th. Skirmish at Newport News, Virginia, between a detachment of Hawkins' Waves and rebels. 4th through 7th. U.S. steamer South Carolina captured or destroyed 11 vessels off Galveston. 6th. Western Military Department constituted. Illinois, and the states and territories west of the Mississippi to the Rocky Mountains, including New Mexico. Major General Fremont commanding. Skirmish of 45 men, 3rd Ohio at Middle Fork Bridge, 12 miles east of Buchanan, Virginia. 1 killed and 3 wounded of the Federals, and 7 rebels killed and wounded. 7th. Infernal machines detected floating in the Potomac. Skirmish at Great Falls, Virginia. Major Gerhardt's 8th German Battalion have 2 men killed, several rebels killed. Congressman Vallandigham assaulted in the camp of 2nd Ohio Regiment. 8th. Telegraphic dispatches of military operations placed under censorship. Skirmish at Bealington, Western Virginia, 14th Ohio and 7th and 9th Indiana, and Colonel Barnett's 1st Ohio Battery. Rebels defeated with loss of 20 killed, 40 wounded. Union loss 2 killed, 6 wounded. 10th. Loan bill passed by House of Representatives authorizing the Secretary of the Treasury to borrow $250 million, redeemable in 20 years. Postal Service discontinued in Middle and West Tennessee. Bill authorizing $500 million and 500,000 volunteers to suppress the rebellion passed in the Senate. General Banks appointed George R. Dodge Police Marshal of Baltimore, Vice Colonel Kenley, and removed all the military to positions in the suburbs. House of Representatives empowered the president to close the ports of seceded states. Skirmish at Monroe Station, Missouri, between federal troops under Colonel Smith and rebels commanded by General Harris. Rebels routed on the following day after they had burned 25 railway cars and station house by Union forces sent to relieve Colonel Smith. Several Federals wounded. Rebel loss, 30 killed and wounded, and 70 prisoners. Rebel General Wise issued a proclamation to citizens of Western Virginia calling for volunteers and offering pardons for past offenses. Skirmish at Laurel Hill, Virginia. Federal troops under Colonels McCook and Andrews, rebels under Colonel Pegram. Rebels defeated. Union loss, 1 killed, 3 wounded. 11th. Alex H. Stevens' speech at Augusta, Georgia, defending secession and soliciting contributions to aid the Confederacy. The State Journal at St. Louis, Missouri, suppressed by General Lyon for disloyal sentiments. Battle of Rich Mountain, Virginia. Defeat of the rebels under Colonel Pegram, 60 killed, 150 wounded, and 150 prisoners. Capture of 200 tents, 60 wagons, 6 cannon, and other stores. Union loss, 11 killed and 35 wounded. 12th. Fight at Barbersville, Virginia. 6 companies of Colonel Woodruff's 2nd Kentucky attack and defeat 600 rebels. 1 Kentuckian and 10 or 12 rebels killed. 600 rebels under Colonel Pegram surrendered to General McClellan at Beverly, Virginia. 12 of Colonel Bendix's New York Regiment captured at Newport News. 13th. John B. Clark of Missouri expelled from the House of Representatives, having been found in arms against the government. Great Union speech of Joseph Holt at Louisville, Kentucky. Battle of Carrick's Ford, Virginia, and death of General Garnett, rebel commander. Defeat and rout of the rebels, with a loss of 150 killed and wounded, and 800 prisoners. Federal loss, 13 killed, 40 wounded. 15th. Skirmish at Bunker Hill, Virginia. Rout of rebel cavalry by fire of Rhode Island Battery. The rebels pursued by 2nd U.S. Cavalry. Peace meeting at Nyack, New York. 16th. Railway cars containing Union troops fired into at Millsville, Missouri. 3 soldiers killed, 7 wounded, 7 rebels killed. 16th, Federal Army under General McDowell marched toward Manassas. Bill authorizing the president to call out militia to suppress the rebellion passed the House of Representatives, and the bill to accept services of 500,000 volunteers. Speech of J.C. Breckinridge in the Senate in opposition to the Union Defense Bill. Tillman, a Negro, killed 3 of a rebel prize crew on the schooner S.J. Waring and brought the vessel into New York on the 22nd. 17th. Advance column of National Army occupied Fairfax Courthouse, Virginia. Battle at Scarytown, Virginia. Repulsive Federate with loss of 9 killed, 38 wounded, 9 missing. Rebel loss less. 3 Federal colonels and 2 captains captured. General Patterson's army marched from Bunker Hill, Virginia, to Charlestown. Skirmish at Fulton, Missouri. Rebels driven back with loss. 18th. Kansas City, Missouri, Home Guards under Major Van Horn attacked near Harrisonville by a superior force of rebels, whom they defeated, killing and wounding 20. Union loss 1 killed. Battle at Blackburn's Ford. Attack on the rebel entrenchments at Bull Run by a portion of General Tyler's division, who were repulsed with a loss of 83 men killed, wounded, and missing. Rebel loss 68 killed and wounded. 19th. 6 Federal officers near Hampton, Virginia, fired on by rebels in ambush. Major Rawlings killed and Lieutenant Johnson and Mr. Shirtliff wounded and captured. By General Order No. 46 of War Department, Major General Patterson was honorably discharged, and Major General Banks appointed his successor in the Department of the Shenandoah, and General Dix appointed to succeed General Banks in the Department of Maryland. The Captain General of Cuba liberated all the vessels brought into Cuban ports by Privateer Sumter as prizes. 20th. Rebel Congress met at Richmond, Virginia. 21st. Battle of Bull Run. 22nd. Brigadier General Beauregard promoted to the rank of general in the rebel army, the highest grade. Rebel Congress appointed a day of Thanksgiving for the victory at Manassas. Major General McClellan assigned to command the Department of the Potomac. Missouri State Convention met at Jefferson City. Rebels attacked and dispersed at Forsyth, Missouri by Federal troops under General Sweeney, with loss of 2 wounded. Rebel loss 5 killed, 10 wounded. 24th. Naval expedition from Fortress Monroe to Black River by Lieutenant Crosby and 300 men. 9 sloops and schooners of the rebels burnt, and 1 schooner with bacon and corn captured. 25th. U.S. steamer Resolute, Lieutenant Budd, brought 2 schooners and 1 sloop prize to Washington. General McClellan arrived at Washington and General Fremont at St. Louis, and General Banks at Harper's Ferry to take charge of their respective departments. Robert Toombs resigned the Secretaryship of State of the Confederacy to take office in the Army, and R.M.T. Hunter of Virginia was appointed to succeed him. 26th. 15 Home Guards from Rolla, Missouri were attacked at Lane's Prairie by a superior force of rebels, who were repulsed with a loss of 1 lieutenant killed and 3 men wounded. 2 guards were slightly wounded. 3 rebels captured by Colonel McLeod Murphy of New York in Virginia, scouting alone. 28th. Flight of General Wise's army from Gauley Bridge, Virginia, pursued by General Cox, who captured 1,000 muskets and a quantity of powder. A detachment of Colonel Mulligan's Chicago Regiment, aided by Home Guards, captured 28 rebels, 40 horses, and 2 teams at Hickory Hill, Missouri. 29th. A rebel battery at Aquia Creek, Virginia, engaged by 4 U.S. steamers for 3 hours with slight damage. 30th. 6 government clerks at Washington resigned, owing to a Virginia ordinance of disfranchisement. 300 kegs of powder and 6 cannon were captured from the rebels near Warsaw, Missouri. The Confederate forces occupied and fortified New Madrid, Missouri. 30th to 31st. Missouri State Convention abolished the state legislature, declared the offices of governor, lieutenant governor, and secretary of state vacant, appointed special state officers, and provided for a special election by the people in August 1862. August 1st. Rebel privateer Petrel, formerly U.S. revenue cutter Aiken, sunk by U.S. frigate St. Lawrence near Charleston. 36 out of 40 of her crew were rescued by the frigate's boats. Governor Gamble of Missouri delivered his inaugural to the state convention. Departure of General Fremont's expedition from St. Louis to Cairo and Bird's Point. 2nd. Fort Fillmore, New Mexico, with 750 men, traitorously surrendered by Major Lind, USA. Schooner Enchantress, with a valuable cargo, recaptured by U.S. steamer Albatross, Captain Prentice, off Charleston, South Carolina. Defeat of rebel forces at Doug Spring, Missouri, by General Lyon. Federal loss, 9 killed, 30 wounded. Rebel loss, 40 killed, 80 wounded. 3rd, Lieutenant Colonel Baylor, commanding the rebel forces in Arizona, issued a proclamation taking possession of New Mexico in the name of the Confederate States, declaring all federal offices vacant and appointing a secretary, attorney general, and other officers. Engagement at Mesilla, New Mexico, between federal troops and 700 rebels. Captain McNeely and Lieutenant Brooks of Federal Army were wounded and 12 rebels killed. 5th, the bark Alvarado, having a rebel prize crew, chased ashore near Fernandina, Florida, and burned by sailors from U.S. ship Vincennes. Skirmish at Point of Rocks, Maryland. 60 men of New York 28th attacked rebel cavalry, killing 3, wounding 2, and capturing 7 men and 20 horses, without loss themselves. Skirmish at Athens, Missouri. 300 home guards under Colonel Moore defeated a force of 1,000 rebels, killing 23 and wounding 50. 10 Federals killed and 10 wounded. 5 wagon loads of supplies and 40 horses were captured by the guards. Election in Kentucky for members of the legislature, the returns showing a large Union majority. 6th, adjournment sine die of special Congress at Washington. 7th, the village of Hampton, Virginia was burned by rebel forces under General Magruder. They were prevented from burning the bridge by skirmishers of Max Weber's New York Regiment. The privateer York was burned by gunboat Union, which also recaptured the schooner G.V. Baker. 8th, rebel cavalry routed at Lordsville, Virginia, with loss of 1 killed and 5 wounded, by 100 men of 19th New York under Captain Kennedy. Messrs. Breckinridge and Vallandigham partook of a banquet at the Utah House, Baltimore. Mr. Breckinridge, in an attempt to address the people, was prevented by popular clamor. 9th, skirmish at Potosi, Missouri. Rebels driven off, with loss of 2 killed, 3 wounded. 10th, Battle of Wilson's Creek, Missouri. The Federal Army under General Lyon, 5,200 men, was defeated by the combined forces of Generals Price and McCulloch, 20,000. General Lyon was killed. Federal loss, 223 killed, 721 wounded, 292 missing. Rebel loss, McCulloch's report, 265 killed, 800 wounded, 30 missing. Price's report of Missouri troops, 156 killed, 517 wounded. 12th, Bangor, Maine Democrat office destroyed by a mob. C.J. Falconer, ex-minister of U.S. to France, arrested on charge of treason. 13th, skirmish near Grafton, Virginia. 200 rebels routed, 21 killed and wounded, by Captain Dayton's company of 4th Virginia, without loss. 14th, mutiny in New York's 79th Regiment near Washington. General Fremont declares martial law in St. Louis, Missouri. War Bulletin and Missourian journals suppressed at St. Louis. Mutiny of 60 men of 2nd Maine at Arlington, Virginia, who were arrested and sentenced to be sent to the Dry Tortugas. All loyal men notified by Jefferson Davis to leave the Confederate States in 40 days. 15th, 2 Federal sailors killed and 2 wounded of the U.S. steamer Resolute in a skirmish at Matthias Point, Virginia. 16th, Colonel Hecker's regiment surprised 400 rebels at Fredericktown, Missouri, capturing 12 men and all the camp equipage. 5 New York newspapers were presented by the grand jury as hostile to the government. A peace meeting at Saybrook, Connecticut, broken up. $58,000 seized by U.S. troops at Genevieve, Missouri, and taken to St. Louis. Proclamation of President Lincoln declaring commercial intercourse with the 11 states in rebellion unlawful, excepting such parts thereof as have or may become restored to loyal government, and forfeiting all vessels therefrom or bound to the same after 15 days. 17th. Railway train near Palmyra, Missouri, fired into by rebels. 1 soldier was killed and several wounded. 18th. Privateer Jefferson Davis wrecked on the bar at St. Augustine, Florida. General Wool assumed command at Fortress Monroe. 19th. Captain Halliman with 50 mounted men left Bird's Point for Charleston, Missouri, and encountered a body of rebels, killing 2 and capturing 33 men and 35 horses, without any casualty themselves. Skirmish at Charleston, Missouri. 250 of 22nd Illinois under Colonel Dougherty and Lieutenant Colonel Ransom of 11th Illinois defeated 300 rebels under Colonel Hunter of Jefferson Thompson's army. 20 rebels were killed and wounded, and 17 prisoners taken. The Union loss was 1 killed and 6 wounded. 240 Union fugitives from East Tennessee arrived at Danville, Kentucky, and were fed in the Seminary Yard. Office of the Sentinel, Easton, Pennsylvania, destroyed by a Union mob. A.L. Kimball, editor of the Essex County Democrat, Haverhill, Massachusetts, was tarred and feathered and ridden on a rail by a Union mob. Passports required by notice from the Department of State from all persons leaving or arriving within the United States. Office of the Jeffersonian, Westchester, PA, destroyed by a Union mob. Office of the People's Friend at Covington, Indiana, destroyed by a Union mob. 20th. Skirmish at Hawk's Nest in the Kanawha Valley, Virginia. A body of rebels attacked the 11th Ohio but were driven back with loss. Union loss, 2 wounded and 1 missing. The Wheeling, Virginia Convention passed an ordinance to erect a new state to be called Kanawha. A railway train from Jefferson City, Missouri, when near Lookout Station, was fired into by rebels, and 1 soldier killed and 6 wounded. 2 rebels were killed, several wounded, and 5 prisoners taken. General McClellan assumed command of the Army of the Potomac. General Butler assumed command of U.S. Volunteer Force near Fortress Monroe. 21st. Surprise of part of Company K, Ohio 7th, near Cross Lane, West Virginia. 2 killed and 9 wounded, 5 of whom were taken prisoners, including Captain Shute. 22nd. Disloyal papers were rejected from the U.S. mails. Large bundles of papers were seized by the U.S. Marshals in Philadelphia and other cities. The Stark County Democrat office in Canton, Ohio was destroyed by a Union mob. The steamer Samuel Orr was seized at Paducah, Kentucky by rebels and taken up the Tennessee River. 24th. A portion of the Cherokee Indians made an alliance with the Southern Confederacy. The Cherokees and Creeks raised 2,000 men for the rebel army and were promised payment of their annuities by the Confederate commissioners. Arrest of Mayor Barrett of Washington. The office of the Bridgeport, Connecticut farmer was destroyed by a Union mob. Office of the Alleghenian, Cumberland, Maryland, was destroyed by a Union mob. 25th. A band of rebels at Wayne Courthouse, Virginia, was routed by 53 Federals under Captain Smith from Camp Pierpont, Cerrado, Wayne County, Virginia. 4 rebels were killed and 8 taken prisoner. All vessels and boats on the Potomac seized by government authorities. Governor H.R. Gamble of Missouri issued a call for 42,000 state militia to serve 6 months unless sooner discharged. 26th. Surprise of 7th Ohio, Colonel Tyler, at Cross Lanes, near Somerville, West Virginia, by a large force of rebels. 15 killed, 40 wounded, and 30 prisoners. Rebel loss not known. The War Department prohibited the transmission or publication of any intelligence of Army or naval movements calculated to give information to the enemy. The Postmaster General directed postal agents to arrest express agents or others engaged in transmitting letters to seceded states in violation of the President's proclamation of the 16th. Commander Foote ordered to the command of U.S. naval forces on the western waters. A naval and military expedition to North Carolina coast sailed from Hampton Roads, Virginia, under command of A naval and military expedition to North Carolina coast sailed from Hampton Roads, Virginia, under command of Commodore Stringham and Major General Butler. Skirmish of 2 companies of New York 23rd with a large force of rebels at Ball's Crossroads, Virginia. 1 Federal killed and 1 wounded. 28th. A party of Federal troops under Captain Smith attacked and dispersed a force of rebels at Wayne Courthouse, West Virginia, and returned to Cerrado without loss. 5 or 6 of the rebels were killed and wounded, and 8 captured. 28th through 29th. Bombardment and capture of Forts Hatteras and Clark at Hatteras Inlet, North Carolina. 30 pieces of cannon, 1,000 stand of arms, 3 vessels with valuable cargoes, and 750 prisoners were taken. 29th. Fight at Lexington, Missouri. The rebels, under Colonel Reed, were driven off with loss of 8 killed and several wounded. The Federals had 5 or 6 wounded, and several loyal citizens were captured. 30th. Martial law was proclaimed throughout Missouri by General Fremont, and the slaves of all persons found in arms against the U.S. declared free. September 1st. Skirmish at Bennett's Mills, Missouri. Attack on Home Guards commanded by Lieutenant Chandler by a large force of rebels. Federal loss, 3 killed, 6 wounded. Rebel loss unknown. Fight at Boone Courthouse, Virginia. Rebels defeated with a loss of 30. 6 Federal soldiers wounded. 2nd. Fight near Fort Scott, Missouri. 600 rebels under General Rains were attacked and pursued by 500 rebels under Colonel Montgomery. The rebels falling back on reinforcements, Montgomery retreated. The Massachusetts 13th captured 20 Charleston, South Carolina cavalry after killing 3 and wounding 5, 2.5 miles from Harper's Ferry. Colonel Crossman, of General Kelly's staff, with 2 companies, attacked 400 rebels at Worthington, Marion County, Virginia, by whom he was repulsed with the loss of 2 men. 3rd. Passenger train on the Hannibal and St. Joseph Railway, Missouri, was thrown into the Platte River by the giving way of a bridge partly burned by the rebels. 17 persons were killed and 60 wounded. 4th, an engagement on the Mississippi River occurred near Hickman, Kentucky, between national gunboats Tyler and Lexington and the rebel gunboat Yankee and Shore batteries. 6th, Paducah, Kentucky was occupied by federal forces under General Grant. 7th, Generals Pillow and Polk occupied Columbus, Kentucky with 7,000 rebels. 5 schooners were captured by federal officers at Hatteras Inlet. 8th, General Pope broke up a camp of 3,000 rebels near Huntsville, Missouri, under General Greene, and captured a large quantity of stores. 9th, a revolt occurred among the New York Rifles at Willets Point, New York. 2 men were killed and 5 wounded. A government steamer conveying prisoners from Lexington, Missouri to Fort Leavenworth broke her rudder, and being obliged to land, the vessel was seized by the rebels, the prisoners liberated, and 40 federal soldiers captured. 10th, 156 Union prisoners, among them all the principal officers held captive by the rebels at Richmond, were sent to Castle Pinckney in Charleston Harbor. Battle of Carnifex Ferry near Summersville, Virginia. Federal commander Rosecrans, rebel Floyd, who retreated with small loss. Federal loss, 16 killed, 102 wounded. 11th, skirmish at Lewinsville, Virginia. Federal loss, 6 killed, 10 wounded. The President modified General Fremont's Emancipation Proclamation. The Kentucky legislature, by a vote of 71 to 26, ordered the Confederate troops to leave the state. 12th, a rebel camp at Petersburg, Hardy County, Virginia, was broken up by Captain Kidd's cavalry, and a large amount of stores captured. Skirmish at Black River near Ironton, Missouri. A detachment of Indiana cavalry under Major Gavitt defeated a body of rebels under Benjamin Talbot, killing 5, capturing 4, and 25 horses and a quantity of arms. The legislature of Kentucky authorized the governor to call out the state military to repel Southern invaders. 2 slaves, the property of T.L. Sneed, a secessionist of St. Louis, were manumitted by General Fremont. 13th, a large body of rebels under Colonel Brown were repulsed from Boonville, Missouri, with a loss of 12 killed and 30 wounded, by Home Guards under Captain Epstein, who lost 1 killed and 4 wounded. 12th through 14th. 2 engagements occurred on Sheep Mountain, Western Virginia, in which the rebels under General R.E. Lee were defeated with a loss of 100 killed and wounded. Among the former, Colonel J.A. Washington and 20 prisoners. The federal forces under General J.J. Reynolds lost 13 killed, 20 wounded, and 60 prisoners. 13th through 18th. The Provost Marshal of Baltimore, Maryland, arrested Mayor Brown, Ross Winans, and Messrs. Pitts, Sangster, Wallace, Scott, Dennison, Quinlan, Lynch, Warfield, Hanson, and J.C. Brune of the legislature, and also editors Howard and Hall by order of the War Department. 13th. An expedition from the U.S. frigate Colorado, under Lieutenant J.H. Russell, cut out and destroyed the privateer Judah, under the rebel guns at Pensacola. The federal loss was 3 killed and 15 wounded. 14th. A rebel camp near Kansas City, Missouri was broken up, 7 men killed and 6 taken prisoner. 18th. Colonel F.P. Blair, Jr. was arrested at St. Louis for disrespectful language when alluding to superior officers. 15th. A body of rebels attacked Colonel Geary's 28th Pennsylvania Regiment, stationed on the Potomac 3 miles above Harper's Ferry, and were repulsed with severe loss. 1 of Colonel Geary's men was killed and several slightly wounded. 16th. A naval expedition from Hatteras Inlet under command of Lieutenant J.Y. Maxwell destroyed Fort Ocracoke on Beacon Island, North Carolina. The federal gunboat Conestoga captured the steamers V.R. Stevenson and Gazelle on Cumberland River, Kentucky. Ship Island near the mouth of the Mississippi River was occupied by federal forces from the steamer Massachusetts. 17th. A fight took place at Mariatown, Missouri, between 600 Federals under Colonels Montgomery and Johnson and 400 rebels, who were defeated with a loss of 7 killed and 100 horses and their tents and supplies captured. Colonel Johnson and 2 Federal privates were killed and 6 wounded. A train on the Ohio and Mississippi Railway, with part of the 19th Illinois Regiment, broke through a bridge near Huron, Indiana, by which 26 soldiers were killed and 112 wounded. 500 of the 3rd Iowa, under Lieutenant Colonel Scott, attacked and were repulsed by 3,000 rebels under General D.R. Atchison at Blue Mills Landing, Missouri. The federal loss was over 100 in killed and wounded. 18th. Skirmish at Barbersville, Kentucky, between the Home Guard and Zollicoffer's men. 7 rebels were killed and 1 guard wounded and another taken prisoner. 18 secession members of the Maryland legislature were arrested and lodged in Fort McHenry. 19th. Ex-Governor Moorhead and others of Louisville, Kentucky were arrested by the U.S. Marshal on charges of treason or complicity with treason. 20th. Surrender of Colonel Mulligan's command at Lexington, Missouri to the rebel General Price after 4 days' siege. 21st. General Lane's command surprised a superior force of rebels at Papinsville, Missouri, routing them with a Union loss of 17 killed and 40 wounded. Rebel loss, 40 killed, 100 prisoners, and all their tents and supplies. 2 detachments of troops from Union gunboats near Glasgow, Missouri, encountered each other while reconnoitering at night, and by mistake 4 were killed and several wounded. General Robert Anderson assumed command of federal and state troops in Ivy. J.C. Breckinridge fled from Frankfort, Kentucky, and openly joined the rebels. 22nd. Skirmish of the 7th Iowa at Elliott's Mills, Kentucky, with rebel cavalry, who were defeated with the loss of 3 of their number. 23rd. Ross Winans of Maryland took the oath of allegiance. Captain Goldsborough succeeded Commodore Stringham in command of the Chesapeake blockading fleet. Detachments of the 8th and 4th Ohio and Ringgold's cavalry under Colonels Park and Cantwell, advancing from New Creek toward Romney, Virginia, attacked and drove out 700 rebels from Mechanicsville Gap, and pursued their combined forces of 1,400 from Romney to the mountains. Federal loss, 3 killed, 10 wounded. Rebel loss, 15 killed, 30 wounded. 24th. The Comte de Paris and Duc de Chartres, grandsons of Louis-Philippe of France, were attached as aides to General McClellan's staff and commissioned as captains. 25th. Successful expedition of 3,000 men under General W. F. Smith for reconnoitering and forage from Chain Bridge to Lewinsville, Virginia. A large quantity of stores were captured. Engagement at Chapmansville, Western Virginia. Colonel Pratt, with 560 of the 34th Ohio, defeated a body of rebels under Colonel J. W. Davis, killing 29, including their commander, and wounding a large number. Colonel Pratt's loss was 4 killed, 8 wounded. A body of rebels were defeated near Osceola, Missouri by federal troops under Colonel Montgomery, who set fire to the town. 10 rebels killed, 1 federal killed, 4 wounded. James B. Clay, son of the illustrious Henry, and 16 other rebels were captured near Danville, Kentucky, while on their way to Zollicoffer's camp. 26th. At Lucas Bend, Kentucky, 75 of Captain Stewart's cavalry attacked and routed 40 rebel cavalry, killing 4 and capturing 5 without loss themselves. By presidential proclamation of August 12th, this day was observed as a day of fasting and prayer throughout the loyal states. 27th. A body of Kansas troops under Montgomery and Jameson engaged the advance guard of McCulloch's rebel army near Shanghai in Benton County, Missouri, and drove them back with loss. General Fremont, with 15 steamers and 15,000 men, sailed from St. Louis up the Missouri River. The rebels evacuated Munson's Hill, Virginia, which was occupied with federal troops. 28th. Baker's California Regiment and Baxter's Philadelphia Volunteers mistook each other for rebels at Falls Church, Virginia, and fired, killing 15 and wounding 30. End of section 45. Section 46 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1 by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Chronology, October 1861 through November 1861. October 1st. The U.S. steamer Fanny, with 35 men of the 9th New York Volunteers, was captured by the rebels on the north coast of Hatteras Inlet. She was loaded with government stores. 2nd. A secessionist camp at Charleston, Missouri was broken up and 40 rebels captured. $33,000 deposited in the St. Louis Building and Savings Association for the part payment of a U.S. annuity to the Cherokee Indians declared confiscated by the government in consequence of the secession of that tribe. 3rd. Attack on an entrenched camp commanded by General H.A. Jackson at Greenbrier, Western Virginia, by Union forces under General J.J. Reynolds. Union loss 8 killed, 32 wounded, rebel loss greater, a drawn battle. General Price and the rebel army under his command withdrew from Lexington, Missouri, leaving a brigade as a guard. Gustavus Smith, formerly Street Commissioner of New York, was appointed a major general in the rebel army. 4th. Commander Alden, U.S. steamer South Carolina, captured 2 schooners off the southwest pass of the Mississippi with 4,000 to 5,000 stand of arms. A company of 110 Texas Rangers were defeated by 100 U.S. troops from Fort Craig at Alamosa, New Mexico. 10 Texans and their captain killed and 30 wounded. 2 boats from U.S. steamer Louisiana, Lieutenant A. Murray, destroyed a rebel schooner being fitted out for a privateer at Chincoteague Inlet, Virginia. They engaged and repulsed the rebels with a loss of 4 U.S. seamen wounded. A large force of rebels under Colonel Wright attacked the 20th Indiana, Colonel Brown, at Chickamacomico near Hatteras Inlet. Federals retreated, leaving their pickets, wounded, and camp equipage in the hands of the enemy. General Butler, commanding the Military Department of New England, had his headquarters at Boston. 5th, the rebel forces under Colonel Wright were driven from the Chickamacomico with severe loss by U.S. steamer Monticello. 7th, John Ross, principal chief of the Cherokee Indians, negotiated a treaty of alliance on behalf of that people with the Confederate government. 57 released prisoners, taken by the rebels at the Battle of Bull Run, arrived at Fortress Monroe from Richmond. U.S. gunboats Tyler and Lexington exchanged shots with rebel batteries at Iron Bend, 3 miles above Columbus, Kentucky. 8th, Brigadier General William T. Sherman appointed to command the Department of the Cumberland, Kentucky, in place of Brigadier General R. Anderson, retired from ill health. 200 rebels under Captain Holliday, encamped 2 miles from Hillsborough, Kentucky, were attacked and defeated by a body of Home Guards under Lieutenant Sadler. Rebel loss: 11 killed, 29 wounded, 22 prisoners. Also 127 rifles and other arms. Federal loss: 3 killed, 3 wounded. 9th. Attack upon Wilson's New York's Waves at Santa Rosa Island, 4 miles from Fort Pickens at 2 a.m. by 1,500 rebels under General Anderson. The regulars from Fort Pickens and the Zouaves defeated the rebels, killing and wounding about 100 and taking 35 prisoners. Federal loss: 13 killed, 21 wounded. Federal troops under General Smith advanced from Chain Bridge and occupied Lewinsville, Virginia. 10th. Cavalry skirmish 4 miles from Paducah, Kentucky, 2 of the 4th U.S. Cavalry mortally wounded and 2 taken prisoners. 11th. The rebel steamer Nashville, commanded by Lieutenant R.B. Pegram, escaped from Charleston, South Carolina. Lieutenant Harrell of U.S. steamer Union, with 3 boats' crews, cut out and burnt a rebel schooner in Dumfries Creek on the Potomac and escaped without loss. Missouri State Convention met at St. Louis. Marshal Kane was transferred from Fort McHenry to Fort Lafayette. 12th. Rebel steamer Theodora ran the blockade at Charleston, South Carolina, having on board Messrs. Mason and Slidell, commissioners to England and France, with their secretaries. Captain P.G. Morton captured a train of 21 wagons, 425 cattle, and 35 prisoners, with stores for hostile Cherokees, at Chelsea, Kansas. Cavalry skirmished south of Cameron, Ray County, Missouri. A company of Major James's cavalry routed a large body of rebels, who lost 8 killed and 5 prisoners. 1 Federal was killed and 4 wounded. 6 rebel gunboats, the ram Manassas, and a fleet of fire ships attacked the U.S. fleet at the mouth of the Mississippi and were repulsed by them with slight loss on either side. A party of 12 of a New York Zouave regiment under Lieutenant Zeller were captured by the rebels near Newport News, Virginia. 40 men of the 39th Indiana attacked and defeated a superior force of rebels 8 miles from Green River, western Virginia, without loss themselves, killing 5 and wounding 3 of the enemy. Night skirmish near the residence of Cy Hutchinson, Barron County, Kentucky. 10 Federal horsemen under Colonels Hobson and Pennebaker and Captain S. Taylor encountered 100 rebel cavalry, of whom 4 were killed and several wounded. Federal loss: 3 killed. 500 men of the Piatt, Cincinnati, Zouaves, under Lieutenant Colonel Tolland, and 2 companies of the 4th Virginia, drove out a large body of rebels from Winfield, 20 miles below Charleston, on the Kanawha, western Virginia, who had been committing depredations. The Federals captured a large quantity of military stores. Skirmish between a detachment of the 39th Indiana under Lieutenant Colonel Jones and 58 rebel cavalry near Upton's, 14 miles below Camp Nevin, Kentucky. The rebels were repulsed with a loss of 5 killed and 3 wounded. A woman and 5 children from families of U.S. soldiers from Utah were drowned while attempting to cross the Platte River on a raft near St. Joseph's, Missouri, the rope having been cut by an enemy. 13th. 18 miles northeast of Lebanon, Missouri, Major Wright, with 2 companies of U.S. cavalry, routed 300 mounted rebels under Captains Laurels and Wright. 62 of the rebels were killed and wounded, and 30 taken prisoners. 1 Federal trooper was killed. Skirmish at Beckwith's Farm, 12 miles southeast of Bird's Point, Missouri. 20 men under Lieutenant Tufts encountered a superior force of rebels, and after engaging them, retired. 2 were killed, 5 wounded, and 3 missing of the national force. 12 were killed and wounded of the rebels. Brig Grenada of New York was captured by the privateer Sally of Charleston, which ran the blockade on the 10th instant. 14th. 150 voters of Chincoteague Island, Accomack County, Virginia, took the oath of allegiance to the U.S. in the presence of Lieutenant Murray of United States ship Louisiana. The inhabitants of the island, 1,000 in number, were loyal. No other flag than the national had thus far been allowed to float on the island. Major White, with one company of Missouri scouts, captured 45 rebels at Lynn Creek, Missouri, commanded by Captain Roberts. The U.S. Secretary of State, William H. Seward, issued a circular to the governors of all states bordering on the ocean and the lakes, recommending that their defenses should be put in effective condition to meet the contingency of foreign war instigated by rebel emissaries. 15th. U.S. steamer Roanoke, off of Charleston, captured and burnt the ship Thomas Watson, which ran on Stono Reef while attempting to evade the blockade. 10 of the New York 14th killed 2 rebels in a skirmish near Lewinsville, Virginia. General Wool at Fortress Monroe declined to receive a flag of truce from Norfolk. 600 rebels under General Jefferson Thompson attacked and captured 40 U.S. soldiers guarding the Big River Bridge near Potosi, Missouri. Federal loss 1 killed, 6 wounded. Rebel loss 5 killed, 4 wounded. The rebels paroled the U.S. soldiers and burned the bridge. The rebel batteries at Aquia Creek and Shipping Point on the Potomac fired on all vessels passing, but inflicted no serious damage. 3 U.S. steamers sailed from New York in pursuit of the privateer Nashville. 16th. Colonel J.W. Geary of the Pennsylvania 28th, with 400 men from his own, the 13th Massachusetts, and 3rd Wisconsin, crossed the Potomac at Harper's Ferry and captured 21,000 bushels of wheat stored in a mill near Bolivar Heights. A severe skirmish occurred with a body of rebels who disputed the ground, from whom the Federals captured a 32-pounder and made good their retreat, accomplishing the object of the expedition. Federal loss, 4 killed, 8 wounded. Major F.J. White, with 220 Missouri scouts, surprised the rebels at Lexington, Missouri, and without loss captured 60 or 70 prisoners, released Colonels White and Grover and 12 other captives, and seized 2 steamboats with arms, ammunition, and stores. 1,000 rebels under General Thompson and Colonel Lowe near Ironton, Missouri, were defeated with a loss of 36 killed and wounded by Major Gavitt's Indiana Cavalry and 5 companies of Colonel Alexander's 21st Illinois. Union loss 11. 19th. Colonel Morgan, with 220 men of the 18th Missouri Regiment and 2 pieces of artillery, defeated 400 rebels on Big Hurricane Creek, Carroll County, Missouri, killing 14 and taking 8 prisoners. Colonel Morgan had 14 men wounded, 2 mortally. 20 rebel North Carolina prisoners were sent to Fortress Monroe to be released on taking an oath not to bear arms against the government. 21st. Battle of Edwards Ferry, Virginia. 1,900 men from General C.P. Stone's division, under command of Colonel E.D. Baker, U.S. Senator from Oregon, were ordered to cross the Potomac at Harrison's Island, or Ball's Bluff, to support reconnaissances above and below that point. At 4 p.m. they were attacked by 3,000 rebels under General Evans and driven to the river bank, where, there being no adequate provision for crossing, they suffered severe loss by the enemy's fire and by drowning. Killed 223, wounded 250, taken prisoners 500. Rebel loss about 200 in killed and wounded. About 2,500 rebels near Fredericktown, Missouri, under Jefferson Thompson and Colonel Lowe, were attacked by 3,500 Federal troops, commanded by Colonel J.B. Plummer of 11th Missouri, with Missouri, Illinois, Wisconsin, and Indiana troops, under Colonels Ross, Marsh, Hovey, Baker, Lieutenant Colonel Pennebaker, Major Schofield, Captain Stewart, and Lieutenant White. The rebels were defeated with great loss, and Colonel Lowe was killed. They left 175 bodies on the field and had a large number wounded. 80 were taken prisoners, and 4 heavy guns were captured. The Federal loss was 7 killed and 60 wounded. A portion of the rebel General Zollicoffer's command was repulsed from an advanced position of General Shope's brigade near Camp Wildcat, Laurel County, Kentucky. The Federal loss was 4 killed and 21 wounded. 22nd. Flag Officer Craven of the Potomac Flotilla reported the Potomac River commanded by rebel batteries at all important points below Alexandria. A detachment of U.S. cavalry broke up a rebel camp at Buffalo Mills, Benton County, Missouri, killing and wounding 20, taking 60 prisoners, 22 wagons, and a number of horses. 23rd. Colonel Len Harris, with the 2nd Ohio, 2 guns of Captain Conkle's Ohio Battery and Captain Laughlin's cavalry, drove out a body of 200 rebels from West Liberty, Morgan County, Kentucky, after a skirmish in which 10 were killed, 5 wounded, and 6 made prisoners of the rebels, with no loss on the part of the Federals. A small quantity of stores was captured. 50 men of the 6th Indiana, while skirmishing near Hodgesville, Kentucky, were attacked by a superior force of rebels whom they repulsed, killing 3 and wounding 5. 3 of the Federals were severely wounded, including Lieutenant Grayson, their commander. General Frederick W. Lander was appointed to command the brigade of the late Colonel Baker. 24th. President Lincoln suspended the writ of habeas corpus so far as related to military arrests in the District of Columbia. The steamer Salvor was captured while attempting to run the blockade at Tampa Bay, Florida. Western Virginia voted almost unanimously in favor of a division of the state. The western section of the California Telegraph was completed to Salt Lake City, connecting the wires from the Pacific to the Atlantic Ocean. Skirmish between the pickets of General William T. Ward and a scouting party of rebels near Campbellsville, Kentucky. Several of the rebels were killed and wounded, and their captain taken prisoner. 25th. 160 of General Fremont's bodyguard, under the command of Major Zagonyi, charged 2,000 rebels drawn up to receive them near Springfield, Missouri, routed them, and occupied the town. Rebel loss 106 killed, many wounded, and 27 prisoners. Zagonyi's loss 15 killed, 27 wounded, 10 missing. The Missouri Prairie Scouts, under Major F.J. White, attacked the rear of the rebel force at the same time, making 3 successful charges and inflicting severe loss on the enemy. The loss of the Scouts was 33 in killed, wounded, and missing. 26th. An artillery fight across the Potomac at Edwards Ferry for several hours. 2 killed in General Banks's encampment and 3 wounded. Both parties were compelled to move back their encampments. General B.F. Kelly, with 2,500 Virginia and Ohio volunteers from New Creek, Virginia, attacked an inferior rebel force near Romney, who were routed and pursued through that town with severe loss. Colonel Thomas Johns of 2nd Regiment Potomac Home Brigade made a diversion of the enemy's force by marching to the rear of Romney by way of Frankfort, and engaged and held in check a regiment of the rebels. The expedition was successful in capturing a large supply of military stores and provisions. Federal loss, 2 killed, 14 wounded. Rebel loss, 10 killed, 15 wounded, and a number of prisoners, including Colonel Angus MacDonald, their commander. Their artillery wagons, camps, etc. were captured. Parson Brownlow was forced to suspend the publication of the Knoxville, Tennessee Whig. A wagon train was established between Baltimore and Washington for want of sufficient railway facilities, consequent on the danger from rebel batteries in navigating the Potomac. Major Phillips, with 300 of the 9th Illinois, from Paducah, sailed on the steamer Conestoga to West Eddyville, Kentucky, on the Cumberland River, where they landed and marched 6 miles to Saratoga, and surprised a detachment of rebel cavalry under Captain Wilcox. After a brief resistance, the enemy fled, losing 13 killed, many wounded, 24 prisoners, and 52 horses. 4 of the Illinois men were wounded. Surprise of a rebel encampment at Plattsburgh, Clinton County, Missouri, by a superior force of Federals. Rebel loss, 8 killed, 12 prisoners, 1 cannon, and a quantity of small arms. 28th. 3 rebel vessels were surprised and burnt at Chincoteague Inlet, Virginia, by a portion of the crew of U.S. gunboat Louisiana, under Lieutenant A. Hopkins. D. Davis of Illinois, J. Holt of Kentucky, and H. Campbell of Missouri were appointed commissioners by President Lincoln to audit all unsettled military claims in Missouri. General J.B. Henderson, with a superior force, surrounded and captured 400 rebels at Dyer's Mills near Concord, Missouri. They were allowed to lay down their arms and return home. 29th. 250 U.S. Kentucky volunteers, under Colonel Burbridge, marched from Owensboro to Morgantown, Kentucky, crossed the river at that point, defeated a superior rebel force, and destroyed their camp. Federal loss, 2 wounded. Nearly 100 contrabands arrived at Fortress Monroe in 2 days. Rebel State Conference in Russellville, Kentucky. The great naval expedition sailed from Fortress Monroe under the command of Flag Officer Commander Samuel F. DuPont, comprising 77 vessels of all classes. The land forces, numbering 20,000 men, were commanded by Brigadier General Thomas W. Sherman. 31st. Skirmish at Morgantown, Green River, Kentucky. Colonel McHenry's command drove a party of rebels attached to Buckner's camp across the river with loss. At New York, the jury impaneled for the trial of the sailors captured on the privateer Savannah, the first rebel armed vessel that was commissioned, failed to agree. November 1st. Lieutenant General Winfield Scott, at his own request, was retired from active service, and Major General George B. McClellan was appointed to succeed him as Commander-in-Chief of the U.S. Army. Lieutenant Colonel Morse, with 450 cavalry and infantry, surprised and routed a rebel force 800 strong under Colonel Sweeney, encamped near Rennick, Randolph County, Missouri. Rebels. 2nd. General Fremont, at Springfield, received an order from Washington, relieving him from command of the Department of Missouri. General Hunter was appointed temporarily to the command. An address was issued by Governor Harris of Tennessee, calling upon the people to furnish every shotgun and rifle to defend the soil. Major Joseph's Missouri militia, numbering 129, were attacked at Platte City, Missouri, by Silas Gordon with 300 rebels, who were repulsed with a loss of 13 killed and wounded, 30 prisoners, many guns, and all their equipments. The English steamer Bermuda ran the blockade at Charleston, South Carolina, with 2,000 bales of cotton. Prestonburg, Kentucky was occupied by Union troops under General Nelson without opposition. 3rd. Rising of Union men in East Tennessee, who burned or broke down several important railroad bridges. 5 rebel boats made an attack on Fort Hatteras, North Carolina, but were repulsed by the U.S. gunboat National and the fort. Colonel Greensill drove rebel troops from Houston, Missouri, and returned to Rolla with several prisoners and a large amount of property. 4th, enthusiastic Union meeting in Baltimore County, Maryland, addressed by Reverdy Johnson. Barbersville, Kentucky was occupied by 1,500 Federals without opposition. 5th, Colonel Corcoran and 15 other national officers who were prisoners were selected by lot by the rebels as hostages to be hung in the event of that punishment being awarded to the privateers held by the national government. 6th, extra session of South Carolina legislature adjourned after choosing presidential electors and ordering the banks to loan the state $300,000. 2 parties of rebel troops met above Newport News, Virginia, and by mistake fired on each other, killing and wounding a number. Among the killed was Major Bailey of Mobile. The grand jury at Frankfort, Kentucky found indictments for treason against 32 prominent citizens, among whom were R.J. Breckinridge, Jr., J.C. Breckinridge, Humphrey Marshall, and Benjamin Desha. Electors for president and vice president were chosen throughout the revolted states and also members of Congress. 120 Federals under Captain Shields were captured by 500 rebels near Little Santa Fe, Missouri. They were on their way to join General Fremont's column. The 13th Indiana Regiment, Colonel J.J. Sullivan, and Captain Robinson's Ohio Cavalry returned to Huntsville, Virginia, from an extensive march through Webster County. Several rebels were killed and wounded in scouting, and 13 prisoners taken. 7th, Battle of Belmont, Missouri. Generals Grant and McClernand, with 2,850 men, landed at Belmont at 8 a.m., drove in the rebel pickets, and captured their camp, which was burnt. A battery of 12 guns was taken, and about 200 prisoners. Meantime, a large reinforcement of rebels was landed from Columbus, on the opposite side of the river, which intercepted General Grant's army in their return to their boats. The Federals cut their way through a much superior force of the enemy, losing 150 of their number prisoners, together with their killed and wounded, who fell into the hands of the rebels. Federal loss 89 killed, 150 wounded, 150 missing. The rebel loss was greater, 155 were taken prisoners. General Hunter, Fremont's successor in Missouri, repudiated the agreement just made between Generals Fremont and Price, the rebel commander, concerning the privileges of unarmed citizens and the disarming of unrecognized bodies of men. Skirmishing on New River near Gauley Bridge, Virginia, Federal forces under General Rosecrans drove off a body of rebels who had besieged his camp for several days. Several rebels and 1 private of 13th Ohio killed. The Federal fleet under Commander DuPont captured Forts Warren and Beauregard at Port Royal entrance and took the town of Beaufort, South Carolina, with a loss of 8 killed, 6 badly wounded, and 17 slightly. None of the national vessels seriously damaged. Rebel loss unknown, but large. 2 launches and 40 men, commanded by Lieutenant James E. Jewett from the U.S. frigate Santee off Galveston, Texas, surprised and burnt the rebel privateer Royal Yacht by night after a sharp conflict, killing several of the rebels and capturing 13. Federal loss 2 killed and 7 wounded. 8th, U.S. gunboat Rescue shelled out a rebel battery at Urbana Creek on the Rappahannock, Virginia, and captured a large schooner with stores. 5 railway bridges were burned in East Tennessee by Unionists. Captain Wilkes, with the U.S. steam sloop of war San Jacinto, overhauled the English mail steamer Trent in the Bahama Channel and took from her the rebel emissaries Mason and Slidell, with their secretaries, who had taken passage for England. Colonel Grenzel returned with his command to Rolla, Missouri from an expedition against the rebels in Texas County, bringing 9 prisoners, 500 head of cattle, and 40 horses and mules. A portion of General Nelson's Kentucky Brigade were ambuscaded while on their way to Piketon, Kentucky, by 200 rebels in a strong position. The rebels were dispersed with the loss of 10 killed, 15 wounded. General Nelson had 6 killed and 24 wounded. Another portion of General Nelson's brigade under command of Colonel Sill reached Piketon by a circuitous route and attacked a body of rebels, defeating them with a small loss and having 1 Federal soldier killed. A bridge on the East Tennessee Railway, 200 feet span, was destroyed by Unionists. Also 4 on the line north of Knoxville and a heavy wooden bridge at Charleston, Bradley County, Tennessee. 9th, Major General Henry W. Halleck of California was ordered to take command of the Department of Missouri in place of General Fremont. Brigadier General Don Carlos Buell of Indiana was appointed to command the Department of Kentucky. Major General Hunter to command the Department of Kansas. Colonel E.R.S. Canley to the Department of New Mexico. 10th, a band of rebel marauders was captured by Lieutenant Shriver with a squad of 1st Iowa Cavalry near Clark Station, Missouri. A portion of General Cox's brigade crossed the New River near Gauley, Virginia, and attacked Floyd's forces posted there, who retreated after a severe skirmish, in which the 11th Ohio Regiment lost 8 killed and 10 wounded. 150 of the 9th Virginia Regiment, Colonel K.V. Whaley, were surprised at Guyandotte, Virginia, on the Ohio River, by a superior force of rebels, and after a sharp skirmish in which 8 of the Federals were killed and 12 wounded, and nearly the same loss sustained by the rebels, Colonel Whaley and 45 of his men were captured and the rest escaped. About 2/3 of the town was burned next day by the Union, Virginia, and Ohio troops who arrived there, in retaliation for the treachery and cruelty of the rebel inhabitants evinced in the scenes of the engagement. 11th. At Columbus, Kentucky, 2 rebel lieutenants and 6 privates were killed by the explosion of a Dahlgren gun. Reverend Major General Polk nearly escaped. 110 of Colonel Anthony's regiment attacked a rebel camp on the Little Blue River near Kansas City, Missouri, which proved too strong for them, and after a severe fight, Colonel Anthony's men were drawn off in good order, losing 8 killed and 8 wounded. 12th. Reconnaissance in force by General Heintzelman with 6,000 men to Occoquan Creek, Virginia, 18 miles from Alexandria. Captain Todd's company of Lincoln Cavalry were surprised by a superior force of rebels, 3 killed, 1 wounded, and 3 taken prisoners, including the captain. Attack on the U.S. fleet at the passes of the Mississippi by the Manassas ram, 5 gunboats and several fire ships under command of Captain Hollins. U.S. ship Vincennes grounded, and the Richmond was damaged by the ram and also grounded, but the enemy were driven off without obtaining any advantage. The privateer Beauregard of Charleston, South Carolina, with 27 men, was captured 100 miles east-northeast of Abaco by the U.S. sloop of war W.G. Anderson, Lieutenant W.C. Rogers commanding. Skirmish of General Kelly's pickets near Romney, Virginia, losing 2 killed and several wounded, 12 rebels taken prisoners. 13th. Rebel General Zollicoffer's retreated from the Cumberland Ford to Cumberland Gap, Tennessee. 14th. The privateer schooner Neva from China was seized at San Francisco, California, by Captain Peace of U.S. cutter Mary. Lieutenant J.H. Rigby, with 20 men of the Gist Artillery, on an expedition from Salisbury, Maryland, to Wilmington and Newcastle, Maryland, seized 3 brass 6-pounders and 100 muskets, in possession of secessionists in those places. The governor of Florida, by proclamation, forbade the enlistment of citizens of that state to serve in any other portion of the Confederacy. $30,000 had been raised by Southern people for the widow of the martyr Jackson, who killed Colonel Ellsworth at Alexandria, Virginia. General Benham, in his pursuit of the army of General Floyd in West Virginia, overtook the rear guard near McCoy's Mills and defeated it, killing 15 rebels, among them Colonel Croghan. Floyd, in his retreat, destroyed 200 of his tents and lost 10 wagon loads of ammunition and arms. Fast day was observed in the rebel states. Steamship Champion arrived at New York from Aspinwall, bringing General Sumner and several companies of regular soldiers from San Francisco, having under arrest ex-senators Gwynn and Brent, and C. Benham, late Attorney General of California, charged with complicity with the rebels. 16th. A party of 57 of the New York 30th, attached to General Keyes' brigade on the Potomac while out foraging west of Upton's Hill, Virginia, were betrayed and surrounded by 200 rebel cavalry, and 1/2 their number, with the teams and wagons, captured. 50 wagons and 500 oxen with the teamsters and stores were captured near Pleasant Hill, Cass County, Missouri, by rebels. 68 federal prisoners, the crews of fishing smacks captured off the Florida coast, were taken to Tallahassee, Florida. 17th. Union troops under Colonel Alcorn defeated Hawkins' regiment at Cypress Bridge, McLean County, Kentucky, by routing them with severe loss and taking 25 prisoners, 300 horses, etc. Federal loss, 10 killed, 15 wounded. A party of Union troops recaptured nearly all the wagons and cattle seized the day before near Pleasant Hill, Missouri. U.S. gunboat Connecticut captured British schooner Adelaide with military stores and supplies for rebels near Cape Canaveral and took her into Key West. Lieutenant G.W. Snyder, USA, a valuable engineer officer, died at Washington of typhoid fever. The 3rd Missouri Cavalry routed a large number of rebels near Palmyra, Missouri, while on their way to join Price's army, killing 3, wounding 5, taking 16 prisoners. 18th. The rebel Congress met at Richmond, Virginia, Howell Cobb of Georgia in the chair. Captain A.H. Foote was appointed flag officer of the fleet of the Western Military Department. General Halleck assumed charge of the Missouri Department, vice General Hunter. Information was received at Washington of the imposition practiced upon the Indians west of Arkansas by Albert Pike, rebel commissioner. Rebel troops in Accomack and Northampton counties, Virginia, disbanded, and Union troops under General Lockwood seized their arms and took possession of the peninsula. 150 rebels were taken prisoners by federal cavalry near Warrensburg, Missouri. 19th. Missouri rebel legislature at Neosha, Newton County, passed an ordinance of secession. New York ship Harvey Birch was captured and burnt in the British Channel by the rebel steamer Nashville. The principal part of Warsaw, capital of Benton County, Missouri, was burnt by rebels. Lieutenant Worden, U.S. Navy, held prisoner by the rebels, was exchanged for Lieutenant Short of the Confederate Army. U.S. gunboat Conestoga engaged rebel batteries on the Tennessee River and silenced them, receiving but slight damage herself. First flotilla of the Stone Fleet sailed for the south, from Connecticut and Massachusetts. 20th. Colonel Burchard, with Lieutenant Gregg and 24 men, attacked a large company of rebels under Captains Hayes and Gregg near Kansas City, Missouri, and defeated them, killing 5 and wounding 8. The colonel and lieutenant were slightly wounded. A special committee from the Virginia State Convention to consider proposed amendments to the state constitution reported in opposition to free schools and free suffrage for poor whites. Secession State Convention at Russellville, Kentucky, adopted an ordinance of secession and appointed commissions to the rebel government. 22nd. 2 U.S. gunboats, Cambridge and Herzl, from Fortress Monroe, shelled out the camps of the 2nd Louisiana and 10th Georgia regiments at the junction of James and Warwick rivers. Fort Pickens opened fire on the rebel encampments and forts near Pensacola, Florida, which was replied to by them, and a severe cannonade ensued for 2 days. Much damage was experienced by Fort McRae, the Navy Yard, and town of Warrington. Loss of life slight on either side. The U.S. fleet in the harbor took part. Richmond was badly damaged by a shot. 1 killed, 6 wounded at Fort Pickens, 1 killed, 7 wounded on the Richmond. 23rd. The Confederate gunboat Tuscarora accidentally took fire and was destroyed on the Mississippi near Helena, Arkansas. 24th. An explosion took place at Fort Pickens, Florida, by the careless handling of a shell, by which 5 men were killed and 7 wounded. A skirmish in Lancaster, Missouri, between 450 Federals under Colonel Moore and 420 rebels commanded by Lieutenant Colonel Blanton. The rebels were routed with the loss of 13 killed and many wounded and prisoners. Union loss, 1 killed and 2 wounded. Tybee Island in Savannah Harbor was occupied by U.S. forces under Flag Officer DuPont. Rebel Commissioners Mason and Slidell were imprisoned in Fort Warren, Massachusetts. 25th. Colonel Bayard, with the 1st Pennsylvania Cavalry, made a reconnaissance from Langley to Drainesville, Virginia, and in a skirmish killed 2 and captured 4 rebels. 3 or 4 were wounded, 6 secessionists were also arrested. 2 of the cavalry were wounded. Commissioner Tatnall, with 3 steamers and a gunboat, attacked the Federal fleet in Cockspur Roads, Georgia, but withdrew without injury after 40 or 50 shots were exchanged. The state of Missouri, as represented by the late Governor Jackson and the commissioners from the rebel members of the legislature, was unanimously received by the Richmond Congress as a member of the Confederacy. 26th. The house of Mr. Bell, near Franklin, Tennessee, was attacked by an armed party of rebels. The building fired, and the inmates, some 10 or 12, all killed or burned but 2 who escaped. Skirmish at Black Oak Point, Hickory County, Missouri. Captain Cosgrove and Lieutenant Bobbitt, with 25 men, surprised a rebel camp, killed 5, captured 8, and took 75 tents, 6 wagons, 10 horses, 35 guns, and other property, and released 6 loyal prisoners. A squadron of the 3rd Pennsylvania Cavalry, near Vienna, Virginia, were attacked on 3 sides by a superior force of cavalry and infantry, and retreated after a short engagement. 29 of their men were missing. The convention to form a new state in West Virginia met at Wheeling. 27th. Federal troops from General Sherman's command visited Bear Island and Edisto Island near the mouth of the Ashepoo River, South Carolina. Henry R. Jackson was appointed a major general in the Georgia Army. General McClellan appointed the hour of 11 each Sabbath for religious worship throughout the U.S. Army, and directed that all officers and men off duty should have opportunity to attend. Transport Constitution sailed from Fortress Monroe to Ship Island, Mississippi Sound, with a portion of General Butler's expedition under Brigadier General Phelps. 28th. Captains Robb and White and Lieutenant Moonlight, 3 U.S. officers, were captured from the railway train at Weston, Missouri, by Sylvester Gordon. South Carolina planters on the seaboard burnt their cotton to prevent its capture by federal forces on the coast. 29th. The English government forbade temporarily the exportation of cotton. Major Huff, with 4 companies of Missouri cavalry, in defense of the Sedalia Railway train, had an engagement at Black Walnut Creek, Missouri, in which 17 rebels were killed and wounded, and 5 taken prisoners. 5 of the cavalry, including the major, were wounded. Colonel DeKay, Major Sharp, and other federal officers, and 40 men, had a skirmish about a mile beyond New Market, Virginia, in which the rebels were routed, leaving 2 dead and carrying off their wounded. End of section 46. Section 47 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1 by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Chronology, December 1861 through February 1862. December 1st. The U.S. steamer Penguin arrived at Brooklyn with the prize Albion, captured while attempting to run the blockade at Charleston, South Carolina, with arms, ammunition, provisions, etc., worth $100,000. A party of Federals attacked the rebel pickets at Morristown, East Tennessee, killing a large number and putting the rest to flight. Skirmish near Hunter's Chapel, Virginia, between a squadron of General Blanker's horsemen and a squadron of rebel cavalry, who were defeated, losing 3 or 4 killed and wounded, and 2 prisoners. 1 Federal killed. December 2nd. The first regular session of the 37th Congress commenced at Washington. A party of citizens in Missouri, near Dunksburg, 20 miles west of Sedalia, attacked a body of rebels under Captains Young and Wheatley, killing 7 and wounding 10 of them, several citizens slightly wounded. December 3rd. Skirmish at Salem, Dent County, Missouri. A party of Federal soldiers, commanded by Major Bowen, were surprised and fired on while sleeping in a house near headquarters by 300 rebels under Colonels Freeman and Turner, and 15 killed and wounded. The main body of the Federals were drawn out by Major Bowen, who attacked the rebels in turn and drove them from the town. 1 Federal killed and 4 wounded, rebel loss unknown. H.C. Burnett of Kentucky and J.W. Reed of Missouri were expelled from the U.S. House of Representatives as traitors. December 4th. Colonel Taylor, with 30 men of the 3rd New Jersey, had a skirmish with a number of rebel cavalry near Annandale, Virginia, 3 or 4 of whom were captured and several killed and wounded without Federal loss. General Phelps, with 2,000 men, attached to General Butler's expedition, occupied Ship Island, Mississippi Sound. A detachment of Federal cavalry surprised the rebel guard at Whippoorwill Bridge on the Memphis Branch Railway, Kentucky, taking 11 prisoners. 5 or 6 Confederates were killed or wounded. 4 Federals were wounded. J.C. Breckinridge was expelled from the U.S. Senate. December 5th. Reports of the Secretaries of War and Navy show the government had in service for the war 682,971 men. Skirmish at Brownsville, Kentucky. 100 Home Guards defeated a superior rebel force under General T.C. Hindman of Arkansas. Rebel loss, 3 killed, 5 wounded, the Guards sustaining no loss. Successful foray of the 13th Massachusetts, Colonel Leonard, from the Potomac to Berkeley Springs, Virginia, capturing a large quantity of provisions. Riot at Nashville, Tennessee, occasioned by the attempt of the rebel authorities to enforce the endraftment of the militia. 2 persons were killed and several wounded. December 7th. At Sedalia, Missouri, 106 mule teams and the teamsters were seized by rebels. Captain Sweeney, with 35 rebel guerrillas, were captured near Glasgow, Missouri, by Captain Merrill's cavalry. Skirmish near Dam No. 5 on the Potomac. Rebels driven off, losing 12 men. Skirmish near Olathe, Missouri. 2 Federals killed, 3 rebels killed, and 5 wounded. December 8th. Captain McGuire's company of 27th Missouri captured 14 rebels at Sedalia, Missouri. U.S. steamer Augusta captured schooner E. Waterman, loaded with provisions, coal, and war munitions, off Savannah, Georgia. December 9th. General Halleck required all municipal officers at St. Louis, Missouri, as well as state officials, to subscribe to the oath of allegiance prescribed by the state convention in October previous. The U.S. steamer Harriet Lane and 6 steamers attached to the Upper Potomac Flotilla shelled the woods at Budd's Ferry and exchanged shots with the rebel batteries opposite at Shipping Point. Some large buildings containing rebel stores were burnt by boatmen from the Jacob Bell and Anacostia. Governor Pickens of South Carolina proclaimed the state invaded by land and sea and called for 12,000 12-month volunteers. A detachment of the Stone Fleet left New Bedford, Massachusetts for a southern port. Garrett Davis was elected a senator from Kentucky in place of J.C. Breckinridge. The rebel Congress admitted Kentucky to the Confederacy. December 11th. Federal troops under Lieutenant Colonel Rhodes had a skirmish near Bertrand, Missouri, losing 1 man. They took 16 prisoners and a number of horses and firearms. 5 vessels of the Stone Fleet and the ships George Green and Bullion of General Butler's expedition sailed from Boston, Massachusetts. Skirmish at Dam No. 4 on the Potomac near Sharpsburg, Maryland. 7 rebels on the Virginia shore were killed and many wounded. Captain Williams and 6 men, having crossed the river, were captured by the rebels. Great fire at Charleston, South Carolina. 600 houses destroyed. December 12th. A squad of men from Colonel Whitaker's regiment were defeated in an attempt to arrest secessionists near Baghdad, Shelby County, Kentucky, and retreated with 1 wounded. Colonel Merrill's cavalry regiment returned to Sedalia, Missouri from Waverly, bringing as prisoners 4 rebel captains, 2 lieutenants, and 40 men, a mortar, and many horses. Company I of the 15th Ohio were attacked on the banks of the Green River, Kentucky, by a superior force of rebel cavalry, whom they repulsed, wounding several of the cavalry without loss themselves. December 13th. Villages of Papinsville and Butler, Bates County, Missouri, rebel rendezvous, were burned by Major Williams of the 3rd Kansas. William H. Johnson of the Lincoln Cavalry, a deserter, who was captured, under military order, was shot. The British ship Admiral was captured off Savannah, Georgia, while attempting to run in by the Augusta. Rebel Governor Jackson of Missouri issued a proclamation from New Madrid, praising the valor, fortitude, and success of the rebel army and calling for more volunteers. Battle of Camp Allegheny, Virginia. 2,000 federal troops under Brigadier General R.H. Milroy marched from Cheat Mountain Summit to attack a rebel camp on Allegheny Summit of 2,000 troops, under Colonel E. Johnson. The Federals approached in 2 divisions of 750 each from different directions, but did not arrive simultaneously and alternately attacked the whole rebel force. They retired after a well-contested fight of 8 hours, losing 20 killed, 107 wounded, and 10 missing. The rebels reported about the same loss. December 14th. Ex-Minister Faulkner was released on parole to be exchanged for Congressman Ely. Reconnaissance by federal troops within 28 miles of Charleston, South Carolina. The rebels, as they retreated, burnt their cotton. December 15th. Skirmish on the Virginia shore opposite Berlin, Maryland. A detachment from the 28th Pennsylvania were attacked by 120 rebels in ambush, but cut their way through to their boat and escaped, having 1 wounded and 2 taken prisoners. 2 of the enemy were killed and 5 wounded. Many Union refugees escaped from Arkansas. Captain Ware, late of the Arkansas legislature, organized a military company of Arkansas Union men at Rolla, Missouri. December 16th. Platte City, Missouri was fired by rebels and the principal public buildings destroyed. The Europa arrived from England with news of the excitement among the British people occasioned by the arrest of Messrs. Mason and Slidell, and also the ultimatum of the British government demanding a surrender of the rebel commissioners and an apology for their seizure. Mr. Seward's dispatch to Mr. Adams, dated November 30th, having settled the matter in anticipation, there was but little excitement in the public mind. General Zollicoffer established a camp on the banks of the Cumberland River, 6 miles from Somerset, Kentucky. A party of 8 men from the 2nd and 4th New Jersey advanced to Annandale on the south bank of the Potomac. They were surprised by the enemy and 3 of them captured. December 17th. Battle at Munfordsville, Green River, Kentucky. The rebels defeated, 33 killed and 60 wounded. Federal loss 10 killed and 17 wounded. General Pope captured 300 rebels near Osceola, Missouri. Entrance to the harbor at Savannah, Georgia blockaded by sinking 7 vessels laden with stone. December 18th. A part of General Pope's forces under Colonel J.C. Davis and Colonel F. Steele surprised a rebel camp near Milford, north of Warrensburg, Missouri, and captured nearly 1,300 men. 70 wagons loaded with stores and all their camp equipage and arms. Federal loss 2 killed, 17 wounded. General Barnard, chief engineer of the U.S. Army, reported to Congress that the defenses around Washington consisted of 48 works, the perimeter of which was 48 miles, mounting above 300 guns. The island city sailed from Boston for Fortress Monroe with 240 rebel prisoners to be exchanged. Rebel General Jackson attempted a movement against Williamsport, Maryland, but General Williams being on the alert, the rebel force retired. News from Kentucky that General McCook was at Munfordsville, General Mitchell at Bacon Creek, and General Zollicoffer, rebel, at Cumberland River near Mill Springs. December 19th. Skirmishing at Point of Rocks, Maryland. Rebels from Virginia shore commenced shelling the encampment of Colonel Geary's Pennsylvania regiment, but were repulsed after half an hour's fight, without a loss on the Federal side. A band of 25 rebels visited the town of Ripley, Jackson County, Virginia, and seized all the arms in the place, some ammunition, and clothing. They also robbed the post office and the principal store. December 20th. George W. Jones, late U.S. Minister to Bogota, was arrested in New York on a charge of treason. Battle of Drainesville, Virginia. Federal forces under General E.O.C. Ord defeated about 2,800 Confederates from South Carolina, Alabama, and Virginia. Federal forces, about 4,000 men, of whom 7 were killed and 61 wounded. Rebel loss, 75 killed, 150 wounded, and 30 prisoners, together with a large supply of forage. A scouting party under Captain Wood captured 100 rebels near Springfield, Missouri, who were released upon taking the oath of allegiance. A party of rebels from General Price's army committed extensive ravages on the North Missouri Railway between Hudson and Warrenton. The bridges, wood piles, water tanks, ties, and rails were destroyed along the route for 80 miles. 103 Federal soldiers under Major McKee repulsed a superior force of rebels 4 miles south of Hudson, Missouri, killing 10 and capturing 17 prisoners and 30 horses, at the same time rescuing a stock train which had just been seized by the rebels. The main ship channel at Charleston Harbor was obstructed by sinking 16 vessels of the Stone Fleet. December 22nd. Reconnaissance in the vicinity of Tybee Island and Broad River, Georgia, from General Sherman's command. Skirmish near New Market Bridge, Newport News, Virginia. 2 companies of the 20th New York Regiment, under Major Schoepf, were attacked by 700 rebel cavalry and infantry, and escaped with loss of 6 wounded. 10 of the enemy were killed and a number wounded when they retreated. December 23rd. General Pope sent an expedition to Lexington, Missouri. 2 boats of the rebels were captured and burnt. December 26th. A skirmish took place at Camp Boyle, Columbia, Kentucky. A body of rebels were attacked by a detachment of Colonel Hazard's regiment under Major Owsley, who dispersed them, killing 5 and wounding others, without loss themselves. General McCall sent a reconnoitering party toward Drainesville, Virginia, which was driven back by the rebels, who had a force of 10,000 men there. A cabinet council at Washington decided to give up Mason and Slidell on the ground that they could not be held consistently with the doctrine of neutral rights always maintained by the U.S. government. General Scott arrived at New York in the Arago from France. Bluffton, South Carolina was occupied by federal troops under General Stevens. The lighthouse on Morris Island, Charleston, South Carolina harbor was blown up by order of rebel authorities. Major Gower, with a squadron of 1st Iowa Cavalry, arrived at Jefferson City, Missouri, bringing as prisoners 1 captain, 13 men, and 10 wagon loads of stores. Philip St. George Cook, a brigadier general in the rebel army, shot himself at his residence in Powhatan County, Virginia. A fire occurred in the government stables at Washington, D.C., in which nearly 200 horses were burned. December 27th. Lord Lyons, the British minister at Washington, was notified that Mason and Slidell awaited his disposal. Alfred Ely, U.S. representative from Rochester, New York, taken prisoner at Manassas Plains, was released in exchange for C.J. Faulkner. The rebel privateer Isabel ran the blockade off Charleston, South Carolina. The bridges over Fabius River on the Palmyra Railway, Missouri, destroyed by rebels. December 28th. General Buell's army in Kentucky was reported by the War Department to number 60,000 men. The rebels at Bowling Green, Kentucky were reported to number 30,000 under Generals A.S. Johnston, Buckner, and Hindman. General Prentiss, with 5 companies, 3rd Missouri Cavalry, under Colonel John Glover, and 5 companies of Colonel Burgess sharpshooters, 470 in all, attacked a rebel camp at Mount Zion in Boone County, Missouri, numbering nearly 900 men. The rebels were routed, losing 25 killed, 150 wounded, and 40 prisoners. 90 of their horses and 105 stand-of-arms were captured. The federal loss was 3 killed and 46 wounded. A squadron of federal cavalry from Colonel Jackson's regiment, commanded by Major Murray, left their camp near Calhoun, Kentucky on a scouting expedition across Green River. They were attacked near Sacramento by a large force of rebels under Colonel DeForest, and after a short engagement compelled to retire. Captain A.G. Bacon was killed, and Lieutenant R.H. King, of Frankfort, and 8 privates wounded. Captain Merriweather and 2 privates of the rebels were killed and a number wounded. December 30th. The rebel general H.H. Sibley, having entered New Mexico with a military force without opposition, took possession of it and annexed it to the Southern Confederacy by proclamation. Messrs. Thomas and Burnett of Kentucky were qualified and took their seats in the rebel Congress at Richmond, Virginia. December 31st. 2 boats under acting masters A. Allen and H. L. Sturgis from the U.S. steamer Mount Vernon destroyed a light ship off Wilmington, North Carolina, which the rebels had fitted up for a gunboat. The expedition was at night and the boats were under fire from Fort Caswell, but escaped injury. Captains Shillinglaw and Mason, New York 79th, and Lieutenants Dickinson, 3rd U.S. Infantry, J.W. Hart, 20th Indiana, and other officers and men were released by the rebels from Richmond, Virginia. Capture of the town of Biloxi, Mississippi by U.S. gunboats Lewis, Water Witch, and New London, with national forces from Ship Island. The town and fort surrendered without a fight. The guns were removed by Commander Smith, and the Federals retired. January 1st, 1862. The rebel commissioners Mason and Slidell, with their secretaries, left Boston for England via Provincetown, Massachusetts, where the British war steamer Rinaldo received them. Colonel H. Brown opened fire from Fort Pickens on the rebel vessels and fortifications within range of his guns, which was returned by the enemy. The British bark Empress arrived at New York as a prize with 6,500 bags of coffee, captured by the U.S. sloop of war Vincennes off New Orleans Bar. Part of the Louisville and Nashville Railway was destroyed by order of rebel General Buckner. Skirmish at Port Royal Ferry, South Carolina. Federal troops under General Stevens, with the assistance of 5 gunboats, crossed from Beaufort to the mainland and attacked batteries erected by the rebels, who retreated toward Grahamville. Federal loss: 3 killed, 11 wounded. Rebels: 6 killed, 12 wounded. Jefferson Owens, Colonel Jones, and 50 rebel bridge burners were captured near Martinsburg, Adrian County, Missouri, by state militia under General Schofield. 4 Federal soldiers were captured, 1 killed, and 10 guns taken by a party of rebels on Green River, Kentucky, near Morgantown. January 2nd. The U.S. gunboats Yankee and Anacostia exchanged shots with the rebel batteries at Cockpit Point on the Potomac. Daniel P. White of Kentucky qualified and took his seat in the Confederate Congress. January 3rd. Colonel Glover, with 300 Federal troops, attacked a rebel camp 9 miles north of Huntsville, Missouri, taking 8 prisoners, putting the rest to flight, and capturing a quantity of arms, etc. 240 released Federal prisoners arrived at Fortress Monroe from Richmond. January 4th. The 84th Pennsylvania, 13th Illinois, 500 cavalry and other troops were driven from Bath, Virginia by a superior rebel force under General Jackson, who took 30 Federals prisoners. The Federals retreated to Hancock, Maryland. 7 rebels were killed and a number wounded. 3 of the Federals were killed, several wounded. Skirmish at Huntersville, West Virginia. A portion of the 25th Ohio, 2nd Virginia, and Bracken's Indiana cavalry, all under Major Webster, attacked a rebel force of 400 cavalry and 350 infantry who were guarding the rebel supplies at that depot. They were routed with a loss of 2 killed and 7 wounded, leaving $50,000 worth of army stores which were destroyed by the Unionists. December 5th. Skirmish on the mainland near Port Royal, South Carolina. 7 rebels were captured. Rebel army under General Jackson bombarded Hancock, Maryland from the opposite Virginia shore, but were driven away by artillery forces under General Lander without a close engagement. 5 Federal soldiers were killed by rebels in ambush in Johnson County, Kansas. January 6th. 4,000 Cherokee Indians were driven from their homes by Texas rebels. January 7th. Destruction of bridges and culverts on the Baltimore and Ohio Railway near the Cacapon River by rebel General Jackson. Engagement at Blues Gap near Romney, West Virginia. Federal troops under Colonel Dunning of the 5th Ohio attacked 2,000 of the enemy, routing them with the loss of 15 killed, 20 prisoners, 2 pieces of cannon, their wagons, etc. No Federal loss. 300 of the 32nd Ohio under Captain Lacey were sent by General Milroy into Tucker County, Virginia, where they dispersed 400 rebels, capturing 2 officers and a private, and a large quantity of stores. 4 rebels were found dead and many were wounded. 3 brigades of General Smith's division, south side of the Potomac, proceeded toward Peacock Hill, Lewinsville, Fairfax Courthouse, and Vienna, and captured an immense quantity of hay, oats, corn, etc. A band of rebels, having seized a quantity of army stores from the depot at Sutton, Braxton County, West Virginia, information was sent to Colonel H. Ansansel, commanding 1st Virginia Cavalry at Clarksburg. The colonel overtook the rebels 30 miles east of Sutton, and attacking them, killed or wounded 22, took 15 horses and 56 head of cattle, and recaptured the greater part of the stores. Skirmish at Paintsville, near Prestonburg, Kentucky. Colonel Garfield dispersed 2,500 rebels under Humphrey Marshall, killing 3, wounding a large number, and capturing 15. Federal loss: 2 killed and 1 wounded. January 8th. The newspapers of Missouri were put under military censorship and their editors ordered to send 2 copies of each issue to the provost marshal. Riot at Warsaw, Missouri. 2 secessionists were shot. Reconnaissance of gunboats toward Savannah, Georgia, under command of Captain Davis. Captain Latham and 17 men of 2nd Virginia Regiment encountered about 30 rebel guerrillas on the Dry Fork of Cheat River, West Virginia, and after a severe fight of an hour's duration, the rebels were driven from the field with the loss of 6 killed and several wounded. Federal loss: 6 wounded. Captain Latham destroyed the rebel tents and provisions. The 1st Kansas Regiment, on its march from Sedalia to Lexington, Missouri, was fired upon from ambush, and a sergeant and 2 horses killed. A.W. Bradford was inaugurated as governor of Maryland and made an eloquent address, expressing in the strongest terms devotion to the Union and the Constitution. Major W.M.G. Torrance of the 1st Iowa Cavalry, assisted by detachments of the 1st Missouri Cavalry, Major Hubbard, 4th Ohio, and Merrill's Horse, in all 500 mounted men, attacked a rebel camp at Silver Creek, Howard County, Missouri, where 600 or 800 men were stationed under Colonel Poindexter. The enemy were routed with a loss of 12 killed, 22 wounded, and 15 prisoners, leaving their horses, guns, and camp and garrison equipage. The material was destroyed by Major Torrance. Federal loss: 3 killed and 10 wounded. January 9th. A division of the Chamber of Commerce at St. Louis, Missouri was occasioned by disloyal sentiments. a new and loyal chamber was formed. January 10th. A reconnoitering force of 5,000 men under the command of Brigadier General McClernand left Cairo, Illinois, and proceeded toward Columbus and Mayfield. Waldo P. Johnson and Trustin Polk, U.S. Senators from Missouri, were expelled from the Senate for disloyalty. Skirmish at Pohick Church, Virginia. The 5th Michigan dispersed a body of rebels. Skirmish at Bath, Virginia, between a detachment of Federals under Captain Russell and rebels from General Jackson's division. Battle near Prestonburg, Kentucky. General Garfield, with 1,500 Federal troops, overtook Humphrey Marshall with 3,000 rebels, compelling him to destroy his stores and putting him to flight. Rebel loss, 50 killed, many wounded, and 25 prisoners. Federal loss, 2 killed, 25 wounded. January 11th. The 1st Kansas Regiment arrived at Lexington, Missouri, and arrested several prominent rebels. They also seized a large quantity of stores designed for the use of General Price. 50 rebels belonging to Colonel Alexander's regiment were captured 6 miles from Sedalia, Missouri. January 12th. The Burnside expedition sailed from Fortress Monroe, under command of Commodore Goldsborough and General Burnside, for Albemarle Sound, North Carolina. Secretary Seward telegraphed the British consul at Portland, Maine, that British troops might pass through U.S. territory on their way to Canada. The rebels in Kentucky burned the houses and carried off or destroyed the property of loyal men at Horse Cave and in Cave City and vicinity, and the people sought refuge at Munfordsville. January 13th. Honorable Simeon Cameron, Secretary of War, resigned his position, and Edwin F. Stanton was appointed in his stead on the 15th. The steamship Constitution, with the Maine 12th Regiment and the Bay State Regiment, sailed from Boston for Ship Island, Mississippi, via Fortress Monroe. January 15th. General McClernand's column advanced to Mayfield, Kentucky, and General Grant to Fort Jefferson. 20,000 rebels reported at Columbus, Kentucky under General Polk. January 16th. Honorable Edwin B. Stanton, the new Secretary of War, assumed the duties of his office. January 17th. 150 wounded Federal prisoners arrived at Fortress Monroe from Richmond, Virginia. 8 rebel officers were released from the fortress the same day. Capture of British schooner Stephen Hart, loaded with arms, ammunition, and stores for the rebels, by the U.S. storeship Supply. Ex-President John Tyler died at Richmond, Virginia. Skirmish near Ironton, Missouri. Rebels under Jefferson Thompson were defeated by Colonel Miles. 2 companies of the 1st Kansas Cavalry under Major Halderman arrested Captain Whitney, Joe Shelby, and several other rebel officers, and also recovered a number of horses, mules, wagons, etc., taken from Colonel Mulligan's command at Lexington, Missouri. The fortification bill passed the U.S. House of Representatives, appointing $5,960,000 for fort and harbor defenses. January 18th. General Grant made a reconnaissance in force toward Columbus, Kentucky. General Halleck levied an assessment on the wealthy secessionists of St. Louis, Missouri, to provide for the wants of loyal refugees in the city who had been driven from their homes in the southwest section of the state by rebels. Captains Murdoch and Webster, with their commands, returned to Cairo from an expedition to Bloomfield, Missouri. They captured Lieutenant Colonel Farmer and 11 other rebel officers and 68 privates, with a quantity of army stores. January 19th. Battle of Mill Spring, Kentucky. The rebels completely routed with loss of 192 killed and 140 prisoners. General Zollicoffer, their commander, was killed. The Federal troops were under General Thomas. 1,200 horses and mules, over 100 large wagons and 14 cannon, 2,000 muskets, etc. were captured. Federal loss 39 killed, 207 wounded. The U.S. gunboat Itasca captured the rebel schooner Lizzie Weston off Florida, laden with 293 bales of cotton, 152,500 pounds, for Jamaica. January 23rd. The property of several wealthy secessionists of St. Louis was seized under execution by General Halleck and sold to pay the assessment to support Union refugees. The Second Stone Fleet was sunk in Maffitt's Channel, Charleston, South Carolina Harbor. January 24th. The Federal light boat off Cape Henry at the mouth of the Chesapeake went ashore and was captured by the rebels with its crew of 7 men. 2 rebel vessels laden with cotton, while attempting to pass the blockade at the mouth of the Mississippi, ran aground, were deserted and burned. The fire was extinguished on board the Calhoun and that vessel captured. January 26th. The Burnside expedition reached Pamlico Sound. A military commission at Palmyra, Missouri sentenced 7 bridge burners to be shot. January 28th. Federal troops occupied Lebanon, Missouri. Reverend Bishop Ames and Honorable Hamilton Fish of New York were appointed by Secretary of War Stanton to visit the U.S. prisoners in captivity at Richmond, Virginia, to devise means for providing their comfort. The commissioners were not allowed to visit Richmond, but they opened negotiations for the exchange of prisoners. Skirmish between 50 men of the 37th New York Regiment under Lieutenant Colonel Burke and a body of Texas Rangers near Colchester on the Occoquan River, Virginia, in which 9 rebels were killed. 2 Federals were killed and 2 wounded. January 29th. The ironclad battery Monitor was launched at Greenpoint, New York. Reconnaissance on either side of the Savannah River from the Federal fleet at Port Royal through the Wilmington Narrows and Walls Cut, by which the feasibility of cutting off Fort Pulaski from communication with Savannah was demonstrated. January 30th, General Beauregard took command of rebel troops in Tennessee. The rebel commissioners Mason and Slidell arrived at Southampton, England. Rebels under Captain John Morgan seized 6 Union men at a church near Lebanon, Kentucky. They set fire to the church and attempted to burn one of the prisoners in the flames, who effected his escape. January 31st. An order from the Secretary of State released all civilians who were captured on board vessels attempting to violate the blockade. 5 telegraph operators were captured by the rebels near Campbellsville, Kentucky. Queen Victoria declared her determination to observe strict neutrality during the American contest and to prevent the use of English vessels and harbors to aid the belligerents. February 1st. The 2nd Cavalry, 41st Indiana, had a skirmish near Bowling Green, Kentucky, in which 3 rebels were killed and 2 wounded. No loss on the Federal side. The Spanish steamer Duero arrived at Liverpool, England from Cadiz, bringing as passengers Captains Minute of the Vigilant, Smith of the Arcade, and Hoxie of the Eben Dodge, 3 American vessels which had been burned by the privateer Sumter. An octavo volume of 1,100 pages was published as a report by a committee from the U.S. House of Representatives, appointed July 1861, to investigate frauds in government contracts. The President of the United States was empowered by Act of Congress to take possession of all the railway and telegraphic lines throughout the country, whenever requisite for military purposes, till the close of the rebellion. An interesting conference was held by U.S. Commissioner Dole with the loyal chiefs of the Seminole, Creek, Iowa, and Delaware Indians, in which the warriors pledged themselves to conquer the rebel Indians who had driven them from their homes. February 2nd. A skirmish occurred in Morgan County, Pennsylvania, between a body of rebel cavalry under Lieutenant Colonel White and a company of Federal infantry under Captain Duncan, in which the Federals were defeated with a loss of 7 men. 386 rank and file and 11 officers, rebel prisoners, were sent to Fortress Monroe from Boston Harbor to be exchanged for an equal number of Federal prisoners. February 3rd. The privateersmen confined in the city prison, New York, were transferred to Fort Lafayette and held there as political prisoners. In conformity with the decision of the British ministry, the privateer Nashville was sent off from Southampton, England, and the U.S. gunboat Tuscarora detained from pursuing her for a space of 24 hours. A flag of truce from the rebels to General McDowell brought a document from Jefferson Davis to President Lincoln, threatening to hang Colonels Corcoran, Lee, and other prisoners in their hands in retaliation, should the punishment of death be inflicted on the bridge burners who had been convicted in Missouri. The Federal Army under General Grant were within 3 miles of Fort Henry on the Tennessee River. February 4th. Captain Lowing, with 80 men from companies F and H, 3rd Michigan, encountered a body of rebels near Occoquan, Virginia, who they dispersed. 4 of the rebels were shot. No loss sustained by the Federals. A scouting party under Captain Harkness of Colonel Miles' 81st Pennsylvania Regiment returned from the vicinity of Fairfax Courthouse, Virginia, bringing several rebel prisoners. Steamship Constitution, with the Massachusetts Bay State and the Maine 12th Regiments and other troops under General Phelps, left Fortress Monroe for Ship Island, Mississippi. February 5th. Attack on Fort Henry, Tennessee, commenced by Federal gunboats under Commodore Foote. Queen Victoria of England removed the prohibitions relating to the export of material of war from the British dominions, declared on the 30th November and 4th December 1861. Queen Victoria of England removed the prohibitions relating to the export of material of war from the British dominions, declared on the 30th November and 4th December 1861. February 6th. Jesse D. Bright of Indiana was expelled from the U.S. Senate for complicity with treason. February 7th. A band of rebels concealed near the landing at Harper's Ferry, Virginia, having, by means of a flag of truce, decoyed a boat from the Maryland shore, and then fired on its occupants by order of Colonel Geary, the block of large buildings facing the landing were burned. But 7 families, 40 persons in all, then resided in the town. Unconditional surrender of Fort Henry to Commodore Foote, with General Tillman and staff, 1 colonel, 2 captains, and 80 privates. Commodore Foote transferred the fort to General Grant. Federal troops took possession of the Memphis and Ohio Railway. The rebels driven from Romney, Virginia, by General Lander, who occupied the town. Successful skirmish with rebel cavalry near Fairfax Courthouse, Virginia, by Colonel Friedman, with the Cameron Dragoons. 1 rebel killed and 12 captured, with 12 horses, etc. 2 Federals wounded. February 8th. Portions of General Butler's expedition sailed from Boston and from Fortress Monroe for Ship Island, Mississippi. Capture of rebel forts and garrisons on Roanoke Island, North Carolina, by the Federal forces under Commodore Goldsborough and General Burnside. 2,500 prisoners, 6 forts, 40 guns, 3,000 small arms. Federal loss, 50 killed, 150 wounded. Captain Smith of the 5th Virginia, Loyal, with 21 men, surprised 32 of Jenkins' cavalry on Lynn Creek, Logan County, Virginia, killing 8, wounding 7, and capturing the remainder, with 32 horses. 1 Federal was killed and 1 wounded. February 9th. Skirmish of a body of Federal cavalry with rebels near Fort Henry, Tennessee. 5 rebels killed and 30 taken prisoner. Edenton, North Carolina, occupied by Federal troops. February 10th. Destruction of rebel gunboats in the Pasquotank River, North Carolina, also of the rebel battery at Cobb's Point, and the occupation of Elizabeth City by Federal forces from 14 gunboats, commanded by Captain Rowan. General Charles P. Stone, USA, was arrested by government order and imprisoned in Fort Lafayette. Arrest of several male and female secessionists in Washington, also of Dr. Ives, New York Herald correspondent. Captain Phelps of Commodore Foote's squadron, commanding the gunboats Conestoga, Taylor, and Lexington, captured a new rebel gunboat and destroyed all the rebel craft between Fort Henry and Florence, Alabama. February 11th. Bursting of the Sawyer gun at Newport News, Virginia, by which 2 Federal soldiers were killed and 2 wounded. February 12th. An expedition under the command of Colonel Reagan returned to Fort Henry, Tennessee, from up the Tennessee River, having captured $75,000 worth of contraband goods at Paris, Tennessee, and also the tents and camp equipage of the rebel troops that retreated from Fort Henry. February 13th. Evacuation of Springfield, Missouri by the rebel army under General Price. Occupation of the town by Federal troops of General Curtis's army. 600 of the rebels sick and many forage wagons were left behind. February 14th. The rebel camp at Blooming Gap, Virginia, was surprised by forces under General Lander. 65 prisoners were taken, including 17 officers, and 13 killed and 20 wounded. Federal loss, 7 in killed and wounded. Fort Donelson was invested and attacked by the Federal Army under General Grant. E.M. Stanton, Secretary of War, issued an order releasing all political prisoners upon their taking of the oath of allegiance. A skirmish took place near Flat Lick Ford on the Cumberland River, Kentucky, between 2 companies of cavalry, under Colonel Munday, 2 companies of the 49th Indiana, and some rebel pickets, in which the latter lost 4 killed, 4 wounded, and 3 taken prisoners. There was no Federal loss. Commodore Foote, with 6 gunboats, attacked Fort Donelson, but was repulsed, the Commodore being severely wounded. Federal loss, 60 in killed and wounded. The rear guard of General Price's army in southwest Missouri was attacked by General Curtis's command and many prisoners taken. Bowling Green, Kentucky was evacuated by rebel troops who destroyed most of the available property in the town that could not be removed. 3 rebel schooners and 1 sloop laden with rice were destroyed by the crews of armed boats from the U.S. bark Restless, Lieutenant E. Conroy, in Bulls Bay, South Carolina. February 15th. The national batteries at Venus Point on the Savannah River were attacked by 4 rebel gunboats which were repulsed, one of them being severely injured. The railway bridge crossing the Tennessee River at Decatur, Alabama was destroyed by Union men. General Burnside administered the oath of allegiance to the inhabitants of Roanoke Island. The ironclad steam gunboat Galena was launched at Mystic, Connecticut. February 16th. General Price was driven from Missouri by General Curtis, who followed him into Arkansas, capturing many prisoners. General Mitchell's troops occupied Bowling Green, Kentucky. Fort Donelson surrendered to the Federal Army under General Grant after 3 days' desperate resistance. 15,000 prisoners were captured, including Brigadier General Buckner, and an immense quantity of war material. Generals Floyd and Pillow escaped with a portion of the garrison. Destruction of the Tennessee Ironworks, owned by John Bell and Messrs. Lewis and Wood, on the Cumberland River, 6 miles above Dover, by order of Commodore Foote. February 17th. The 1st Missouri Cavalry fell into an ambush of rebels at Sugar Creek, Arkansas, by which 13 of their number were killed and wounded. February 18th. Governor Rector of Arkansas, by proclamation, called every man subject to military duty into service within 20 days. First session of the Congress of the Permanent Government of the Confederate States opened at Richmond, Virginia. The wire and suspension bridges over the Cumberland River at Nashville, Tennessee were destroyed by General Floyd, despite the remonstrances of the citizens. A skirmish at Independence, Missouri, between a detachment of Ohio cavalry and a band of rebels under Quantrell and Parker. 3 rebels killed, several wounded, and taken prisoners. 1 Federal killed, 3 wounded. February 19th. 1,000 additional rebel prisoners were taken at Fort Donelson, they having come down the river to reinforce General Buckner. Evacuation of Clarksville, Tennessee by the rebels. The Federal forces under Commodore Foote took possession of the town and captured a large quantity of Army stores. Bentonville, Arkansas was captured by General Curtis after a short engagement of the rebels, in which more prisoners and supplies were taken. February 20th. The rebel steamer Magnolia, with 1,050 bales of cotton, was captured in the Gulf of Mexico by the U.S. steamers Brooklyn and South Carolina. An attempt to fire the vessel was frustrated by the Federal seamen. The town of Winton, North Carolina, was partially burned by the National forces. The track of the Memphis and Ohio Railway was torn up and the bridges burned in many places by order of rebel General Polk. February 21st. Battle of Valvende, New Mexico. 1,500 Federals under Colonel Canby were defeated by an equal force of rebels under Colonel Steele. Federal loss, 55 killed, 140 wounded. Rebel loss, about the same. February 22nd. Inauguration of Jefferson Davis of Mississippi as President of the Confederate States at Richmond, Virginia, and Alex H. Stevens of Georgia as Vice President, they having received the unanimous vote of 109 delegates representing 11 states: Alabama, Arkansas, Florida, Georgia, Louisiana, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, Tennessee, Texas, and Virginia, for the permanent organization of the Confederate States. The U.S. sloop of war Adirondack was launched at Brooklyn, New York. February 23rd. 347 released Federal prisoners arrived at Fortress Monroe, among them Colonels Lee, Wood, and Cogswell. Lieutenant Gwynn, of Commodore Foote's command, made a reconnaissance up the Tennessee River as high as Eastport, Mississippi, being well received by the inhabitants. At Clifton, Tennessee, he took possession of 1,500 sacks and barrels of flour and 6,000 bushels of wheat. Gallatin, Tennessee, occupied by General Buell's forces. A skirmish at Mason's Neck near Occoquan, Virginia, between Texas Rangers and part of the New York 37th, in which 2 of the latter were killed and 1 wounded. February 24th. Harper's Ferry, Virginia, occupied by the 28th Pennsylvania Regiment. February 25th. Nashville, Tennessee was occupied by Federal forces from General Buell's command. The 9th Ohio and 2nd Minnesota regiments received handsome flags from the ladies of Louisville, Kentucky, in compliment of their valor at Mill Spring, January 19th. The remainder of General Banks' division crossed the Potomac and occupied Bolivar and Charlestown, Virginia. All the telegraphic lines that could be used by government were taken under military control, and the transmission of reports of military operations forbidden without permission of the military censor. February 26th. Cotton and tobacco planters of Virginia, at a meeting held at Richmond, refused to consent to the destruction of their crops. The command of Captain Montgomery was surprised by a large force of rebels at Keytesville, Berry County, Missouri. 2 Federals were killed, 1 wounded, and 40 of their horses captured. The U.S. gunboat R.B. Forbes ran ashore near Nags Head, North Carolina, was set on fire and destroyed. February 27th. Fayetteville, Arkansas was occupied by General Curtis, who captured a number of prisoners, stores, etc. The rebels retreated across the Boston Mountains. 42 Federal soldiers were poisoned at Mudtown, Arkansas, by eating food which had been left for them by rebels. Colonel Wood's cavalry drove rebels out of Dent, Texas, and Howell County, Missouri, capturing 60 prisoners. U.S. Ironclad Battery Monitor, Lieutenant Worden, sailed from New York for Fortress Monroe. February 28th. The British ship Le Bon, with a valuable cargo, arrived at New York, captured by the U.S. sloop of war Portsmouth off Rio Grande River. The rebel steamer Nashville ran the blockade of Beaufort, North Carolina, and reached the town. Captain Nolan, with the 64 of the 7th Illinois Cavalry, attacked 90 of Jefferson Thompson's cavalry and a battery west of Charleston, Missouri, and captured 4 guns, losing 1 man. End of section 47. Section 48 of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1 by Anne Stevens. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Read by Tatiana Chichilla. Chronology. March 1862 to May 1862. March 1st, the U.S. gunboats Tyler, Lieutenant Gwynn commanding, and Lexington, Lieutenant Shirk, on an expedition up the Tennessee River, engaged and silenced a rebel battery at Pittsburgh, Tennessee, 7 miles above Savannah. Evacuation of Columbus, Kentucky by rebel troops, leaving their heavy guns and a large quantity of war material. 400 of the 2nd Illinois Cavalry occupied the town next day, and troops from Commodore Foote's flotilla the day after. U.S. steamer Mount Vernon captured the schooner British Queen at the blockade of Wilmington, North Carolina. John Minor Botts, Valentine Hecker, Franklin Stearns, and others were arrested at Richmond, Virginia on a charge of treason. March 2nd. Death of Brigadier General Lander at Camp Chase on the Upper Potomac from a wound received at Edwards Ferry, Virginia, October 22, 1861. March 3rd. Brigadier Generals S.B. Buckner and Lloyd Tillman, rebel prisoners, arrived at Fort Warren, Boston, Massachusetts. U.S. Senate confirmed Generals McDowell, Buell, Burnside, McClernand, C.F. Smith, Lewis Wallace, and Sigel as major generals, and Colonels Speed of Tennessee, Logan of Illinois, MacArthur of Iowa, Lauman of Iowa, Wallace of Indiana, McCook of Ohio, Berry of Maine, and Terry of Connecticut as brigadiers. March 4th. Occupation of Fort Clinch and Fernandina, Florida, and St. Mary's and Brunswick, Georgia, by federal forces under Commodore DuPont and General Wright. A squadron of 1st Michigan Cavalry surprised and defeated a party of rebel cavalry at Berryville, Virginia, killing 3 and capturing 9 horses without loss. 2 bridges on the Nashville and Decatur Railway, Tennessee, destroyed by rebels. March 5th. Bunker Hill, Virginia, was occupied by rebel forces. March 6th. 2 rebel officers were captured at Vienna, Virginia, by a detachment of Colonel Averill's cavalry. A rebel picket of 5 was captured by Van Alen's cavalry near Bunker Hill, Virginia. March 7th. Captain Cole's Maryland cavalry encountered a few of Ashby's rebel cavalry near Winchester, Virginia. 6 rebels were killed and 5 wounded. Captain Cole had 3 men wounded. March 6th through 8th. Battle of Pea Ridge, Arkansas. The combined rebel forces under Generals Van Dorn, Price, McCulloch, and Pike were defeated by the Federal Army under Generals Curtis, Sigel, Asboth, and Davis. Federal loss in killed, wounded, and missing, 1,351. The rebel loss about 2,000. Generals McCulloch, McIntosh, and Slack were killed. March 8th. Destruction of the U.S. sloop of war Cumberland and the frigate Congress in action with the rebel iron battery Merrimac in Hampton Roads, Virginia. 100 men were killed or drowned on the Cumberland. By order of the President, Major General McClellan was directed to organize and command the Army of the Potomac, divided into 5 Army Corps under Major Generals McDowell, Brigadier Generals E.V. Sumner, S.P. Heinzelman, E.L. Keyes, and N.P. Banks. Colonel Geary entered Leesburg, Virginia, capturing many prisoners, stores, etc. Manassas, Virginia was evacuated by the rebels. March 9th. Combat of the U.S. Iron Battery Monitor and the rebel iron battery Merrimac in Hampton Roads, Virginia. After a desperate combat of 3 hours, the Merrimac was compelled to retire, having received severe injuries. The rebel battery at Cockpit Point on the Potomac, captured by federal troops. Brilliant charge of 14 of the Lincoln Cavalry at Burke Station near Fairfax Courthouse, Virginia, against 100 infantry, 3 of whom were killed, 5 wounded, and 11 captured. Lieutenant Hidden was killed. March 10th. Lieutenant O. Houston and 8 men of 2nd Ohio Battery was captured in southwest Missouri by Texas Rangers. Centreville, Virginia was occupied by national forces, the bridges, railway track, depot, etc. having been destroyed by rebels. March 11th. General Pope's troops occupied Point Pleasant, Missouri, 8 miles below New Madrid. Berryville, Virginia was occupied by General Gorman of General Banks' division. The country intervening between the Department of the Potomac and that of the Mississippi was organized as the Mountain Department and assigned to General Fremont. The Department of the Mississippi was organized and assigned to General Halleck, which included his previous department, and that of General Hunter's in Kansas, also all of General Buell's west of Knoxville, Tennessee. Occupation of St. Augustine, Florida by federal naval forces under Commodore Rodgers. March 12th. Winchester, Virginia was occupied by national troops who captured rebel stores. Curtis's Iowa Cavalry and a battalion of the 1st Nebraska defeated 600 rebels and occupied Paris, Kentucky. Occupation of Jacksonville, Florida by federal forces from the U.S. gunboats Ottawa, Seneca, and Pembina under the command of Lieutenant T.F. Stevens. March 13th. Brunswick, Georgia was occupied by federal forces under Flag Officer DuPont. March 14th. The rebels driven from New Madrid, Missouri, which was occupied by Generals Pope and Hamilton's forces, who captured military stores valued at $100,000. Federal loss during the siege, 51 killed and wounded. Battle of New Bern, North Carolina. General Burnside's forces attacked and carried a continuous line of redoubts of half a mile in extent after 4 hours' engagement. The rebels in their retreat set fire to the town, which was extinguished by the Federals with slight damage. 200 prisoners and 6 forts were taken, mounting 40 heavy guns. Federal loss, 39 killed, 150 wounded. Rebel loss, 50 killed, 200 wounded. A detachment of Ohio and Indiana troops under Colonel Carter and Lieutenant Colonel Keigwin, from their camp at Cumberland Ford, Kentucky, attacked 300 rebels on the Cumberland Mountains and defeated them, killing 3, wounding 6, and capturing 3 officers and 15 privates, 59 horses, 100 guns, 100 sabers, and other material. March 15th. The Federal gunboats and mortars under Commodore Foote began the investment and assault of Island No. 10 on the Mississippi. March 16th. 2 rebel captains and 17 privates were captured on Indian Creek, Arkansas. March 17th. Federal forces in Virginia under General Shields advanced from Winchester and drove the enemy toward Strasburg. March 18th. The rebel fleet on the Mississippi at Island No. 10 attacked Commodore Foote's flotilla, but retired after slight loss on either side, the rebels crippling 2 of the Federal gunboats with their rams. March 20th. 67 citizens of Loudoun County, Virginia, were sent to Richmond on the Central cars and committed to one of the military prisons. March 21st. Santa Fe, New Mexico was seized by 100 rebel Texans under Major C.L. Pyron. Washington, North Carolina occupied by Federal troops under Colonel Stevenson. March 22nd. Rebel forces under Generals Jackson, Smith, and Longstreet advanced upon Winchester, Virginia, where General Shields' forces engaged them successfully until night. A skirmish occurred between a detachment of the 6th Kansas and Quantrell's band near Independence, Missouri. The latter was routed with 7 killed. The Federals lost 1 killed and captured 11 prisoners and 20 horses. Lieutenant T.A. Budd and Acting Master Mather, attached to Flag Officer DuPont's squadron, having imprudently ventured on shore with a portion of their men to examine a rebel earthwork near Mosquito Inlet, Florida, were fired upon by a party of rebels in ambush. Both officers and 5 men were killed and several wounded. March 23rd. Morehead City, North Carolina was occupied by Federal troops under General Parke. Battle of Winchester, Virginia. The fight of yesterday was renewed, and after a desperate engagement, the rebels were driven from the ground in disorder, with a loss of 600 killed and wounded and 300 prisoners. Federal loss, 100 killed, 400 wounded. March 25th. Major Pyron's Texans were defeated at Apache Canyon between Santa Fe and Fort Union by Federal troops under Major Chivington. March 26th. A band of rebels attacked 4 companies of state militia at Humansville, Polk County, Missouri, and were defeated by them with a loss of 15 killed and many wounded. March 27th. Big Bethel, Virginia was occupied by the Federal forces. March 28th. The Federal gunboats and mortars under Commodores Farragut and Porter attacked Forts Jackson and St. Philip, Louisiana. General Beauregard concentrated a large force at Corinth, Mississippi. Morgan's rebel cavalry captured a train on the Louisville and Nashville Railway. The locomotive was run into a ditch and the cars destroyed. Colonel Curran Pope of Kentucky and several other Federal troops were taken prisoners. 1,200 U.S. troops under Colonel Slough engaged the united rebel forces of Colonel Scurry and Major Pyron at Valles Ranch, New Mexico, from 10 a.m. to 5 p.m., when an armistice was agreed on. A flank movement the next day by Major Chivington with 400 men threw the rebels into confusion, and after burning their train they sought safety in flight. Rebel loss, 80 killed, 100 wounded, 93 prisoners. Federal loss, 38 killed, 54 wounded, 17 prisoners. The Texans retired to Santa Fe and the Federals to Fort Union. March 29th. A detachment of the 1st Iowa Cavalry under Captain Thompson overtook the guerrilla band of Colonel Parker, 10 miles west of Warrensburg, Missouri. 15 rebels were killed and 25 taken prisoners, among the latter Colonel Parker and Captain Walton. 2 Federals were killed and several wounded. March 30th. Major General Hunter arrived at Hilton Head, South Carolina, and assumed command of the Department of the South, comprising South Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. March 31st. 220 rebels captured at Winchester, Virginia, arrived at Fort Delaware, Delaware Bay. April 1st, 1862. During a storm at night, Colonel Roberts, with 50 picked men of the 42nd Illinois, and as many seamen under First Master Johnson of the gunboat St. Louis, surprised the rebels at the upper battery of Island No. 10 and spiked 6 large guns. Colonel Carline, commanding the advance of General Steele's brigade in Arkansas, had a skirmish at Putnam's Ferry, in which a rebel lieutenant and several privates were wounded and 5 prisoners taken. April 4th. All of Maryland and Virginia, lying between the Mountain Department and the Blue Ridge, was constituted the Military Department of the Shenandoah and assigned to Major General Banks, and that portion of Virginia east of the Blue Ridge and west of the Potomac constituted the Department of the Rappahannock and was assigned to Major General McDowell. April 1st. General Banks advanced from Strasburg, Virginia to Woodstock and thence to Edinburgh, driving the enemy with slight skirmishing. The railway bridge at Edinburgh was burnt by rebels under General Jackson. Heavy bombardment at Island No. 10. April 2nd. Manassas Gap, Virginia was occupied by Colonel Geary's troops by strategy, frustrating a similar attempt by the rebels. April 3rd. U.S. Senate passed a bill for the abolition of slavery in the District of Columbia by a vote of 29 yeas, 14 nays. General Steele's forces in the advance of General Curtis's army reached Putnam, Arkansas. April 4th. A schooner containing 24 recruits en route for the rebel army was captured on Black Creek near the Potomac River, Virginia. The Federal gunboat Carondelet ran past the rebel batteries at Island No. 10 at night without damage and arrived at New Madrid. April 5th. General McClellan's army advanced through a severe storm from Camp Misery, and after a tedious march arrived in front of the rebel works and commenced the siege of Yorktown, Virginia. Heavy firing throughout the day resulted in a loss to the Federals of 3 killed, 22 wounded. Federal transports and barges arrived at New Madrid, Missouri through the inland channel, cut by Colonel Bissell's Engineer Corps, thus avoiding the rebel batteries at No. 10. April 6th through 7th. Battle of Pittsburgh Landing, Tennessee. The combined rebel army under Generals Johnston and Beauregard attacked General Grant's army on the morning of the 6th. Federal loss, 1,614 killed, 7,721 wounded, 3,963 missing. Total, 13,508. Rebel loss, Beauregard's report, 1,728 killed, 8,012 wounded, 959 missing. Total, 10,699. April 7th. General Pope, with the assistance of the gunboats Pittsburgh and Carondelet, landed his forces on the Tennessee shore opposite New Madrid, and took position in rear of Island No. 10 at Tiptonville. Island No. 10 on the Mississippi and the adjacent works on the Tennessee shore were abandoned by the rebels and taken possession of by Colonel Buford's brigade. Apalachicola, Florida was captured by the Federal gunboats Mercedita and Sagamore. April 8th. Surrender of the rebel army of 5,200 men and all their stores, under Generals Mackle and Gant, to the Federal forces under General Payne of General Pope's division at Tiptonville, Tennessee. General W.T. Sherman was dispatched by General Grant with a large reconnoitering force on the Corinth, Mississippi road. A portion of his force was routed by a charge of rebel cavalry and 15 killed and 25 wounded of the 77th Ohio Regiment. April 10th. Huntsville, Alabama was occupied by General Mitchell's forces. 200 prisoners, 15 locomotives, and many cars captured. Batteries on Tybee Island commenced the attack of Fort Pulaski, Georgia. President Lincoln, by proclamation, recommended the people throughout the United States on the Sabbath succeeding the receipt of his proclamation to return thanks to Almighty God for having vouchsafed signal victories over rebellious enemies, and also for having averted the dangers of foreign interference and invasion. April 11th. Surrender of Fort Pulaski, Georgia, after a bombardment of 2 days. Federal loss, 1 killed, 1 wounded. Rebels, 3 wounded, 360 prisoners, 47 guns, 40,000 pounds of powder. The rebel steamers Merrimac, Jamestown, and Yorktown came down between Newport News and Sewell's Point on the Chesapeake and captured 3 vessels. Severe skirmishing in front of Yorktown, Virginia by General Jameson's brigade. 20 of the Federals were killed or wounded. General Halleck assumed command of the Federal Army at Pittsburgh, Tennessee. April 12th. General Milroy at Monterey, Virginia, was attacked by a large force of rebels whom he repulsed with slight loss. The Charleston and Memphis Railway at Chattanooga Junction was seized by General Mitchell's forces, and 2,000 rebels and much property were captured. 4,000 men on 5 transports, accompanied by the gunboats Lexington and Tyler, left Pittsburgh Landing, Tennessee, and proceeded up the Tennessee River to Eastport, Mississippi, where they landed and destroyed 2 bridges on the Ohio and Mobile Railway, intercepting the rebel communication with Alabama. A body of Confederate cavalry were met on their return, who were routed, and 4 killed. April 14th. The U.S. forces were withdrawn from Jacksonville, Florida, and the rebels soon after returning, the loyal inhabitants suffered severely, and many were driven away. The Potomac flotilla ascended the Rappahannock River, Virginia, destroying several batteries. 3 vessels were captured. Commodore Foote's mortared boats opened fire on Fort Wright on the Mississippi. April 15th. Monsieur Mercier, French minister at Washington, paid an official visit to the rebel authorities at Richmond. Ex-Secretary of War Cameron was arrested at Philadelphia, Pennsylvania on the suit of Pierce Butler for alleged illegal arrest. April 16th. Engagement at Lee's Mill near Yorktown, Virginia. Federal loss, 32 killed and 100 wounded. Rebels, 25 killed and 75 wounded. April 17th. Mount Jackson, in Shenandoah County, Virginia, was occupied by General Williams' troops, who captured 50 of Ashby's rebel cavalry. A large boat was swamped at Castleman's Ferry on the Shenandoah River, Virginia, by which between 40 and 50 of the 75th Pennsylvania were drowned, among them Adjutant Tietman, Captains Wilson and Ward. New Market, Virginia, occupied by Banks' army, and Fredericksburg by McDowell's. April 17th through 24th. Bombardment of Fort Jackson and St. Philip on the Mississippi. April 20th. Battle of Camden or South Mills, North Carolina. General Reno's forces drove the rebels from their batteries and entrenchments. Federal loss in killed and wounded, 90. April 22nd, rebel steamer J. Robb was captured on the Tennessee River by gunboat Tyler. April 24th, Yorktown, Virginia was shelled by federal gunboats. Federal fleet passed Forts Jackson and St. Philip, destroying 13 rebel gunboats, the ram Manassas, and 3 transports. April 25th, New Orleans captured. Rebel batteries on both sides of the river destroyed. Major General C.F. Smith died at Savannah, Tennessee. April 26th, rebel schooner Arctic was captured by U.S. steamer Flambeau. Rebel schooner Belle was captured by U.S. steamer Uncas. Skirmish at Neosho, Missouri between 1st Missouri Volunteers under Major Hubbard and rebels and Indians under Colonels Coffee and Sternwright. Rebels defeated. An advance lunette of the rebels at Yorktown was carried by the 1st Massachusetts. Capture of Fort Macon, North Carolina, with its garrison of 450 men under Colonel White, after a bombardment of 11 hours. Rebel loss, 7 killed, 18 wounded. Federal loss, 1 killed, 3 wounded. April 28th. Forts St. Philip and Jackson, Louisiana, surrendered. Forts Livingston and Pike abandoned, and the rebel Iron Battery, Louisiana, blown up. April 30th. Skirmish of General Mitchell's forces with the rebels near Bridgeport, Alabama. May 2nd, 1862. The U.S. steamer Brooklyn and several gunboats left New Orleans, ascending the Mississippi to open the river and connect with Commodore Davis's fleet. May 3rd. A reconnaissance in force under General Payne from Pope's division encountered rebel cavalry pickets near Farmington, Mississippi, in which 8 of the latter were killed. May 4th. General Stoneman's advance of McClellan's army encountered a rebel force near Williamsburg, Virginia, 7 of whom were killed and 25 captured. 2 Federals killed, 20 wounded. May 5th. Battle of Williamsburg, Virginia. General Kearny's and Hooker's divisions engaged the rebel army under General Longstreet from dawn till dark, when the Federals were reinforced and the rebels defeated. Federal loss, 2,073 in killed and wounded, and 623 prisoners. Rebel loss heavier, 500 prisoners. May 6th. Skirmish near Harrisonburg, Virginia, by Federal troops under Major Vogt. May 7th. Westport, Virginia. General Franklin's division of McClellan's army, having been conveyed by transports to the head of York River, effected a landing where he was attacked by a force of rebels, and with the aid of gunboats, defeated the enemy. End of section 48. End of Pictorial History of the War for the Union, Volume 1, by Anne Stevens.